last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the lords of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
blade knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the lords of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. creatures with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, NARAKA fans? It's me, your host, your caster, the Runekeeper himself. Joining me is my main man, my right-hand man since the very first day, Mr. Dabier, and we're bringing it back old school style today for those of you who've been around for a long time. If you remember the very first Morris Cup back in the day, me and Dobby both worked on the stage wearing leather, and it's our last cast of the season together, so we're gonna be doing it in style, in leather today with y'all. I'm excited because we're here today to figure out who's gonna qualify for J-Cup.
Gonna be a lot of action here, as we've seen so many different tales being told so far from these solo players. I mean, obviously, you know, the main one we're gonna talk about is Spider, who obviously crowned it himself, which earlier throughout the season was struggling, as we were talking about it consistently. I mean, the man was kind of, you know, he had his ups and downs, and definitely a lot of downs, but he's back at it, absolutely killing it, ready to go. But as we go clearly towards finals here, man, it's been a long time coming. I don't know about you, but this leather is coursing through my veins. Do you feel lucky? Punk? My bad. I'm sorry. It's the leather talking to me real quick. But let's go back to the action here, as we do have the grand finals coming up here in just a few weeks here. Somebody is going to be crowning themselves a grand champion, especially during Christmas time. What a way to celebrate your Christmas, being a world-renowned grand champion.
I mean, absolutely, yeah, it's going to be very exciting. But before we head on over across the pond, if you will, to figure out who's going to walk away with the big title and the big money, we got to figure out who's going to be competing for it. And we've got 12 solo players today who have got 6 games to rise to the top, because only the cream of the crop's going to go, and it's going to be those top 6 heading on over to China for the J-Cup.
It's going to be a lot of competition, especially some of these players who I think we've seen, like, you know, kind of go through so many different patches, and the different kinds of energies we've noticed so far here. I definitely think it's going to be fun to see how these players align all the way towards the very end here. But obviously, I mean, T225, another player that we got to talk about here as we look at some of the players that's going to be cool. Already have qualified here. It's Spider, it's Mike, and it's Verse. Are we surprised? For the first two, maybe, but Verse, a little bit somewhat more surprising.
I mean, Versus had a good season overall, but here are your 12 players competing today. KLA's 225, DRG's Fong, EWG's Arano, ADG's Chu Zhang, Jail's AIS, S1's Pace, TE Star, Alliance's Frostivus, Wolves, Wang Liang, GG Sha, Baoda's Xjin, and X1's Wu Fang. These guys are coming in, and you can bet they're going to bring the heat. They have got 6 more games. They've played 6 games already in day 1 of these mainland qualifiers here, and we're going to take a look at how many points they put up on the board. You can see here, rounding out the bottom of the pack right now is Fong, AIS, Arano, Chuzheng, Wu Feng, and Sha, and they've got a lot of work to do. They want to qualify for that J-Cup if they want to go to Worlds for a chance to compete for the title. Taking a look at our top 6 right now in the safety zone, we got KLA's T225, TE Star, and Alliance's Frostivus all the way at the tippity top. And I mean, T225, man, look at this, almost 20-point lead over every other player in the lobby. I would say this man is safely qualified here, Dobby, to head on over. But if you're in these bottom 3s, SS1's Paste, Baoda's Action, and Wolves Wang Liang, you have got to be sitting with a little bit of tension today, because you are on the razor's edge. There are 6 very hungry competitors below you who are trying to dethrone that position and take your spot in the World Championship. And as you can see here, we've got games 7 through 12 today. It's going to be Praedoria, Hollowroth, Morris Isle, and then back-to-back Praedoria, Hollowroth, Morris Isle to round out the day for our 6 games.
It's definitely going to be good here as we started off in Praedoria at midnight, and you know what happens during midnight. It's the Fireflies. And obviously with Fireflies comes absolute aggression off the rip, which honestly, I think that's one of the best things about how the maps have changed overall here, adding that we have Praedoria, is now that those nights have been starting off so strongly, it's really setting the precedence for the amount of energy we're going to be receiving for the rest of the season. And obviously coming into this final, obviously we're going to be seeing it even more. I think with the more amount of energy that we get, the better off it's going to be here. But we're not finished yet. We still have another 6 games left here. We already went through our halfway mark so far, so obviously it's time to crown it and get it done. Who is going to be going and joining Mike? Who's going to be joining Verse? Who is going to be joining Spider? Only time will tell, and these 6 games are going to be very telling for it. Meanwhile, D225 is smiling. He's got some energy. He's feeling it out. The boy is here.
I mean, T225 should be feeling good right now. He's played 6 games already. He's 20 points ahead of the pack. The level of safety net that he has in terms of qualifying, I don't think these players who are sitting at 12 points or less right now have any shot of dethroning T225 and dropping him down all the way below top 6. He would have to donut every single game, and every other player would just have to go absolutely wild. I think T225, that's a guaranteed slot. Does he finish out in first? Time will tell. I think you could maybe see him bump down to second or something like that, but I don't think there's realistically a world where T225 just doesn't make it. That is the level of performance he put out during day number 1 for his first 6 games. To be fair, this is a player we talk about all the time. It's not like T225 hasn't come close to winning it all multiple times. Just last year at J Cup, he was literally 1 elimination away from taking it all, Dobby.
1 elimination, but the question is it going to be a repeat offense, or is it going to be a different story told today? Is the book going to be rewritten for some of these players, especially for a player like Exgen? I feel like Exgen, one of my favorite players from last season, a little quiet. As I'm looking back here in terms of the stats as well here, I mean, top 3 from the Summer Split Grand Finals. You know, Spider in that top 3 with Verse and T225. T225 with those 45 points here. I mean, it was definitely a good strike for a lot of these different areas here, but obviously we're going to go for our first round selections, and it's going to be starting off with AIS and Arado in the first round, Sha and Wufang in second round, and Star and Exgen in a round 2. Any expectations, or is you think it's kind of just going to be the same thing throughout these like 6 games in terms of picks?
So I don't think we're going to see anything crazy right now. We are still on patch 10.17. That means Kreia has not joined the mix yet. We haven't seen some of those changes that came on that Kreia release patch as well. And it's going to be probably a lot of the same. And there's another factor to think about here as well, is this is just qualifiers for World. Unless you're in a desperate place like GG Sha, who only has 6 points for 6 games in his day 1, you're not pulling out any hidden picks or crazy tech that you've got saved up for the World Championship. No, that's not coming out here. You're holding on to that. You're waiting until you qualify, like you're at Worlds, to bring those picks, to bring that tech out, because you don't want to give it away during this stage of the game, especially when these points do not go over to Worlds whatsoever. So these guys, they're going to be holding on to most of their secret tech, and they're going to be locking in those same picks we're used to seeing. And no surprises here. You might be able to say, you know, Exgen running Zipping, a little bit of surprise, but we've talked about this earlier in the season in terms of solos. This is a pretty good pick into Liam. Her ability to use her F and ultimate to kind of weave through some of the Liam shenanigans, if you will, pretty strong. We saw OUG's Mike, who was sort of the pioneer of that, put it to really great effect and win himself a lot of games off the back of it. So that's about the craziest pick we've seen, just because it hasn't been a hyper popular pick. But for the most part, everything here coming up the same. Look, this is confidence from T225. I may lie just a little bit. He's locking in the Takeda. Takeda, not particularly a meta hero right now, but when you're 20 points ahead, it is one of his best heroes, even though it's not really a super meta pick right now. I see no problem with him playing it right now, Dobby.
Gonna be good to see how that level of a confidence comes into place here, knowing that it is early in the games. I mean, obviously he is 20 points ahead, but you have to realize that every game matters and counts. Even in solos here, even if you are 20 points ahead, it takes one player to truly pop off, whether it's somebody all the way at the very bottom of the leaderboard, or whether it's somebody that's at least, you know, in second or third place, somewhat neck and neck with you. That truly can be a changing of the guard for keeping that top place slot here, and you definitely don't want to risk it over something very simple. But confidence of these players are very high here, so I don't think anybody's really coming in with a very bad mental off the rip here, as we hope that doesn't happen. as we're gonna look at the first sets of picks here. And man, listen, if there's one thing that I am so happy that I've gotten a chance to watch and see more often, it's the Valda getting crazy out here in this league.
Look, so happy with all the Valda changes that came through. Love seeing Valda come back both in solos and trios. Such a fun, dynamic hero. And there's a lot of strategy around how to play into a Valda, making sure the Valdas can't go to heal off if you're on the side of not playing Valda, right? Because if you go to heal off in the end and you've got to deal with a Valda, you're just in a bad situation. So it does change up like the tactics and how some of these players have to approach that game, what their target selection is. I think overall, the changes to Valda that have brought her back in the meta have been really healthy for the meta in general, both in solos and trios. But Dobby, tell me about these drops, baby.
Man, the map and the rotation is absolutely scarce. Same thing with how beautiful Midoriya is, by the way. The temperature is at least got a good 76% here. In the nighttime, Fahrenheit really good here as we're going to be coming through and seeing some of the action happening, and it's going to be very strong near the Gates of Heaven in its Sentience form. Meanwhile, we got Imperial Camp being held by one of JL's players as we see two of Alliance, and it looks like that's going to be DRG heading towards Sunrise's altar. And it seems like we got 4 more heading towards Imperium, at least 2 inside, one in the Hall of Eternity, one near Vermilion's Birds of Gate, and the other ones are going to be somewhat, at least perpendicular into Imperial Camp, but most likely going to be in that mountaintop area here. So it's going to be good to see where this stuff goes here as we're going to start from a game 7. Usually that's where we end most of the games here, but this is where we start. And that's the difference between all the other games versus here at NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Here's about to get ready and knocks this out. As we start to see the first strikes come through on both players, Shazing gets early advantage here with some decent damage onto SS1's Pace here. Pace trying to see if he can read him a little bit strongly, but it sounds like he wasn't able to, but he reads him that time. Beautiful execution off of this one, deleting him of all of his shield, but here comes that comeback coming in from Shazing here. Really able to come through with that. Here comes the third party here. Could be the worst for it as he pops open that Arctic just to try to see if maybe he can get some heals though, but not enough as now he's getting caught off the backstretch. Shazing deciding to back off here a little bit, goes for the shield swap on both sides here. Seems like Shazing is able to find a blue. Pace sadly finds a gray, and it's not looking good for him here as Shazing is able to snag the elimination, but now here comes that third party fight here as KLA's T225 is going to take the advantage of it here. Shazing trying to see if maybe he can back off this here. Waits for the blue strike, is not able to here, but T225 is able to capture him with the combo strikes and those hand blades and gets the finish for his first elimination as well into the game.
Yeah, this is really important for T225 as well because Takeda, as you know, needs that gear, needs to level up that ultimate so he can get those extra Furin shoves, can be in a more dominant position. Otherwise, he's just going to find himself behind some of these other heroes. So for him, getting a strong elimination off early, very strong as we cut over here. X1's Wu Feng picking up that elimination on DRG's Fong, off to a good start as well. T225 here already coming in for a really strong third party here, playing it out, waiting out strong here. On to Wolves, Wang Liang looking to pick it up, gonna use the ultimate there to try to secure the elimination to keep Baoda's action from taking it. Wolves here trying to hold that charge there, that blue focus on the pole sword to just threaten the space here, but T225 not gonna let it go away. He can come in here, he's got those Furin shoves anytime he needs them. We're gonna see the bubbles come through. There it is, he's gonna lock it down, uses the Furin shove, secures the elimination, and still has a little bit of time here, can turn this. There we go, the extra Furin shove there onto Baoda's action. Action though, with the parry gonna come in here, takes a little bit of control of this fight, but T225 still in a very strong position. Action trying to hold on to it. The shoulder throw gonna come through. The F activated. The ult coming through in on the side of Action. Now the favor turns towards Baoda's Action here. T225 with 2 eliminations does not want to go out here. Has got to be careful about it. The terrain actually coming through, making things so difficult for T225. Trying to move, start looking for an armor swap if he can. Really good charged R&B coming out here, but now with the third party, his hope shred as Jail's AIS show up, but Baoda's Action secures the elimination.
Absolute finish here towards this, and we love to see when the elimination starts to come through. Oh, Action hits him beautifully with the fan here, and the one thing I love about that fan is that fan has a beautiful pullback. I call it the mirror boy. Meanwhile, looks like AIS has a nice little strike here on that blade. It looks like he's going to try to see if maybe he can go for the fake. And looks like AIS was able to read into that pretty well here. Both of them waiting it out here. Oh, here comes the next strike. Beautiful one. Trying to be able to conjure it up here, but Action knows that third party is coming and decides it's time to go. and it's time to depart. Meanwhile, he's going to be able to take the time to stall just so he can pop open his heal here. Beautiful F key just for that moment here, knowing that the other player, AIS, just waiting it out here in the airborne and to see if he can take advantage of it, but sadly isn't going to here. Takes his time, at least for a momentary moment, but sadly wasn't able to do it. It looks like we're going to go right back towards it. We're going to see Frostivus and Wufeng on the outside here. Trying to see if they can take their time here little by little here. It looks like both of them going to be able to go for the strike here. Oh, nice staff moving here from the ankle biter. Trying to see if he can conjure up some nice moves here. Nice little bit of a stun to be able to run him back. Beautiful retreat off that, and it's still Frostivus forced to pop the ulti here. Trying to see if he can keep the same continuation. And it looks like he wasn't able to miss out on the first strike. Looks like he's going to go back in for seconds here. Meanwhile, Wufeng was able to find the second one. Oh, beautiful time on the flash. Actually completely depletes the opportunity for the tornado strike. You know, I call the dizzy. As they're drowning inside of that little water tornado here. And it looks like he's going to come back for it here as Wufeng does find the blade here. Trying to see if he can conjure up some nice strikes here. Oh, throws down the bubbles, but is a little too late on that strike here. Wufeng taking the advantage here. Frostivus not looking good for him here as he's caught in between both. No ulti to his name here. Pace trying to see if he can catch him on the freeze. Wufeng wants to be able to complete the elimination, but Pace is able to steal it away from him just in the nick of time. And now here comes the strike between both. Both of them timing it out. Beautiful parry onto Pace. Beautiful kick. Goes for the absolute salute inside of this face. And just like this with the nunchucks, he goes and catches the finish.
Oh my goodness. Dobby over here getting Valda ulted mid-game as we see, unfortunately, Alliance's Frostivus eliminated here in game number 1. We're going to catch up here with GG Shaw. Shaw here with 1 elimination. Shaw, though, going to have an absolutely insane day if he wants to qualify here. And I mean, thinking about a Worlds without GG Shaw is just crazy to me, Dobby. This has been a guy who was like the top player for a long period of time when it came to solos when the game first started coming through for the NBPL. So the idea of having a Worlds without GG Shaw just seems crazy to me as we see all these players running in trying to get this ticket to secure themselves this Realm of Yang here. Jail's AIS, though, going to be the one who's able to get his hands on the ticket, and Wolves, Wang Liang, and SS1 Pace waste no time breaking away here. They decide they do not want to try to challenge for the ticket here. AIS going to come out, do a little bit of shopping, if you will, there on just a couple of components laying on the ground. Wants to make sure he's got those pots. Wants to make sure he's geared up and ready to go into late game. And we're going to see SS1 Pace, who broke away from that earlier, heading over here, looking to get his hands on a ticket so he can head into the Realm of Yang. Smart decisions here from Pace. He sees that Jail's AIS is going to get that ticket and immediately just starts heading towards the next one, manages to get his hands on it, and is now set up and ready to head into the Realm of Yang. We're going to cut over to Kaylee's T225. No surprises here to see him after those 2 eliminations coming in, looking to make it more inside the Realm of Yang. He's also, of course, playing Takeda. Very good 1v1 hero for himself. He would be insane not to take this Realm of Yang and look to press the advantage that he's already built for himself. And here we go. It's going to be GG Shaw versus EWG's Arano inside our first Realm of Yang, Dobby.
As they're going to go airborne here, Arano, they able to find some nice airborne moments here, trying to see if he can get something with the pistol, but sadly he's unable to here. Man, those dual blades, I'm not going to lie, the hand blades have really been such a significant change to the meta here, I think, in terms of just really being able to play. We've seen the dagger much less as GG Shaw absolutely putting the pause on Arano here with those dual blades here. Really not giving him too much of an opportunity here for 1 to be able to pop the ulti, 2, really getting that opportunity for him to retreat as best he can as he does pop a little bit of that and is forced to pop the ulti here. Trying to see if maybe he can time it here. Looks like Shaw's going to go on the strike for the heals. Take his time here with the development. Oh, he's gonna get a nice little bit of a strike here, but he's inside of his heal bubble, so it gives him the advantage to keep the game alive for himself here. Arano dangerously low now. Oh, it's a pistol shot. Oh, and he hits him with the musket, gets the finish, and just like that, Shaw knocks out Arano inside of the Realm of Yang. Meanwhile, inside of this one, Xjin and AIS able to find it here as AIS dangerously low. It's not looking good for him here. Oh, the pistol being able to get a nice little bit of damage here to deplete the rest of his shield here. Pops the ulti. Let's see if that aim training is going to be very helpful for him here. Oh no, he actually chooses the moment here to go for the heal. I actually thought he would have used that moment to try to do exactly what happened in the last Realm of Yang here. At least try to see if he can do a nice little bit of duck hunt, you know? Pow, pow, pow. Nice in the air. sadly wasn't able to capture anything here as it gives AIS an opportunity to heal. Not the best opportunity here for him, only because now we only have 20 seconds left on the clock here. And it could be the moment where nobody actually wins this and they both have to go outside and try to actually get themselves a soul jade to keep the game alive for both of them here. 12 seconds left on the clock here. Not looking good here as he finds the combo. Almost was able to catch him airborne, but not long enough. 5 seconds left. AIS is going to take it and stall as long as he can. He said, listen, if I'm not going to win, you ain't going to win either.
This is going to be absolutely crazy. Instead of the regular 3 players with Yang depletion, we've got 4, which means things are about to heat up here as we cut over to GG Shaw here, looking to hunt down DRG's Fong. Decides he's going to break away from the engagement here. Kaylee's T225, Bowdaw's Action, Jail's AIS, and EWG's Arano, both on the clock here coming out the realm of Yang. Got to find a way to cleanse that Yang depletion. Either going to need to find themselves a Soul Bloom or get the elimination themselves in a 1v1 to secure it that way. As we cut over to Jail's AIS versus SS1's Pace. Pace having won his realm of Yang into Kaylee's T225. Looking to tear through Jail's AIS. AIS going into the ult already, and Pace wasting no time to hunt him down here with the freeze here. No place for AIS to go as he goes into the meter dump. The terrain actually stops it a little bit, but Pace sticks to him like glue, baby.
Says, where do you think you're going, buddy? Get your rebound over here. You thought you was gonna go somewhere? Not today. Meanwhile, T225 caught in a tough situation here. Oh, nice move, dodging both of those strikes at the same time here. Trying to see if he can time it. It looks like he was able to get the parry onto Shaw, or at least I thought so. Looks like he's gonna take the time strike. Oh, he's able to do it just in the nick of time here. And Shaw is able to get that elimination. Action able to clean up the rest of the slack as well here. Gonna be able to capture the foil over and gets it done. Wow, what a moment. Just to be able to get that finish here. And is able to keep the game alive for himself, by the way, as well. That actually would have been not so great. Meanwhile, back at it, Arano. Got a minute 45 seconds left on the clock here. And Fong is hungry.
Yeah, very, very surprised here as we take a look at the scoreboard. GG Shaw here with 3 eliminations already, but still a lot of work to do just to catch up to the players in front of him, much less make it towards the top end of the pack here. So Shaw gonna have to keep this pressure up the rest of the day. Rano right now trying to catch out DRG's Fong here with that ult up, looking to go ahead and secure some hits, but not quite able to connect. Decides he's gonna back off and look for the reset. Let the player chase him here. He does only have 70 seconds to cleanse Yang depletion. So if he's able to bait Fong into the fight here, it's good for him. He's trying to go in here. He knows he doesn't have ultimate, so he's going to have to win off the back of his neutral alone. DRG's Fong, though, with that fan, making it very difficult. The re-grapple coming in here from Fong, keeping Arano from being able to scale rush, absolutely huge. And Fong just puts him through the blender. Arano with the Armo swap, trying to keep it alive, though. Now, third party, fourth party coming in. Arano, no place to go. He's got 40 seconds left to cleanse this Yang depletion. He has got to hope that the target acquisition lands onto another player and he's able to pick up the Soul Bloom, or he's going to have to head off somewhere, let the Yang depletion take him and keep some of these other players from getting an elimination. Sure enough, he's going to head on down into the trap room, looking to just break away from these players and let the Yang depletion do him in. He does not want to give up any of these sweet qualifying points for any of the other players.
Sorry, you said do him, man. I was like, pause. That's a that's crazy. Pause. You gotta say pause after that. That's kind of sus, buddy. Anyway. Look back into it. It looks like GG Shaw. This cave, this inner cave system is gorgeous. That's why it's called Paradoria. It could have been Bandor. Never mind. Meanwhile, T225 able to find the moment here inside of the realm of Yang. Beautiful takedown. This is what we had missed earlier from one of the other realm of Yangs that we didn't get a chance to see. Oh man, the ulti trying to capture the freeze, but was not able to capitalize on that moment here. So he's able to capture him with the juggle, catches the freeze. Takeda is able to keep the game alive just a little while longer. Oh, the ghost. Oh, the nice combo. Looks like he's gonna scale rush into the other side here. Catches him slipping almost here. He's dangerously low. T225. Oh, tries it just long enough here in pace. That is how you win a realm of Yang here.
Well, he's setting himself up to head on back in. Let's see if he can have the repeat back-to-back Yang victory as we cut over to X1's Wu Fang here. just doing a little bit of looting while we wait for this next set of Yangs to come forward. Wolves, Wang Liang looking to head back into the realm of Yang for a second time as well. He was able to cleanse that Yang depletion. Unfortunately, was not able to secure himself an elimination. Fong gonna grief Wolves Wang Liang here, gonna keep him from actually being able to get inside the Yang. And Wang Liang not gonna be happy about that. Fong gonna back off as well. Just wanted to get the grief in. Let's go see if Wang is going to let that stand or not. GG Shaw versus S1's Pace. Shaw really got to do a good job here. Again, he has a lot of work to make up. He cannot afford to lose these fights. What a massive parry from Shaw coming in. Actually canceled out of the riposte to go for the stronger over the head charged R&B there off of the spear. Really good, clean work from GG Shaw. This is what I expect out of GG Shaw as one of the top players in the league here. Onto the Liam now. Pace coming in, gets parried again. Shaw does him dirty and comes out on top.
Shaw able to let him know the book is still available on all major purchases and all major websites here if you want to make sure to get as good as me. Because GG Shaw lets him know the book is still a bestseller, by the way, just to show you how absolute dangerous I can still be in this game. What do you mean? I am still him, because Timothy has never lost his himness. Okay. Beautiful shutdown though from GG Shaw, able to really clutch that out on the realm of Yang when it truly did matter. Meanwhile, for Fong, we were to go forth towards the rotation here. Ace is going to be nearby here on the map as Shaw and Shozeng. Shozeng is going to be hiding inside of the bushes here. Or is that a bush? Or is he just standing there? No, there's a bush there. Okay. I was about to say, I couldn't tell if there was a bush there. I was like, is he just... Oh, no. He actually... Oh! He almost swiped him. He almost swiped him with the longsword. He was just doing his usual movements, almost swiped it. He was just a little bit early, so he lives to fight another day. Meanwhile, Pace is on a completely different timeline here as he's trying to chase TE Star. For him to be able to get a little bit of a soul jade just so he can keep the game alive for himself as well here as he finds the face of Shaw. And now here comes the chase. Pace only has 4 minutes left on the clock here for him to be able to capture any type of soul jade. He doesn't even necessarily have to get the kill. He just needs the soul jade to keep the game alive. That's going to be the tough part for him here as he's going to continue to try to dive off this as best as he can here.
The problem is with the way SS1's Pace is playing right now, it's pretty clear just how desperate he is to pick up an elimination and get that soul bloom. So it's going to be very hard for him to fool these players into committing to this fight. You actually see him going out, doing a little bit of shopping. He's got money. He says, well, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to spend it, give myself the best chance that I can, get some pots as well. He's going to come back up top side here. He does see DRG's Fong yet again. Fong here being the one who's just constantly been on the move away from this fight. So it's going to be a tough cookie for him to crack if he wants to get Fong to commit to this fight. As now we cut back over to GG Shaw with about 60 seconds left on that White Tiger's prowess, looking to hunt down and commit to this fight with JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang here just trying to break away. Doesn't want to take this fight at a huge disadvantage. Unfortunately, Shaw is going to continue to find some damage onto him here over and over again. They're going to be forced to burn those teleports just to break away here. But Shaw not going to let him get away. Shaw playing very, very aggressively. This is exactly what I want to see from GG Shaw right now. As far behind as he is, look at this, by the way. He has 4 eliminations, the most eliminations in the lobby, tied with SS1's Pace, and he's still in last place. That's how much work GG Shaw has to do today. This game alone is barely going to catch him up to 11th place. He has got to come in and continue to play this aggressively for the rest of the day if he wants to qualify. So I'm happy to see him committing to this, looking for these fights and bringing on the pressure, taking those risks, going into the realm of Yang. I think this is exactly what he's got to do. You can't leave anything on the table today. You can't play passively. You've got to look for those big wins.
I mean, so far we've been seeing big wins from some of these other players here as they've really been able to find those moments here and really be able to just knock it out as much as they can here, not giving many of the other players really an opportunity, 1, to catch up, or 2, at least to try to fight for any type of way of survival during these moments here. As we're still going to continue to keep moving in the right direction here, as obviously still trying to find the next stretch here. Meanwhile, he's able to find Shazing here in this moment as he's able to capture. Oh, no, wait a minute. Whoa, the amount of aggression coming in towards that is absolutely dynamite. As Pace is going to try to see if he can time him just right here. Almost catches him with the strike. Can he capture it, though? As Fung is stealing that elimination away here. Oh, and he doesn't end up getting the Soul Jade either. Oh, man, that is the worst timing to have here in that situation here. Still has the ulti here. Looks like he's going to wait for the time. Oh, he ends up getting parried. Deep in this corner. Not looking good. Pace ends up freezing both of them here inside of the timing here. Gonna try to see if he can take the strike, goes for the wall, tries to see if he can time it for a little bit while longer. He's getting absolutely stunned on both sides here. The third party comes in, and it looks like Pace, it might be time for him to retreat. 53 seconds left on the clock. No time for him really to be able to conjure up any opportunity as Wufong destroys him in that momentary lapse of judgment. And Wufong is able to capture a little bit of some love here. Gets his second elimination, and he doesn't have to worry about anything else inside of that. Meanwhile, looks like the spread is running nice and thin here, as we still got 6 players alive left inside of this circle. Fung keeping the game alive. Cannon shots up top, 3 in the middle, and a massive Bane's Breath on the left side of the map.
DRG's Fong here, moving off to the side. We're left with 6 players left remaining. Zone 4 going to collapse onto Zone 5 here in the next 23 seconds. Right now, it's TE Star with 0 eliminations, Battle Section with 2, DRG's Fong with 2, Wolves Wang Liang with 0, X1's Wufong, and GG Sha leading the lobby, but at the bottom of the leaderboard, still in 12th place. And this is actually a little bit of a nightmare for Sha. Unfortunately, the scores are so evenly matched across the board this game. It makes it so hard for him to climb any positions on this leaderboard right now, doing what he's got to do. Again, the aggression, really good from Sha this game. He's coming in, he's going to make sure he secures this Spirit Well so that he has control of that White Tiger's prowess. Now, the problem is with only 6 players left in the lobby, and this only being that Zone 4 Spirit Well, it's going to be very hard for him to make a lot happen with this White Tiger's prowess. A lot of these players are just going to look to split away and not take these fights as much as possible. So looking to see Sha next zone move in, try to capture that Spirit Well as well. Maybe he'll get lucky and we'll get the back-to-back White Tiger's prowess for himself. Look at this. He's got this White Tiger's prowess. He's looking for people anywhere he can. He's going out into the zone, checking bushes, doing everything
he wants that smoke.
He wants the points, and this is exactly what he should be doing, right? He knows he's so far down on the bottom of the leaderboard, and kills count so heavily towards points now that the multiplier is only for the first place finisher. There's no multiplier on any of these other scores. So Sha knows he's got to put in the work today if he wants to make it, and he has come in ready to put in that work. He's just got to find the success now. Still trying to go in. Again, nobody's going to want to take this fight with Sha here. He's got a tall order on his belt here. We're going to see that last Bane's Breath of the game going to be dropping in, that Zone 5 Bane's Breath, and Sha just going to keep on trucking here. He has to find some eliminations while he's got the advantage. Everybody else, though, gonna back away from this. They do not want to take this fight into the White Tigers. They know just how explosive this can be to the game. But Fong here gonna get caught out. Finally, we're gonna see some bow shots coming in. Now the rest of the lobby gonna make it really hard for Fong to keep playing keep away. They smell the blood in the water. They want those points if anybody's gonna get him. Fong gonna use the Bane's Breath to their advantage. Oh my goodness, look at how quickly he canceled that grapple just to be able to get away to survive inside the Bane's Breath here. The players, though, they're taking the risk. They're giving chase here, but the Bane's Breath buying Fong a little more time as he comes in here. Sha gets parried out. Luckily, he's got his F available there. He's going to keep that staff in hand. DRG's Fong doing everything he can to keep the dream alive here with the scale rushes left, right, and center here. With the movement tech coming in from Fong here just to keep it alive. There it goes, and it's going to go to X1's Wufang.
Man, X1's Wufang really putting in the opportunity and the effort here. Gets his third elimination as well into this game here. It's really starting to tighten up for him here inside of this game. But those points are going to be so vital for him, especially if he can really close out this game, at least with a top 3 finish potentially. Could really get him up there on that standings potentially, at least hovering over that red line here. Is, if you know, the red line is the qualifying line here, and that's the thing we're going to be focusing on. And once we get closer to our end of our games here, those are going to be the lines that we need in terms of who is going to make it in the top 6. So you got to be past that red line for your chance to go not only to mainland, but also to land in general. Now things have
Wu-Fang
died
here.
down here. What's your expectation for this for this first game?
It's going to be very, very interesting. I think it's going to be about the average kind of scoring game, unless Shaw just absolutely pops off here in the end. But everybody here working really, really hard to keep that from happening, trying to stop Shaw from being able to pressure these fights and really commit to things. So I think it's going to come down towards these final moments here. If we go to heal off, I mean, both Valda and Zipping have a really good shot of picking up a lot of eliminations. Realistically, Wolves Wang Liang here, he burns his ult a little early here, I'm going to be honest. In a bad position as a lot of range shots come down. He needs to, yeah, he's just going to stand here and pop Tuna. No cares in the world because he's got that ult HP on right now. But he's got to work toward is absolutely crazy. So he's got to figure out a way to get that ult online, but stay healed up so that he can make the most of these final moments. The rest of the lobby also knows he doesn't have his ult right now. So they're going to push pressure pretty hard here onto Wang Liang. He's going to take a little bit of damage there from GG Shaw coming in with those dual blades there. Wolves still just looking for a good spot. Going to be keeping the movement up there with the dagger so that he can get some stuff off. But again, going to take those bow shots from downrange here. And the lobby not going to let him rest. They know he's Sans ult here. And this is what I was talking about earlier with the target selection from the lobby. If you see a Valda in the last 5 players, it's zone 6 collapsing onto zone 7. You have to get the Valda out of the lobby before you go to heal off. You just don't have a choice, or that Valda is going to tear through the lobby. She's going to be an ult. She's going to be able to tornado you out in the zone. That final zone tick just does so much damage. All she has to do is let you die to it, and she picks up the elimination, and that's all she wrote. So the lobby here, making those smart decisions, understanding who the threat to the lobby is here, and trying to remove them. Now, post getting this Valda out of here, they're going to have to look to that Zipping. That Zipping going to heal off just as dangerous. And here we go. Wolves Wang Liang, there it is, going to be eliminated. X1 Wu Fang is going to tie it up here. 4 for 4. Wu Fang with 4, GG Shot with 4, with 4 players left remaining alive. And now TE Star taking a lot of damage. Baoda's action, that Zipping, just taking it in. This is what I talked about. Immediately, you've got to go to the next target acquisition. If you see all 3 players focusing down onto action, this is the player to focus out of the lobby. If they make it to heal off, action just wins the game here. So what are they doing? All 3 players taking the time, trading those range shots onto action here, trying to force that ability, that ultimate out. If they can get that ultimate out before the final zone collapses here, even if the Zip does go to heal off, they are completely fine. This is the time to do it, and this is exactly what they're doing. Look at this, look at how much damage. There it is, the ult gonna be invested. They're super vulnerable now. The rest of the lobby going to descend on him, and it's gonna be who picks up the elimination here. GG Shot trying to make sure it's him, trying to come in with those dual blades, with that cat bloom and lock it up. Not quite able to get there. He's so close. There it is. Wu Fang gets a 5th one. That is 3 in a row for X1's Wu Fang as he continues to climb up the leaderboard closer and closer to qualifying. But he gets pushed out of the zone by GG Shaw. Shaw does so much damage, and he picks up the elimination. Now it's him versus TE Star. Who's going to go out in the end here? The ultimate's going to come in. He misses the regrapple, though. Tries to get the cat bloom. Not quite going to be able to land onto it. There's the huge cavalry bloom for him. He's got to find a couple more hits there. That cannon shot almost secures it, but TE Star turns it around, picks up the elimination. But I think GG Shaw will be walking away your MVP.
And go to page number 52 and go back to my notes here, the notes from the book of GG Shaw, because man, this man opened up the book and he said, I am him. Didn't I tell you that earlier? Did I not tell you that he was him? And Timothy is going to show you and display why he is a New York bestseller, okay? Absolutely slayed it away as he's able to put in the dukes, the pause, and lets you know how clutch he is in those final moments here. And that's clearly what he was able to show you with not only the talent, but also a little bit of some flashiness at the very end. What a great start to game number 1. A dynamic, insane finish for Shaw here, just for the clutch up and just for the timing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And he played this really well in the end. And this played out exactly like I talked about during that hero select, right? We talked about getting to the end, why Zipping's good, why the Valda's good, and we talked about how important that target selection was going to be. What happens? They lock onto that Valda. They understand that the Valda is the immediate threat. When you go to heal off, if you got a Valda and a Zip, you'd much rather have a Zip than you would a Valda. You don't want either of them there, but you have to understand the priority. The priority is get the Valda out of the lobby, burn that ultimate, and then when they're vulnerable, get them out of here. That's exactly what they do. Everybody in the lobby locks on. They see the opportunity to remove the Valda, especially once they get that ult out, and they get them out of there. And then what happens immediately? They waste no time turning those ranged weapons onto the Zipping. They understand, cool, here's the next big priority. We cannot go to heal off with these two heroes that get the Zipping out of there. But speaking of getting it out of there, let's see if you guys cannot get out of the park here with our first answer for treasure tonight. Who won game number 1 today? This one's a throwaway. You know what it is. Game 1, you get the easy one. We throw you that softball. But never fear, game 2, they always turn around and hit us with a curveball, Dobby.
Absolutely. We love a decent curveball at times, which is completely understandable. And just, yes, even towards that here, I do want to say this, though. I do find it funny how, earlier, when Valda wasn't necessarily in the, the meta and people wasn't necessarily playing him, obviously, nobody was, really paying attention. Nobody was really trying to take advantage of, Valda, obviously. And I love how now they gave her the patch. She is dangerous in those final circles. And now they got to prioritize making sure that she is out of the lobby before the rest of them can really be able to turn around and start duking it out. I just find that funny. I just laugh at it. You know what I'm saying? I just laugh at the idea that, this is where we're at, in the sense that Valda now has such a powerful display that now we're getting to the point where when Valda does come through at the very final circle, that's when things get a little bit hasty and a little bit wet. Pause. Meanwhile, Shaw up top with the 7 eliminations here. The 5 kill points, but also the 2 ranking points, able to take him all the way over the top. Your star, 1 elimination to his name, but those 3 points was able to put him in 4th place with a 4.2. So he was able to last all the way towards the very end here. So you love to see when that type of ranking points helps him to keep him alive in this game. Meanwhile, Wufong played a heck of a game. 6.5, so close to getting that dub. I think if he stayed alive a little bit longer potentially, or if he was able to take the dub, I think he definitely would have been in that top slot for sure here. Wufong played a heck of a game, and same with SS1 Haste. Haste taking the time. The third party timing could have been, it was phenomenal for him. He really played a heck of a game, and he ends up in the top 3 with a 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, this was a crazy opener to game 1. I am super happy to see our boy GG Shaw come in. And look, he put more points on the game, points on the board in game 1 today than he did in his first 6 games of this series. But he's still in 12th place because of this. He has so much work to do. He's got to take that same energy from this game and bring it on for the rest of the day. Our boy GG Shaw cannot afford to put on the brakes. This man, before he got here today, should have literally went into that car, cut the brake lines, and said, baby, it's all gas or nothing.
Absolutely. I mean, currently right now, it is the time to have nothing but foot on the gas. Slow down, grab the wall. That's all I'm saying. Today is the day for this. You cannot, there's no way for you to lift off the gas. There's no time for you to slow down. Now's the time for you to fully push off, and keep grinding all the way. As we're going to go back to the replays here, sponsored by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming here, as we see Wufong putting some, listen, Wufong played a heck of a game, man. It was 0.5 point difference between first and second place. Absolutely dynamite. Same with Pace here. Pace playing such a heck of a game here. He played it so well. His movement, the dodging. I mean, look at this. The timing on that, being able to not only do the backflip over him while he's in the middle of dodging, but also being able to swipe away just to be able to keep the game alive, to not get caught up here. I mean, the combos as well coming in from the nunchucks. I mean, Pace is looking like he looking real right with the nunchucks. He might need to keep that and don't switch to no other weapons. I feel like that's his weapon of choice, because he knew He knows how to do it. He knows how to handle it. The timing was amazing. Obviously, we just watched him get eliminated inside the realm of Yang. But nonetheless, though, third party coming through from Wufong here. Nice strike all the way towards the very end of the circle here. And Wufong gets absolutely destroyed off the outskirts here. GG Shaw pushes him outside of it. And he says, listen, guys, I'll see you later. I'll see you all later. No, that's real great. Nope, you stay over there. Yeah, how's that circle tick feel? Does it not feel good? Zach, okay. You guys will deal with it. Y'all handle it.
I mean, look, he comes in strong. Cav Bloom, such a strong Soul Jade. You know, we've been talking about the potential of maybe that Soul Jade needs to become a legendary Soul Jade, but for right now, it's just a good old Cav Bloom, as we're going to see here. GG Shaw with his first MVP of the split here. 21,808 damage, 5 eliminations. Most of that damage coming in from the longsword and the dual blades. GG Shaw, one heck of a game won, but there's still an uphill battle for him to go if he wants to qualify for J-Cup. And I can't tell you how weird it would be if we went to a J-Cup without GG Shaw, Dobby.
Definitely would be a little weird, not gonna lie. But they keep this energy up, we won't have to. You know, it's like that whole Ye quote. I wonder what would happen if I didn't win. I guess we'll never know.
GG Shaw, baby, coming in with the first MVP of the day. We've still got 5 games to go. You're not going to go anywhere. Will Shaw be able to climb to the top of the leaderboard? Will he be able to qualify? Will these other players keep it going just as strong? You know, I want to see what we're going to see from T225 next game. I really love the fact that he just came in today so confident. He's like, hey, look, I'm 20 points up. Takeda, my favorite hero, one of the heroes I'm best at. Yeah, he's not meta right now, but I'm going to bring it anyway. And he still puts points up on the board. He just comes in, has a good time, and you can see it in his demeanor too. You know, T225 as a player has been through so much ever since he joined the league as a player. You know, from day one, he's been an exceptionally strong player. He's always towards the top end of the table. There's the curse that has followed him, if you will. You know, everybody makes the joke, you know, T225, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. He's always in that second place position. He has worked so hard to try to eliminate those claims. He has tried to make it so he can qualify, he can take the championship, and he is always just so short. But it's never been a question of whether he's a good player or not, because he absolutely comes in and he crushes it every single season, Dobby.
Are you telling me that T225 is a side piece?
No. Have you never heard the phrase, always the bridesmaid, never bride? It means that you never get to be the one who's getting married. You're just going to the wedding.
That means you the side chick.
No, that's not what that means. It means you in second place, Dobby. Oh my God.
Piece. That means you the piece. You not the chicken. You's the mashed potatoes. You're not. Listen, you're not the steak. You're the collard greens. You not the chicken. You the. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you go to brunch, what do you get? What do you get? You get some French toast, right? What you get on the side? A mimosa. So you need to tell me you the side piece in this situation. That's tough. I ain't gonna lie.
I think side dish is the word you're looking for, Tommy. But yeah, I mean, look, T25, he's been through a lot, right? And I mean, again, we're talking about a player that's exceptionally skilled, okay? He went to Worlds last year. In the final game of Worlds, he actually gets eliminated, but is in that victory position. All that needs to happen is, I think it's WBG Spider has to be the one who gets eliminated next. That's not what goes down. GG Shaw eliminates another player. Spider is then eliminated after that, and it literally gives Spider just enough points to come out on top in the end there, or sorry, Mike, just enough points to come out on top. I've got that backwards. But it comes down to so close in those final moments. And T225, man, he's always right there. And we've talked about how improved players have been this year, and there's a lot of players who have been vastly improved. T225 always in that conversation. As good a player as he is, even though he's always right there, he's always in that second place position in every bi-weekly, in the finals, in everything that comes through. He is still always improving. This is a player who puts in the time, puts in the grind to be here. There's never a time I'm counting T225 out of it, Dobby.
T225, the side chick. I'm just still stuck on that, to be honest with you. I need for him to be the Brad. I can't, you know. It's it's definitely a different piece towards that one though. But let's see how we can keep turning the tables. I was about to get ready to go for game number 8. Let's see if the time it could be any more better for some of these other players here. As we're gonna look at Fong with average kills of 2.4 and 12,000 damage overall here. Still a lot of momentum to come through here. As you see some of his average picks so far here, from being a 4.3, the other one being a 4.2, so obviously still very, very strong. Look at them shades. Look at them shades. Okay, T225. Money doing real well.
Look, T225 always got the style. You know what I'm saying? I love it. But man, look at these stats. Dude is absolutely crazy. Look, his average points on Takeda, by the way, 8.5 with a 1% pick rate. That's insane, especially for a hero who's not meta. 8.5 is a really good solos game. The fact that that's his average points, especially considering he only put up 2 points in the last game playing him, crazy, right? Look at this. You got Wu Fang here on 4.2 points and 4 points on some very meta picks right now. And our boy T225 on Takeda with an 8.5 average points. Wild. Here we go. GG Shaw, by the way, taking a look at their stats. Dude, he's a really good Liam player. I hope this is not one and done for GG Shaw. Shaw, one of his best heroes out of the gate here, comes in, has a good game, but he has got to keep that energy going today. So I hope he's got some more tricks up his sleeve, because he is going to need them. You know, we talked about we're probably not going to see anything super crazy today in terms of like hero picks or anything like that, just because you don't want to give away. You know, I'm a big fan of holding something over for Worlds, making sure you got an ace up your sleeve. That ace up your sleeve don't mean nothing if you don't qualify. So Shaw, you the only player I'm looking at right now who, baby, you best bust out the bag of tricks and leave nothing on the table, because you got some work to do, and I want to see it happen.
That's going on Twitter. Just letting you know, I just made the clip here on twitch.tv/NARAKA. That's going on Twitter. T225 is the side piece. Confirmed being the side piece as the as the bridesmaids. That's so tough. I feel that's so bad. I'm so sorry. And he's doing well too. 2.6 average kills is in third with that. Average damage is in the top spot with 13,000 damage. The average damage, by the way, for him. So obviously he's playing really well. And just like how you said, that 1% for the pick rate for Takeda, you was just talking about that. I know you was just talking about that with Takeda. And that's pretty dynamite though, you know, but you know, side piece. Anyway, getting back to the picks though, expectations, thoughts, nope, it's still gonna be the same stuff here. Okay, all right, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the Akos, interesting pick here. Akos, he's floating in a weird spot right now where he's meta, he's not meta, if that makes sense. That said, JDG's Chu Zhang, somebody who's very comfortable on this particular pick, right? His Akos is very strong for him. So I don't disagree with him taking this pick whatsoever. We're in a very interesting state right now. 3 of the best players aren't here to play in these games, right? You've got 12 people fighting for a chance to qualify here. I think it's okay to take your comfort picks into some of these games and see what you can do with it, especially for a hero like Akos, who, like I said, is kind of floating in that weird zone where he's meta, but he's not meta. If he's one of your comfort heroes, if you're really good at him in general, I think it's a fine pick. I think JDG's Chu Zhang making good decisions right now, especially just given the range of the players that are here. Again, you have 3 of the top players not competing in these lobbies, so you can kind of shift how you play just a little bit and there's a little bit of safety there for you, right? Like if you have OUG's Mike, WBG's Spider, and Verse in these lobbies, maybe Akos isn't the best pick for you because they're gonna punish the weaknesses that hero has. Some of these other players, well, yes, very, very good players all in their own right. There's a reason they're not qualified yet, right? And part of that is maybe not knowing how to punish some of these heroes like Akos who fall in that space where they're meta, but not quite meta at the same time. So we'll see if it pays off for Chu Zhang. For the rest of this, pretty straightforward, kind of exactly what I expected to see. Just a big repeat of the same heroes we saw in the previous game.
See if they can keep that same energy here for certain things. We're gonna be able to walk in towards this one. This is gonna be a fun one here, as we're headed back to a very glorious map here. Just as big as Pretoria, but a little bit more dangerous here. Holleroff is the place where everything wants to kill you. Have to be a little careful, say. Gotta get ready to hop in. Definitely top, City of Tang, Lund Castle, the Yushan Ruins, and Imfrio Village. Inside of a very interesting predicament here for some of these playstyles. You have to be very careful. Like I said, there's so many different types of terrains and dangerous areas where certain things are not going to be very friendly to you, alongside the players that are also trying to win the game as well. Meanwhile,
I gotta give it to Dobby, chat. As somebody who just played the heck out of this game, I don't even remember all of the names. I've got nicknames for all the places. Dobby out here, he's just got it on lock, baby. So I gotta give a little bit of appreciation to Dobby on that one.
Listen,
just coming in, locking it down.
Listen, why do you think I love being able to tell people about the map? I love the map terrain. And I love the difference in terms of where people land. Because like I said, most people focus on the end of the game. Obviously, I love the end of the game. They're the best games. I always love when people land. What are the thought processes when they go into these games? Obviously, there's different areas. There's the places that we expect for people to land. And then every now and then we get these random ones, right? Like DRG, we have Wolves, and one other team headed towards the end of Dunes and Windy Stones. That's like at the very far bottom section, like away from all of it, right? And then, like I said, you know how sometimes we'll see, like, in the middle of a fight here. Meanwhile, Kaden Late C225 is on the outskirts of the circle. Not looking good for him here. I don't know what. Now, what made you think going out of the circle here with no shield was a good idea? I don't know what happened there. That was just random. Meanwhile, XX in the middle of a fight here towards this with Wolves here. Wolves trying to see if, oh no, he gets caught on the window. It looks like he's going to retreat back. Maybe possibly going to go find some other loot. Could be better. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, it's the same thing with the idea of the confidence in these players, right? And I'll give you a perfect example. What we just witnessed, right? T225 going outside of the circle. I don't know where he was going. I don't know what the plan was. I don't know what the idea was. But he somehow was just outside the circle. I'm so curious on some of the thought processes on some of these players when they land either outside of the circle, sometimes very close, trying to see where the next loot is. What is the idea when some of these play styles come through and then they end up coming out in the beginning in some of these moments? Meanwhile, Pace, they would have captured the first elimination here. The question is, it looks like he's going to be able to maybe get two here, but he is dangerously low. He's got to be very careful here. Nice defensive clang on both sides. Ooh, beautiful. Does it again. Oh, no. He's able to capture the flip on this one. Looks like he's going to capture the blue. Oh, just in the nick of time. He's able to pop the ulti, and he's going to go airborne here. Frostinus wants to get that elimination here, but Pace says, no, I'm going to glide. Look real nice. You'll never find.
Yeah, Frostivus here wants to hunt this down. He does have a gear advantage here on Paste. He does have ult in the back pocket still. There's the F. Huge opening to the fight for him. Immediately burns Pace F as well. Leaves him in such a great position. Pace, though, coming in with the staff, putting in work there. Going to use that gold focus to his advantage. Frostivus trying to get away from the roller. Pace going to knock them both into it, but he's got enough HP. He can let the roller do the work. Pace so happy about that. He sets that up so perfectly off of the staff setup, and Frostivus has got to be fuming about that. I would be so mad about that position. Unfortunately, he walks right into it. Now, you were talking about what's the mental of, some of the players, how they rotate. We were talking about T225 going towards the edge of the zone there in the very beginning of the game. Sometimes you've got to lock in and look at your pacing for a game, right? We had some issues with some players in solos earlier this year where they would do really good early on. They would pick up like 1 or 2 eliminations, but then they would get eliminated just before Realm of Yang. When you get eliminated in that time slot and you have to come back with all white gear, it is almost impossible for you to find your way back into a game just because of the way pacing times out. Every time you're looking to actually gear up, you can't really go out and look for gear because you're vulnerable. When Realm of Yang pops and you can go look for gear, you're in a bad place where you're just playing catch up. A lot of the gear is gone. And then even once you do get the gear, you then can't afford to go take fights to try to leverage the advantage off of it because you find yourself having to fight people who are coming out of Yang with those buffs and have a massive advantage over you, plus a gear advantage. Speaking of which, while we're talking about this, Wolves, Wang Lian gonna go down. S was 1 Pace gonna come in here on Baoda's action. Pace off to a really good start yet again this game. 3 eliminations, looking to make it 4 here on to Baoda's action. And man, Pace just is not missing right now. He is coming through clean here on to action. The third party from Arano, though, is going to come in and actually clean up Baoda's action. Now, Pace is the one being taken for a ride here by EWG's Arano, but Pace not going to stand for it. There we go. He's going to invest the F here, immediately decides to go ahead and pop the ultimate and just said, if you want it, come get it, Arano. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to take a little reset. Oh my God, look at this. Gets away from the teleport. He played that so well. He expected the ult to come in. Sure enough, it does. Pace just keeps moving. He's able to avoid both teleports coming in here from EWG's Arano. And Arano now not in a great position. Pace gonna end the ultimate here. And now it is back to neutral for SS1's Pace here versus EWG's Arano. And Pace trying to make something happen here. Arano, though, gonna find control. Pace gonna come back in. Walks into that charged LMB, though. Not a good position. Will finally turn back around. Find a little bit of advantage here while this fight's going on. X1's Wu Fang eliminates TE Star from the lobby. Pace decides he's going to take this opportunity to break away, look for a reset. Arano, though, gonna be a little bit ahead there in the time advantage, was able to get a pot under his belt. Pace just trying to bait this into a fight between these two players, but Pace in a really bad situation now. Arano just looking way cleaner than Pace is, considering how clean Pace's first 3 eliminations were. Arano has come in and thrown his rhythm completely off. Pace here just trying to keep the game alive. Baoda's action in it here. Baoda's action, of course, being the player that EWG's Arano eliminated, that Pace set up for him, and now he's back for the third party. He wants the elimination for himself. Oh my goodness! So unfortunate. Pace comes through the side. Arano has the read. He's just holding the scale rush. As soon as he sees Pace step 1 pinky toe out of that doorway, he lights him up and picks up the elimination. EWG's Arano cleaning up 2 back-to-back.
Absolutely insane towards this. Love to see the amount of momentum coming through for so many different things here. The clutch only makes it a little bit better. 38 seconds left on the clock here for Wufeng, as he's going to be able to hop inside of the Realm of Yang here. Same with Zhang. Zhang having a nice little bit of an avenue. See if they can keep that same momentum. Pushing through. Zhang looks like he's going to be by himself here. Doesn't really have to worry about anybody trying to steal his thunder. Trying to take his time here. Will make things a little bit more easier. Pace is going to be on the left side for this rotation here. Take his time. See if we can lean with it and rock with it. Because now Wolves going to start up trying to get that loot. Pace is going to try to see if he can wait this out. Try to time it just a little bit. Doesn't want to do too much here. Nothing in terms of desperation. A little bit of a what's up? How you doing? I'm doing good. How's your game? My game's going all right, man. How's your game going? It's going all right. It's not too bad. Oh, and then here we go. Nice back with the clutch. Here we go. Nice little strike. Trying to see if they can close it out here on both of them. They said, okay, hold on. Wait, I still have to fight you. Oh, yeah, you're right. Looks like one's going to go airborne here. Pace trying to go through towards it. Here comes the chase. Nice dodges on both sides here as Wolves trying to see if he can get a nice little bit of impact here, but Pace absolutely dodging it, not giving them the opportunity here. Oh, beautiful parry onto Wolves here. Nice little bit of a succession here as he's forced to pop the ulti here. And now here comes the chase as Pace going to be able to use this momentum to go airborne, but also captures the heal. Meanwhile, Baoda and JDG the middle of their realm of Yang. KLA and GG is about to start up theirs as well. We still have one more that's missing here. Let's see who's going to claim the third slot for the realm of Yang here, or if anybody is going to claim it. Nobody might not claim it at all here. And currently, Ace is on the run. He does not want the smoke coming in from Wolves here. Looks like we're going to go right inside, live and direct inside of the realm of Yang here. We got to put in a few strings, pull some few strings here so we can get some nice coverage on the inside of God's Temple. Meanwhile, Chozeng able to take it just a little bit while longer here. Oh, just a little bit of some strikes, nothing too hasty. Oh, the staff able to put in a nice little bit of damage here on X-Gen. Beautiful turnaround parry on the Chozeng. Nice little bit of a reflect off that. Oh, almost takes him down with the strike, but not able to here. And it looks like now he's on the chase and the turnaround here. Trying to see if he can time it, but X-Gen popping his ultimate. Might have popped it maybe a little too early here. But let's see. Oh, almost misses him. Almost lands, should I say. Actually, here is Chozeng is going to be able to go for the strike here. 40 seconds left on the clock here for both of them. Still has a little bit of time left here, but now it's starting to slowly tick away little by little here for the both of them. Oh, almost catches him on the airboard, but he lands right on top of the rooftop of the staff. Just for him to keep the game alive. Nice dodges coming through from JDG. Chozeng, the thing about that pole staff is about as slow as it goes here. You really need to be able to time it as best he can here. Chozeng able to hold on for a little while longer here as X-Gen able to put in so much damage here. Oh, nice little bit of airborne movements coming in from the dual blades here. They're able to go right back at you. Oh, beautiful parry. Chozeng so dangerously close, and just like that, he catches him on the double parry, gets the finish, and X-Gen reads him like a book.
Oh my goodness, yeah, X-Gen absolutely plays that so well. We see JDG's Chu Zhang throwing blues. It's like 4 blues back to back. Doesn't expect to get parried. Gets double parried out there by Baoda's X-Gen. Now Chu Zhang on the outside, 4 minutes on that Yang depletion. He's going to have to put in some work here to clear up that Yang depletion and get himself back in this game. Let's go over to KLA's T225 in a very similar situation with 3 minutes left remaining on the Yang depletion. And T225 here on the hottie needs to find some points for himself here this game. He has a nice cushion, but that cushion not going to last forever. So he needs to start scoring some points here as we keep going. Over to Baoda's X-Gen now engaging with X1's Wu Fang and just cleaning him up. The dual blades putting in absolute work today for so many players. Wu Fang, they're going to pop the ultimate, needing that extra HP coverage just to keep himself alive. And Baoda's X-Gen is not afraid of those spears whatsoever. He's just going to face tank it there. He knows Wu Fang has got to run away. He can't actually look to convert that into damage given how low his HP is. He's got to find an advantage. Massive parrying from Baoda's X-Gen into the bubble yet again, into the jumping re-parry, and man, Baoda's X-Gen just does not miss parries today.
The parry is coming through. X-Gen, that's like his 4th parry so far in the last 2 minutes. I mean, he really has been trying to find it here. Meanwhile, Chozeng has to be able to find a Soul Bloom here. Oh, never mind. He gets absolutely rejected from Wolves here. And here he comes absolutely flying. Both of them just trying to carry it away a little while longer. Trying to see maybe they can connect it to some way, shape, or form, but it looks like they won't be able to. Could be an unsuccessful moment here. Still able to rotate towards certain things here. Let's see if they can take the time and be able to work towards it. Oh, Chozeng is able to find the timing just enough. You'd love to see it here. As Chozeng is able to find it. Oh no! Wolves almost gets caught by both sides here. Both of them end up getting absolutely ducked out. As Wolves is able to capture elimination on a Chozeng here. And Wufang is out of this game. Game number 2. Just below qualifying line here with 18.5 here. Meanwhile, AIS. Nice little bit of strike. Oh, beautiful parry to return the favor. He says, see you later, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you for the love. Oh, ends up getting caught, though, but he doesn't actually end up taking the advantage here towards it. And it looks like X-Gen wants it. It looks like he doesn't find anything, at least in terms of shield. So it looks like he's forced to fight this out here. Pops open the ulti here, has the opportunity to really shut this down here. X-Gen might be able to capture this dub, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, he slowly does. He's going to be waiting for the blue strike. See if maybe he can time it just well enough. Yes, he does. X-Gen is able to capture his next elimination as well. X-Gen, 3 eliminations deep into this game, 23 points, and is in 4th place.
Yeah, Bauda's Action having an exceptional game for himself right now. Those 3 eliminations huge. He's setting himself up for a really strong late game. He's playing, of course, Valdo, which means he has a really good shot if he makes it to the heal off there in the end of coming out on top of the lobby, converting those eliminations into that multiplier and getting even more points for himself. EWG's Orano over here has been a bane in the side of quite a few players, now finding himself getting caught out by the rest of the lobby. DRG's Fong putting the business to him right now with that flame tick, making it so hard for Orano to burst away here. A huge scale rush in onto Orano yet again. Orano half health here, no ultimate, no F available. This is a dangerous situation for Orano, and man, Fong just gonna come in with a huge scale rush and clean that elimination up so fast as we bop over now to Bauda's Action versus Kele's T225 inside the realm of Yang. And again, Action been on fire right now, but T225 here needs to get some points on the board for himself here in the realm of Yang. Time's gonna tell who comes out on top, but geez, T225 coming in hot here already, ripping the armor here off of Bauda's Action. Gonna overhold there on the Nunnies, get some clean hits in. Gonna dodge away here from the spears. Another clean parry from Bauda's Action. That's I do believe his 5th parry this game, which is insane. T225 gonna do a little bit of healing here, looking to come around the corner and set up a huge attack here. Wants to get that fire tick damage off onto Action. Action trying to use the scale rushes to cut away here, not gonna be able to find it. He's holding the timing here yet again, doesn't quite clip him off the side, will clip him that time. Now around the corner here, and both these players gonna have to go back to neutral. Only their F abilities up and available. T225 yet again takes control of neutral, doing a ton of damage here off the back of a blue fan. Bauda's Action on the other side, though, with these legendary dual halberds, just not able to find the damage he's looking for. Tries to come in for the scale rush. Will find it. Huge grapple bump into the charged RMB there off of the dual halberds. Going to do a ton of damage. T225 with the F invested, looking to come around the corner, not going to fall for yet another parry. T225 playing this very well, but 10 seconds left remaining on the clock. This could go to timeout. Action so low. Bauda's T225's got to fight it, and there it is! T225 on the board with his first win in the realm of Yang here in game number 2.
Absolute incredible shutdown here. T225 really filling it out here. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this final circle goes. I really feel like it might be in between T225, Action. Action has been playing incredibly well so far. He's 3 or 4 eliminations deep into this game. T225 having the shot as well here, but he's doing well. He doesn't have to really worry too much here. Now, the rotation comes through. Gonna take his time, and here comes the soul essence coming through his Action, ready for a round number 2, as he has 5 minutes left on the clock for him to start looking at him, for him to start hunting. He's gonna have to capture elimination, or at least get a soul bloom for him to keep the game alive.
Yeah, I mean, here we are, Zone 3 collapsing into Zone 4, 7 players left alive. Bauda's Action needs to find one of those players and pick up an elimination to keep it going there. Needs to cleanse that Yang depletion. As we cut over here to Plumed Castle, where multiple fights breaking out. Wolves Wang Liang on the receiving end of some pain here. No ultimate online, as Kele's T225 and SS1's Paste are on the hunt here. Plumed Castle going to be the perfect place for Wang Liang to try to break away from these engagements and not fall a victim to these players. GG Shaw also here. Unfortunately, Shaw very, very quiet compared to last game, Dobby.
Yeah, very quiet. I think, I mean, even in these types of moments here, obviously things could be very, very different depending on what they're trying to do. And listen, Shaw, he still has 1 elimination to his name, but at least he has something. Better than nothing. Now it's all about staying alive, focusing on these next final circles here. He does have an opportunity here to really pop off if he wants to, but he's got to absolutely do it in these next few games here, for sure. Got to be careful. Meanwhile,
yeah, as I say, just trying to play it a little safe here on the backside, looking for a place to get a reset here.
I feel like he has to. And I know you might think, I don't know necessarily know, but I really do feel like he has to kind of play smart here towards this circle.
Oh, absolutely he has to. I mean, he's playing Valdo, right? So he's looking to go to heal off. He has to make it to heal off. in the end to have a really good game here. And it's one of the weaknesses of Valda, right? The changes to Valda has made it easier for Valda to actually make it to heal off, to not burn that ultimate before the end. But she does still suffer from the weakness that people know what stage of the game that Valda is trying to win the game. And they know if they can target them out, they can keep that from happening. So it is a catch-22. You're very, very strong in that element in those very final moments of the game. It's just like Yodo used to be, Dobby, where we would see those Yodo Himes wait for the very final moment of the game to pop that ultimate and just try to pop multiple kills over and over again. That's the same place Valda's in. Again, the changes have made it easier for her to survive and get there, but it is still the major weakness of Valda that if you eliminate them before they get there, it's very hard for those Valdas to find a good, strong game.
Let's see if maybe they can continue to keep somewhat of a strong game, because obviously, you know, now's the time for you to have the strongest game that you can inside of the circle here. Definitely cannot risk anything, you know, at least relatively like bad in this sequence, knowing you still have so much to do, and it can only get, you know, really crazier from here. But obviously only time will tell here. It looks like X is gonna find Pace. Pace in the middle of the fight here. Gonna be able to pop open the F key. Gonna try to see if he can give a little bit of some separation here. And it looks like I understand why now. Having that Soul Jade to keep the game alive. He has to be careful though. The Bane Spread's gonna be right nearby here, so this could be real bad. Somebody could actually end up getting hurt. Meanwhile, the third party comes through as it looks like that's gonna be coming from T225 here. Forces the ulti for some reason here. It's gonna be to try to see if maybe he can apply some of that pressure. Sadly, wasn't able to hit anybody. Oh, he ends up catching Pace though. Inside of this next one here, it looks like the nice recovery coming through from Pace, able to keep it alive. Oh no, ends up doing the exact same thing, forces the ulti here. Action not looking good. There's so many explosions from every which way, the ricocheting from all of the cannons from inside of the tunnel, causing so much damage that Action forcing himself to back out of this. Has to be really careful here. It looks like even towards this here, Action able to time it just well enough here. Does exactly what he needs to here. Oh man. Action trying to take the time here. Both of them, ooh, waiting on it, trying to see if maybe they can capture the care parry, but not enough. And here comes some of this time strikes. Has to be careful here. Doesn't want to land anywhere in a bad situation. Whoa, beautiful parry, but that parry was nowhere to be seen though. What happened? That was crazy. Meanwhile, T225 was out shopping here. Probably the worst time to be doing that. Here's Action trying to keep it alive here. And looks like he's going to be able to scale rush at least outside of this area here. Nice little bits of movement here, and it looks like it's not going to be enough as Action sadly does go, I don't feel so good.
Oh my goodness, yep. Here we go. Wolves Wang Liang trying to secure the Spirit Well for himself here. This could be absolutely huge for him if he's able to make it happen. The Cloud Weaver going to come in, knock Wolves out of the circle, but he's not waiting or willing to give up just yet. Trying to hold that space with the ultimate. The problem is if he doesn't get this now, he's going to be in a really bad situation. And unfortunately for Wolves Wang Liang, he's got forced to go away. Gets really lucky there on the terrain. Frostivus was able to hit him there. That could have been it. And oh my goodness, there it is. Frostivus cleans up the elimination and finds himself on the board. Frosty Boy coming in to clean up Wolves Wang Liang, who's going to be sent back to the lobby here. GG Shaw coming in trying to secure this for himself as well. Is willing to commit the ultimate as well. Oh my goodness, the Dragon's Roar though coming in from SS1 Pace, gonna knock him out of the circle yet again. That Dragon's Roar being a huge threat. Shaw just playing this very smart, huge parry on a KLA's T225. Yet again, Dragon's Roar gonna come in and play a huge part of this, being able to throw that from outside of the circle and then turn it back in, gold focus into the circle, making it very hard for anybody to secure this. Man, Shaw on fire with these tap dodges right now, able to get away from so much. Knocked out yet again, not able to dodge that one. He just needs a couple more seconds here. He's gonna have armor, gonna be back online, but no! The Dragon's Roar yet again! SS1's Pace is denying everybody. Again, you throw it to the side, you avoid getting parried, and then you just come in with that gold focus. It covers the full distance of that circle. SS1 Pace using that legendary Soul Jade to his advantage here. He's going to pick up the Mystic Might and take control of this lobby.
Love to see it when you really are able to switch it around here, and does a fantastic job of it towards the end of the circle here. Absolutely insane here. Now the game is tied between Pace and Feng. 26.5 and a 23.1, but both of them with 3 eliminations to their name. This is about to get hasty. Four elims. Oh, he finds Fong at the bottom there. He says, hello there. He ends up catching him on the wrong stretch here. So now Pace is going to have to see if he can retreat this out. And outside of the circle here, obviously the circle tick is actually going to be very, very damaging. As Fong's trying to keep the game alive. He's going to try to parry one. Looks like he's able to, but not enough. Now it's not looking good as Fong is getting chased now. Both of them absolutely diving in. Ruff, ruff, ruff. And it's absolute. Oh no, and Franzos comes through and steals the elimination and swipes it away from the both of them here. Now it's not looking good for one of them at least, because now one of them has no shield, and that's coming from all the work T225 putting in the effort here. And it looks like this timing couldn't be any more better for Pace. He has the opportunity to clutch this up, and it looks like Frostivus is able to capture his second elimination into this game. Both of them outside on the outskirts of the circle here. They're going to take their time, but obviously the circle tick is not going to make it any easier here, as he does keep the pressure. Frostivus not on the bad side of this here. It's going to be real bad as he ends up catching it on the wrong side, and Pace shuts him down, gets 4 eliminations, and secures the dub for himself here. Frosty, why did you risk going outside of the circle?
I mean, realistic, Frostivus was in a tough situation there, no matter what he does. But SS1 Pace, man, was on fire this game. Able to clean it up, going to be walking away your MVP. Well-deserved. And again, that Soul Jade coming in, the Dragons were really locking down such a strong position for him there, especially when it came to fighting over that final Spirit Well. Able to constantly use it to just threaten that space, knock people out. And I mean, people were so close. Every time we cut to it, somebody was like just a half a tick away from it locking down that Spirit Well, getting a full reset, getting their ult back online, getting a set of legendary armor, and Pace just denies it time and time again. So gotta give Pace his ups for that, because man, he absolutely plays that so well in the final moments, Dobby.
Absolutely insane finish here. We love to see it when those finishes are absolutely dynamite, and especially for a player like Place here, who played really well. He played to his advantages. He understood the amount of timing that he needed, and all those, obviously, just pairing it up, being smart with what he had. He was able to shut it down, does a fantastic job of it just like that. He's back at the top, and he's doing a really good job of that so far here. So let's see, we're down game 2. We still got another game left before we lock it in for our halfway mark here. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 4 games left. Somebody is going to be crowned, and 6 players are going to be headed to the mainland for LAN for NARAKA finals. It's going to be good. It's going to be a good set of games here, as the rest of the casters are already most likely on the plane there.
Yeah, absolutely, Dobby. But speaking of like being on the way there, we're on our way to another answer for treasure, so you don't want to lose out on your chance to get your hands on some goodies here with our next question for you guys. Which hero was the MVP in game number 8? Is it A, Hadi? Is it B, Liam? C, Valda? Or D, Matari? Get your answers locked in real quick, and make sure you're looking at your whispers here on Twitch for a chance to get your hands on one of those summer split random gift boxes.
It's going to be interesting to see where this goes. This one you have to actually be paying attention. I'm not gonna lie. This one you definitely have to be paying attention to the games. You had to have been here. Hog, I was here, as they say. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god, absolutely love it, Navi. Yeah, I mean, this was a really good clean game from Paste. I mean, Paste has had such a strong performance this year. It would feel really weird not to see him qualify, go to Worlds this year. So happy to see him having a good day here today. Again, a 7.8 points up on the board. Frostivus picking up 5 points, though. This is really good for Frost. He needs to keep those points, stay in the top 6. He has done so much work this year. Him and Alliance both in the summer split have come in, and I mean, by far some of the most improved players and teams we have had all year. It would be a shame for them not to qualify and head to J-Cup and show us just how much that improvement really has been. So happy to see Frostivus putting some big points up on the board, staying in that top 6 across the board here, man. It's been crazy. T225, another 3.5 game for him. Bauda's action looked to be in really good form, and then he loses that Realm of Yang, and off the back of that, he just kind of disappears. So, you know, still decent points on the board for him. Time is going to tell whether he qualifies or not. Wolves Wang Liang finding himself in a desperate situation. Again, he was in that range, right? He was right there. He was in 6th place. He's got a lot of work to do. Unfortunately for GG Shaw, 2 points is not enough points in this game. He's got to keep his foot on the gas and keep getting some points on the board if he wants to climb to that top 6. But there you go. T225 still sitting at the top with 47.6. He's still got a 17-point lead, Dobby. He's sitting real pretty.
Yeah, he's sitting real nice and smooth. Ain't got to do a whole lot. He could just chill out, have fun. He's like, hey, I'm good. Things are great right now. I'm Gucci. You know, as we love to see it so far here towards this, towards the end of games so far here. As we're gonna look back at the replays here, sponsored by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming here. Pace is the PR dub winner. Look at Pace from earlier, is able to capture that first elimination. I mean, this is about to be a Pace reel.
Oh, yeah, this was just dirty, the way he does Frostivus there. But, I mean, he sets that up so perfectly, right? It's not like that roller was an accident in any way, shape, or form. He gets Frostivus to take the fight right there on the edge. He locks him up in the staff and is able to immediately afterwards get the follow-up and knock him up in it. He knows he's got to put himself there, but he knows he has such an HP lead. As long as the roller connects onto Frostivus twice, even if he gets connected onto twice, he picks up the elimination and doesn't die. That's exactly what happens. Man, Pace was just big brain plays there, Dobby.
It's a little scary. Little scary. Just towards that here. As you love to see it with many different opportunities here, but man, oh man, when I tell you, like, really was able to shut that down in the best way possible here. But look at Pace. Pace just absolutely giving them the opportunity, but also not at the same time. Saying like, no. You thought, but that's not how this is gonna work. We're not doing it that way.
There we go. We're going to see our boy SS1 Pace coming in with the hottie MVP. Love to see this first MVP here. 15,000 damage and 4 eliminations coming through. That Dragon's Roar and Mortal Defiance in the back pocket. I mean, that Dragon's Roar really playing a huge part in Pace to being able to lock up that final circle, lock everybody down, secure himself that spirit well, and it just set up a series of dominoes to fall over. He does such a good job in playing those final moments of the game out. And again, like you said, it just comes up a paced reel in the end there off of the replays. And I mean, look, Frostivus, I gotta give it to him. I'm gonna be honest. If I die to that thorny roller setup from paced earlier into the game like that, I've got no points on the board. My mental's gonna be fried off of that. That is the last possible way you want to go out in one of these games.
Look.
So for Frostivus just to pull it back and be like, all right, cool, reset the mental, come back in and still put up some really good points on the board. Super proud of my boy Frostivus over there. And again, there's players who just don't let stuff get to their mental, right? Frostivus not usually one of the players I assert that way.
He's very level-headed. He doesn't really have
it's nice to see him be able to make that happen. But speaking of making things happen, we're going to make a break happen real quick before we come back and lock in for game number 3, so don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 games deep, and we have 4 more to go. And to give 6 other players a ticket to the Mainland Grand Finals here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the games. My name is Dobby here, alongside my main man, somebody who, like I said, like he said earlier, somebody who we've been playing with for so long. We've been grinding this game for so long. We have been casting this game for so long. RuneKeeper TV, ladies and gentlemen. He got me on my leather vibes. He was like, you know what? You do leather today. I'm gonna join you on the leather. You know what I'm saying? I remember when you used to do it so often, and I was like, okay, Rune, at least if you're gonna do leather, at least switch up the leather. Like, at least let's not do the same leather. Like, switch it up a little bit. So I said, you know what? I ain't done it, and I got this new jacket that I'm really, really in love with. I was like, hey, you ain't the only one that's got some leather, baby.
Look, we got to keep it old school, right? We started out in the leather. We got to finish it off in the leather this year. Taking a look here, Frostabus, our boy. Again, super proud of him last game, right? You know, Frostabus is a player that we talked about him being very level-headed. He is a player that I think doesn't have enough confidence in himself, though, right? You know, every time we cut to an interview, he's like, you know, I'm just going to come do as good as I can. Like, he's never hyping himself up. It's one of the things I've talked to him about before is, like, I need my boy to come out and be like, look, I'm going to take it all. I need to see that confidence from Frostabus because as a player, he's got the skill to take it there, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely, he does. Absolutely. And that's the thing too, like he also has the patience too. I think that's the other thing. His timing, his patience, what he's done before. He's done a really, really great job at really being able to switch out and switch up different things. And I think even with that, he has, like we were talking about earlier prior to the commercial break, you know, he's a very level-headed player. And I think with the level-headedness of that type of thing, I mean, he really does have, you know, that opportunity for, you know, when you are level-headed like that, it really does give you a little bit of an advantage in this game, especially with how intense this game can get.
Yeah, I mean, the mental really does come into play quite a lot. You know, when we talk about mental, let's talk about a player who's already qualified for J-Cup here for a second. WBG Spider is always the first player that comes to mind for me because it's something he struggled with and he's openly admitted to struggling with. In a lot of his interviews, he talks about his coach and gives a lot of credit to his coach for being able to bring his mental back into line sometimes, but he still very much is a mental player. He has some crazy, you know, pop-off games, but then if he starts the day out, has a really poor game, sometimes it falls apart off the back of a bad performance like that and is not able to reset his mental and come back up. So, you know, mentality does play a huge role in this game for some of these players, whether it's somebody who has a very volatile mental or somebody who just has a really rock solid mental and is able to bounce back no matter what.
See if they can keep that same momentum going with certain things here. You'd love to see it. Even with that amount of timing, though, it could really be very, very vital. As we're going to see the picks here for the first seconds of the ban. First ban wave. Meow. Coming in real strong. There's that Valda pick coming in from Wufong. GG Shaw is going to go with, I'm going to say Takeda. Nope. Justina. I just want to pick random. Arado, AIS, what do you got? What's your picks? We do have another Valda. 2 Valdas in the gameplay. I'm so happy with this season. I love it. Mainly because I'm a Valda fan. Let's go, baby.
Look, it's been so refreshing having Valda back, both in solos and trios. It's just so good. I can't get over how much I love seeing Valda again. No, T225, do it, baby! That's a Tarka pick, ladies and gentlemen, and it's coming in from the man, the myth, the legend himself, T225.
Absolutely insane. This is going to be very fun. This is going to be real fun. I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to duke this one out. Because, you know, we love it when there's some problems. And clearly, when it comes to a player like that, too, especially T225, there might be some problems for sure.
Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a really good game. We're heading back to where it all started, Dobby. We're going to be heading on over to Morris Isle. The very first map we ever saw. And man, let me tell you, as somebody who's been here playing this game since late 2020, way back during the first very closed invite-only betas, man, this map has changed a lot, but it will always be our home here in NARAKA. And these players, you see it all the time. This is a comfort map for everybody. The players who have been here since the beginning, man, this map is where they really shine.
Let's see where the shine really does take place, though, for some of these playstyles. Looks like we're going to see 3 Valdas in this map. I'm so excited. We have more Valdas this time. Just 1% more, but still, I think that's a massive percentage.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy game. I can feel it. This is one of those things where you see the intensity just shift up throughout the day. You know, your first game is going to be very intense. Your second game, even more intense, so on and so forth throughout the day, especially because this is it. This is your opportunity to qualify for Jacob. Don't get me wrong, the other tournaments throughout our different splits, our spring split, our summer split, the players coming in, they of course they want to perform well, they want to put points on the board, they want to walk away the champion, but there's a different level of pressure when it comes to being a professional player, and whether you qualify or not being on the line, that level of pressure is going to make you bring a level of aggression you do not bring to other games, Davi.
So I love the landing spots for some of these playstyles. We see DRG and Alliance all the way down near Shipwrecks Expanse. Not at Shipwrecks, but one is headed towards Spring Valley that's going to be in that cave system. It looks like both of them might be fighting it out inside of that cave system, so I'm excited to see if we can get a camera straight towards that area if they do dive deep into that space. Meanwhile, we got about 4 people heading towards the right side of Celestia. That's near Crow's Necks, Wayne Stride, and Sunwhale Drilling. All of that is where that massive bow is. Meanwhile, we have 2 more, AWG and 1 other player headed towards Zest Winery. One of the most popular areas that most people land here for Morris Isle. And we have Artesian Grove also packed out as well. So it's going to be interesting to see where these players start and how strong they start, depending on the loot that they get immediately. As we see Pace immediately duking it out with Wolves, and it looks like it's going to be the rematch from earlier, from game 1. He wants that smoke from earlier. He said, listen, I remember that fight from earlier. Don't think I didn't remember. You was doing real bad to me, and it's time for me to actually bring you back what happened to you earlier. Oh, beautiful parry to be able to go through with the knife, redirect towards this. Now looking good for him here. He's got the dagger. He's getting real close. Nice strike towards this with the blue focus. Trying to see if he can take the timeout, just trying to see if he can capture on the inside. Both of them want this elimination. I don't think any of them is going to want to fight this out. They're not trying to run. Oh, Pace with a beautiful right click with the blue focus with the katana, able to get the shutdown and capture the elimination on the Wolves. Here comes the right back towards this. T225 ends up getting thrown off the backside. He said, don't you ever walk in my home like this. This is my home. This is my home. Comprende? Capiche? And he sends them out flying, multiple combos to be able to capture it. Oh my goodness, Pace treats him like a book, and he catches 2 off the rip.
Man, Paste is on fire today. Again, when we talked about players who came in this summer split season who just absolutely cooked, Paste is one of those players, and he is showing us why today. He has come out to put a show on, moving on up into 2nd place off the back of his performance so far. As we cut over to Alliance's Frostive is here on one of his better heroes here, Hadi, as he goes head-to-head here with DRG's Fong here on the nunchucks. This is also one of Frostive's preferred weapons as well. Looking to lock it down. There we go. Huge parry from Frostive. What a beautiful read coming in there from Alliance's big dog himself. Able to knock him back there with that armor shatter. Now coming through, setting it up. There we go. Mini meter dump coming in from Frostive. DRG's Fong with the teleport gets control of the neutral there, but I don't believe he's got any ports left. Alliance's Frostive 1% away from ultimate. This is going to be bad, though. He doesn't have time to get the transformation, and he goes for it anyway, and because of it, DRG's Fong cuts him down.
Absolutely insane shutdown just for that. Cut him down like a tree. Got to be careful in certain instances here, as it looks like he's going to capture Action. Action was just hiding out. A little upside down like a bat, not trying to get caught up. You know, we love to see it. Oh, beautiful parry on the Action here to start. He's able to do a decent little bit of recovery here, but he ends up capturing him with some of that decent strike here coming in from the hand blades here. Not looking good for him here. Star actually takes a decent amount of damage here onto this. Oh, the actual almost capturing him as well towards this. Action now has to try to retreat off this as best he can here. As Star starts to split off here, Shazang wants that energy. He wants it. He's going to push towards this here. Meanwhile, Star has the opportunity to go for the shield because it's not looking good because now all eyes are on Extra. Extra just trying to retreat out of this. Zhang wants to be able to capture this fight. Oh, he decided to turn around. He wants the smoke. He's dangerously low. It's not looking good for him. Oh, beautiful turnaround towards the strike. Nice little bit of a swipe towards this all the way with that nice little bit of a retreat. And now, Extra trying to hold on. How did he live through that? I thought that was it. Like, I thought both of them were actually going to dive bomb onto him. And just like that, it was over. There's no way. Extra's still staying alive towards this, keeping the game structure decent while he's just trying to roam around, not trying to get caught up too badly here, but still wants to get some decent strikes here. Oh no, Star almost gets caught in a corner. Oh, and it looks like Shazing is able to dive in and captures the finish. Can Shazing finish it off and get a two-piece towards this? Oh, he's trying to capture with the bow strike, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like he's going to pop open the Hottie ulti here, and he's going to roam and soar, but it's not looking good for him here as he's slowly just trying to capture it. Oh, not making it easy for him here. He finds the gray shield swap just to keep the game alive just a little while longer here. Oh, almost strikes him down off the wall here. Not able to do enough. Almost hits him at least through the wall. But it looks like Star is able to keep the game alive as another ulti from Shazang wasted.
Shazang here. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's so close. All he needed to do was realistically put that fire tick on Star once, and it would have been over. He just was not able to connect. He fumbles it through the windows twice, but still able to clutch it up, able to lock Star down, come around the corner, and clean up that elimination. As we head on over to Celestra here, fight breaking out between X1's Wu Fang, Wolves, Wang Liang, and EWG's Arano showing up for the third party as well. The fire tick putting in work, and Arano gonna send Wolves out of the lobby. Things are not looking good for Wolves Wang Liang. This is his second game where he's gone out early, and he has moved down into the bottom of the pack. He's got a lot of work to do in his next 3 games. We cut over to GG Shaw. Speaking of a lot of work to do, trading blows with DRG's Fong. Things just do not look great here. Really nice grapple bump with the follow-up. Unfortunately, the terrain gonna stop a little bit of that damage from him, and then Fong just turns around for the easy cleanup there with how low GG Shaw was. Unfortunate for GG Shaw. Luckily, still has a rebirth, but it's a bad part of the game, in my opinion, to be eliminated. And this is what we talked about earlier. This is kind of that stage of the game where you don't really want to be eliminated because it puts you on such a bad tempo for the rest of the game. So I would not be surprised to see GG Shaw be pretty quiet for the rest of the game leading up to that final circle. Bada's action over here off the back of an early elimination, still looking to loot back up and get back into this game. We're going to see here X1's Wu Fang with that ticket to head on inside the realm of Yang, just chilling. And it looks like a lot of these other players are just going to opt to break away and go look for their own portal. Jails AIS here, trading blows with SS1 Pace. Pace trying to force AIS out of the circle here so he can get that Realm of Yang ticket. Pace doing what Pace does best here. Just is going to decide to back away from this. Doesn't need to overcommit to this fight and is going to head towards another Realm of Yang. I really like the way Pace has been feeling out these Realms of Yang. He'll come in, see how committed these players are to a Yang or not. And if he sees they're pretty committed, he wastes no time breaking away, resetting, and looking for another way in to that Realm of Yang. T225 here, looking to head into Yang as well. Just going to pop that ult. Keep himself moving here before he heads on in. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Kaylee's T225 versus DRG's Fong. Will we get to see the first Tarka Infinite I think we have seen all year? Time will tell. Kaylee's T225 here versus DRG's Fong. Who's going to come out on top? He does have the sword, waiting for that moment. He needs to bait these Fs out. He needs to get it online and see if he can't lock up that infinite here on Tarka. The F already invested here on the side of T225, waiting for the opportune moment. He's got to bait those Fs out pretty quick if he wants to have that opportunity to look for it. He's going to pop the ultimate, goes for the elbow. Waiting for it, trying to come in, make something happen. The old recast on the other side here by DRG's Fong misses the opportunity to set up the ultimate there. That uppercut not quite going the way he wants to. He's got to find the people's elbow here if he wants to make something happen. Doesn't quite connect onto it. DRG's Fong is in such a strong position here. That R&B doing so much damage. T225, the ult runs out. There's no world where T225 wins this fight. Sure enough, DRG's Fong comes in off the top rope and sends him home.
The absolute finish towards this as we have back into another realm of Yang here, and we got the eyes of Xshin and Wufong, middle of their fight. Looks like Xshin was trying to see if he could find a nice little bit of a grab, maybe a strike here towards this. Oh, nice little bit of dodge coming in from Xshin, trying not to get caught up by any of the combos Wufong has to offer here towards this. As looks like he's going to dive back a little bit more towards it, trying to dodge it as best he can. And it looks like he sadly was unable to find it here as Wufong is able to capture a beautiful amount of combos here towards this. Not looking good for him here. Oh, no, almost catches him inside of it. Ends up finding the circle tick from the heel. Is able to stun it. Oh, he ends up catching it. Oh, no. He actually misses out on the final strike towards that. That would have been so vital for him to win the realm of Yang here. 51 seconds left on the clock here. It really does take one good strike from one of these players. Action dangerously low. That water tick so dangerous. You got to be careful here. As it looks like both of them are going to try to heal up just a little while longer here, just to keep it alive. It's not looking good though. 30 seconds left on the clock here. They're going to have to absolutely dive in on it. Oh, here we go. Beautiful strike towards that marvelous parry off Wufong. Wufong able to feel it out. Xshin doing a great job here with some of his dodges. He really is able to read these super well, but sadly, he's just on the wrong side of this one here as now he has to dive around, but it's not going to be enough as Xshin does get eliminated and Wufong is able to capture him inside of the realm of Yang.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. T225 unfortunately going to be eliminated here yet again by DRG's Fong. The run it back, and Fong sends T225 back to the lobby. He's not going to be here for the rest of game at number 3. EWG's Arano going to have his shield stripped away almost immediately. And our boy Fong continues his reign of terror in this game. 4 eliminations under his belt already. He still has that buff from the realm of Yang here, chasing down here on the Valda player Arano, just waiting for Arano's ult to go out. We're gonna see the 2 Na coming into play here. DRG's Fong gonna come in, and they're in such a strong position. They still have ultimate. Of course, they still have Vermilions as well. They can commit to this fight over and over again here as long as they've got that Vermilions and look to take an even stronger lead. Big damage onto EWG's Arano. The poison shroom's gonna be popped, and this is actually favorable for DRG's Fong. Again, he has that safety net. He can afford to take this fight. Waits for the bubbles to go away, looks for the scale rush. Everybody coming in wants this elimination. Misses the opportunity, but Reeve finds it. DRG's Fong goes to 6, and he's still sitting pretty, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. He's gonna go down, but Vermilions keeps him safe as Fong climbs the leaderboard over and over again. GG Shaw coming back in, looking for his 3rd elimination. Gonna find a ton of damage onto JL's AIS here. The ult gonna come to an end. AIS taking control of the neutral, trying to find the freeze, doesn't quite find it. The bubbles come in, looking for the R&B. GG Shaw wants to make the most of this Vermilion Bird's Might. He will find the elimination, and Fong is running it back.
Absolutely insane. He wants to be able to run that back here. Absolutely dangerous here. He's got to be a little bit more careful here. Doesn't want to get caught up towards this one as we're still inside of the cave here. It's a 4-way system here, and the halls is looking real greenery. And it looks like Frostivus is going to decide he's going to be the first one to dip out of this. He does not want none of that smoke from the inside. It looks like Fong trying to see if he can find a nice one. He ends up finding Frostivus back inside here. I thought he would have been fully retreated. It looks like everybody else decides to leave, but Wufong wants all that smoke. Oh, man, and Shaw ends up getting eliminated by Wufong. Wufong able to capture another elimination. He's 4 eliminations deep into this game right now. He's 4 deep. That Wufong is popping off right now. He is feeling it.
Yeah, Wufong having a very, very strong game. And again, he still has 38 seconds there on that. Unfortunately, his fan's going to get parried away from him there, but the Vermilion's going to keep him in the game. As we take a look at the scoreboard, DRG's Fong at 6, X1's Wufong at 4, and GG Shaw at 3. Shaw finally finding some more momentum in this game. You know, he's been playing catch up all day just with the rest of the players on the bottom of the leaderboard, but now he's in a state where every point he starts to pick up actually cleans up space for him to climb the leaderboard. He's moved on up into 9th position. DRG's Fong, though, in a bit of a pickle here. trying to break away from this fight. Unfortunately, forced to burn the ultimate, forced to burn both of his Fs just to get away and keep the game alive. But Fong does just that. As we see GG Shaw and some of these other players trying to debate, do they want to stay and contest the Spirit Well, or do they want to give chase here to TRG's Fong? And Shaw says he wants Fong, goes for the elimination, but from downtown with a musket shot, it's our boy Alliance's Frostivus to clean up the elimination onto DRG's Fong.
He said downtown. Absolutely. What a beautiful finish towards this, though. He wasn't able to get a shutdown towards this, and does a really good grab of it, though. Meanwhile, Action still off the rotation in the run it up. GG Shaw trying to see if he can come in with third party here. T-Star ends up getting pulled, not looking good as GG Star ends up stealing the elimination away from Action here. And now here comes those combos. Almost goes invisible. Is able to actually lose him for a split second here. Is able to dive back. Nice little bit of a stun here. Both of them trying to read it well. Action ends up capturing the parry. Not looking good as Shaw captures a beautiful two-piece. And Shaw is 5 eliminations deep into this game. GG Shaw is not through. Isn't it crazy? He was down at the very, very bottom. Now look at him. He's 2 slots away from qualifying. Just like that. I told you, things can change.
I mean, things can change, but he's had to put in the work, right? Shaw has not slowed down since the beginning of the day, which is good. That's exactly what he needed to do. But here we are with SS1's Pace versus Wu Fong inside the Realm of Yang. Pace trying to set up a big teleport there. Will get a little bit of damage, but doesn't find control of that neutral game like he's hoping to. A huge 2-stage charge coming out there from that Soul Jade, putting the burn tick on to X1's Wu Fang there. That blistering edge going to do a lot of work for SS1 here, and now trying to come back in and find it yet again, looking for a way to set this up. He has not. There we go. The ult going to be invested. Wu Fang going to come in there with that. Now the ult on the side of Wu Fang. There we go, teleporting away, but still going to get speared out. Wu Fang with a really clean read into the grapple bump uppercut on the side of the wall. Oh my goodness, that could have been deadly for SS1's Pace, but he has Shatter in the back pocket, and Shatter keeps him from going into a TOD off of the Valda grapple bump. That said, it's not going to be enough to win him this Realm of Yang as it all comes up X1's Wu Fang.
Absolutely insane finish towards this. You love to see it in terms of how it's been going so far for some of these players. Wu Fong here has been doing amazing, and so is GG Shaw. Those are the two that we should be focusing on currently here, as it looks like SS1's Pace. Two eliminations deep into this game. Now he has 5 minutes left on the clock for him to clutch up, capture a Soul Bloom, and keep the game alive for himself. Let's see if he can keep that same interest going. Love to see it here, especially with that amount of momentum here. I don't know what's going on here. There's something happened. They drunk some type of water or something, because that amount of confidence, also the dodging, doing very, very good for him. That amount of advantage that you have, being able to read through some of those moves and being able to predict the next steps, is phenomenal. That's why some of these players are some of the best in the world right now.
Paced here, 4 minutes and 16 seconds left remaining on that Yang depletion. And, you know, it's been a while since it's happened, but for those of you who are new here and don't know, that second Realm of Yang, they extended the duration of Yang depletion as you come out of that Yang, so you have a little bit more time to figure out a Soul Bloom. That change was made because a lot of players look to avoid the second Realm of Yang because it was so heavily weighted with the risk. There was not a lot of reward for realistically taking it. Now, with the extra time to potentially remove that Yang depletion coming out of the second Realm of Yang, you see a lot more players coming in and taking those Realms of Yang. Very healthy change that was made for the game here. It allows for things to continue with the action towards this section of the game before we get ready to head into Zone 4, which is realistically where the end of mid-game starts to come through and we start to head into late game. And you want to keep that pressure alive, and you also want to reward players who are able to take those Yangs and give them a reason to want to do it. So very good changes that we saw a while back, and happy to see players continue to take that risk. That player, of course, being Paced right now, who's down to 3 minutes left remaining here, and 3 minutes may not seem like a long time, but in terms of NARAKA, that is a lot of time for you to potentially find yourself a Soul Bloom here. And Paste, really good strategy here. He's not the one committing onto the fight so much. He finds another fight that's already going on and comes in and looks to be the arbiter, that sort of third party. This is a smart way to not give away the fact that you are a player who has that Yang depletion, because if you just start to heavily overcommit to the fights, it becomes very, very clear that, okay, hey, this player's got Yang depletion. We can literally just time this out. We don't have to take this fight. We just use the movement tech and keep things going. Paste doing a very good, but Pace doing a very good job of not giving that away. He's keeping both of these players interested. You've got the one player who's trying to get away here, and then you have the other player, Wufong here, who's also trying to keep both of these players engaged in a fight, which is very, very good for Pace. This is exactly what you want when you're in this position. What's unfortunate for Pace, though, is that where the circle is closed down, we are on Ballista Watch, we are on Tower Watch, and this is a nightmare if you're a player with Yang depletion trying to secure an elimination, because there's so much ability for players to use this tower, to use movement skills, to use those scale rushes, to make it so hard for you to be able to really commit and lock down onto an actual elimination, especially when you're trying to chase down a Hadi Ishmael on top of the tower movement here. But really clean stuff coming in from Paste. He's popped the ultimate here. He's been able to get those teleports down onto Chu Zhang a couple of times here. Chu Zhang on the inside, though, that ult going to be ended early, so he gets to maintain some of that rage. Going to pop the 2 Na. And again, this is a tough situation to be in if you're Paste, especially because you just committed the ultimate there. So Chu Zhang, yet again, on that tower watch, playing ring around the rosy here, going to make it very difficult for Paste. And again, we talked about those 3 minutes being a lot of time. You know, this would have already well been over if it was the old timing there for the Realm of Yang. So Paste, with 55 seconds left remaining, is going to have to make a decision here, because now none of these other players are committing to the fight anymore. You had Wufong before looking to commit to the fight, hasn't come back in. We're seeing GG Shaw throwing some range shots out here. This could be good for Paste, but Paste has got to find their way back heavily into this fight. Has got to find a way to make somebody commit. They decide they're not going to find it, and I think Wufong figured out what's going on. The jig is up here for Paste. As soon as Paste goes to move away, look at everybody in the lobby lock onto them. I think Wufong finally figured out that Paste was a player with Yang depletion looking to make something happen. As soon as he decides to grapple away, trying to keep these players from picking up an elimination, picking up a kill on him, the lobby turns on him. And sure enough, Paste into the zone, decides to go out on his own terms, and does not give a single more elimination to anyone else in the lobby.
Absolutely insane finish towards this. You love to see it. See if they can rotate towards this and see what type of momentum can be helped towards this. And now Wufong able to take that same momentum and rush it through. Able to dive back and dive deep as Frosty is trying to see if he can time it. Is now Frosty is going to be able to pop the ulti here. Says, see you later. I'm going airborne. I'll catch you on the next one. As he ends up on top of the ballista here. Nice little bit of aerial coverage. Realizes nobody's in there. Goes inside. Catch a little bit of some fire tick, though, from the cannon. Doesn't have too much of an issue towards this. Is, oh, looks like he's going to be able to drop all the way down. Finds GG Shaw on the door. Oh, ends up swiping him and says, see you later, buddy. Frostivus up top as well. Trying to see what amount of momentum can he get forth to just try to get away here. He really is going to need to. Looks like he was struggling. He could have been able to walk in on the inside, but I think he knows with the amount of people all the way around, it's not going to be easy. Just like you said before, that tower watch can be very hectic. Oh, almost caught him with the Banes, though. He ends up catching the heal and the shield. Keeping the game alive. Nothing too hasty. Oh, got to be a little careful, Joseng. Don't run into that. Those are very painful. Ooh, gonna keep fighting. He's gonna keep roundabouting you, man. Oh my goodness. All right. Nice little reset for everybody. As Wufong gets absolutely shredded by the Bane's Breath real quick. Frostivus taking his time little by little. Doesn't also want to get caught by it as well. 21 seconds left on that Bane's Breath. Goes inside of the tower hill, waits for it, goes inside of the corner, takes his time, pops the shield, fully heals, full shield. Now he's ready to go. Taking their time as everybody else starts to rotate here. We're 4 players deep into this final circle here. It's interesting to see what happens when people wait all the way to the very end, or what happens when all of the players are ready to just duke it out before the circle tick even ends.
Well, Wu Feng and Gigi Sha, really strong position right now. Both Valdas want to go to heal off, and because there's 2 Valdas, it's going to be very hard for the rest of the lobby here to actually focus a Valda out, because it's going to be in the best interest of the other Valda player if they see one of the Valdas getting focused down to actually help that Valda out, to keep them from being focused out of the lobby, so that they can have that layer of protection. So not only that, Wu Feng and Gigi Sha both on 5 eliminations each, is going to set them up for success as they currently lead the lobby. And sure enough, here you can see it, the kind of pack mentality that breaks out in these final zones. And you know, some players might call this soft teaming, but in this particular instance, this is a competitive necessity for these players. If they don't help each other out here just a little bit and try to target some of these non-Valda players out of the lobby, they will find themselves immediately targeted out of the lobby. So it's not something that they can really avoid doing here, and that's why you're going to see both of the hotties over here kind of going around the corner. Frostivus, though, with the disrespect, doesn't care. He's just like, look, I'm gonna put some damage down on you, Xu Zhang, hopefully turn the attention away from me. Unfortunately, that is not what happens, as both of our Valdas there, Wu Feng and Sha, continue to chase Frostivus down here. Frostivus forced to burn the ultimate to go skyward here just to find the reset. Gonna end it early here. Smart plays from Frostivus, wants to conserve as much rage as possible going into the late game here. JG Xu Zhang now gonna be the target here, as he does not have ultimate, and he's down below here, trying to scale rush up, trying to create some distance, wants to turn things over, maybe turn the attention back onto Frostivus again if he can, but it doesn't look like it's gonna go his way, as both Justinas continue to rock onto his position. Xu Zhang top side here. Looks like he might actually get a little bit of time, a little bit of respite. He gets 1 charge or 2 not off. Tries to get a second, is going to get bow shot out here by Gigi Sha. Sha not going to give anybody time to find the reset they're looking for. Alliance's Frostivus is going to keep things moving here with that fan in the back pocket, keeping it there for that movement tech, keeping it there for the scale rushes. Frostivus is going to take a shot there, immediately going to go in for the scale rush. Frostivus now becoming the target here, and Xu Zhang understanding the assignment, going to come in to provide just a little bit of support here. He cannot let these 2 Valdas make it to heal off. Unfortunately, Frostivus taking a ton of damage here, nowhere near having his ultimate back online, and there's no way Gigi Sha is going to let Frostivus get away here. Frostivus with a huge parry onto Sha into the legendary fan upgrade. GG's Xu Zhang down now. Unfortunately, Frostivus will go to 3rd place here, but I don't see a world where he's able to secure an elimination. Yeah, he's going to go down to Wu Feng, and now is Gigi Sha. X1's Wu Feng. The truce is over, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ult for ult. Wu Feng trying to land that spear, not going to be able to make it. Sha with theirs coming in on the Justina now, looking to lock the freeze up. There it is. Ka-chang. Gigi Sha with the F, holding out, just trying to get this away. He knows. No, the parry comes through. Wu Feng turns this fight on its head. If Sha had been able to bait that fight out just a little bit longer, he could have taken it here, but unfortunately, he was not. He gets caught out. Gigi Sha goes down. Wu Feng comes out on top.
Yeesh! Wu Feng played that so well. He did a phenomenal job, for being honest with you. That amount of timing here, he was duking it out the entire way. Like, he didn't stop. He kept going. And as you can tell towards the end of this, look who comes out on top, ladies and gentlemen. Wu Feng does it, and he holds strong. He said, yeah, you gonna get it. We gonna do it right. That's exactly how we gonna make it work. Yes, sir.
Love to see it. I mean, this was a really good end circle for both of them. I mean, the 2 hotties in the lobby have a really rough time here. You've got to, if you're in the position Gigi Sha and Wu Feng are in, you've got to get those hotties out of the lobby. You can't let them kind of team up, go to that end circle. As soon as they get fire tick on you in the end there, it's really hard to bounce back from that. because having that heel cut on top of the zone damage ticking down on you, on top of fire tick burning you as well, there's not a lot you can do in that given situation. So there being 2 of them with 4 players left in the lobby, you kind of have to focus it out that way. They play it really smart. They're able to get onto it, and as soon as they get both of them low, they actually split them up. If you notice, they just go, all right, cool, we're gonna go to our separate corners and we're gonna put an end to both of these players. It's Wufong gets the other player out and leaves Frostivus alive. But the situation Frostivus is in at that point, where both players just look to turn in onto him with no HP, no ultimate available, like there's just no place realistically for Frostivus to go there. He gets eliminated, and it comes down to the 1v1. I think GG Shaw played it really well in the end. He gets the Justina to pop their ultimate first there on the side of Wufong. He knows he's got to get that early gone, or that ult gone early, for him to come out on top. Wufong really plays it around, tries to land some stuff, doesn't quite make it, but then Shaw lets a blue go that he realistically shouldn't have from the position he was in. Very parryable for Wufong. Wufong does not miss the opportunity, and with that parry, the follow-up off of it, the fact that Justina doesn't really have an F to go into because they had just burned it beforehand, there's not a lot GG Shaw can do. He takes all of that damage coming in from the riposte after the parry. He's down to 1 tick of HP, and we see that the Justina just has no gas left in the tank, and Wufong's able to clutch it up with 8 eliminations. A first place finish gets himself that multiplier for a game score of 12.6, our highest scoring game of the day.
Nice little score towards this, 12.6. That's how you dive it up. Nice and deep into the space here. Can be very hectic with a lot of different things, but man, oh man, you love to see it. What a nice introduction to all of this, being able to duke it out the way that they need to. And just like that, as we look at the overall standings here, AIS, Shozang and Arano still down at the bottom. 18.8, 18, and a 16. Really unfortunate to see overall here. Love to see how that shutdown goes. Action with 24 points here. He's caught right below the standings of where it needs to be. Meanwhile, for the top 6, who's just where they need to be. Frostivus with that 27.5, a 29.6 for Fong. Wufong with a 31.1, putting himself up in top 4. TE Star with 31.9, a 32.8 for Pace, and still at the very top with really not that many okay games to start. Still in the lead with that 47.6. Man, what a leap and what a lead.
I mean, when you come into the day 20 points ahead, again, I don't think there's a reality where there's definitely a reality where T225 doesn't end the day still in first place, right? But I don't think there's a reality where he falls out of top 6 when you're 20.
No, absolutely not.
That's like 4 games advantage, realistically, worth of points. You know, the average points are ranging around 5 to 7 points. Huge advantage for him at the beginning of the day. So pretty safe, and it's not like there's any points for them to carry over to Worlds off of this. This is a qualify or do not qualify, and that's why we see T225 doing some fun stuff today. He starts the day with Takeda. He comes in, he plays Tarka. Like, he knows the level of comfortability he has today, and I'm kind of goated to see it. I'll be honest. I think it's super cool for him to go, all right, cool, I've got that advantage. Let me just have some fun with NARAKA. And that's something as a pro player, sometimes you miss out on that opportunity a lot. You're training all the time, you're playing all the time, you're always having to compete at the very tippity top level of your game. So for him to have that opportunity to come and do that, I think it's actually really smart in terms of setting your mental up for going into Worlds, right? Let yourself find that love for NARAKA again. Let yourself play some comfort picks and just have some fun. I think you get to come into Worlds with a really fresh mind and really get to knock it out of the park if you do that. So love to see it coming in from T225. But right now, it's all about our boy Wufong from X1. He's had a really good day. Also, our highest scoring game of the day, 12.6 points on the board here with our first Valda MVP of the day, 25,000 damage, 8 eliminations.
Absolutely insane finish here just for that smoke out. And like we said before, that Valda coming through here, I mean, the damage was very good, but with an Aurora Blast, Overlord, damage reduction, Soul Shatter, Nether Step, Asuna, and a twin shot and bounce. I mean, not only did he have the close range fights, but he also had the long range as well. That advancement with the dual blades was really good, almost getting into those triple digits with the 10,000 coming in from the dual blades and 9376 overall here, but still Wufong doing his work and also his very first MVP. All this time, his entire season, he finally gets his first one on the night that it matters. Congratulations on Wufong finally getting his very first MVP of this season for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Wow.
Oh my goodness. I love it, dude. Today is so much fun. It's a very interesting format. It's so much different from regular NBPL, right? Where every single point matters so much. All the points here really do matter. But it's very different. It's not about being first place. It's about being in top 6, right? That changes the strategy and the mentality up a lot. You don't have to win every game. You don't even have to get a single MVP as long as you're putting those crucial points up on the board, right? It's not like you're coming into grand finals for a bi-weekly split or grand finals for the season where you have the match point system. And once you get over that threshold, you've got to win a game to rock it out, right? Here, there's a little bit of a different strategy. You can play slow and steady wins the race. You can just make sure you're putting those points on the board, staying in that top 6 range so that you can qualify. Speaking of things changing up, we're gonna change things up here real quick as we throw to a quick interview. Don't go anywhere before we come back for our last 3 games of the day.
Thank you all to casters and hi everyone, this is Yiger and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with 楚真 and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，楚真先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是京东的楚真。
欢迎楚真来到赛后采访，也是老朋友，很久不见了。Okay, first of all, long time no see, and because you know, due to the grand final of the summer split and also like the qualifier for the Jacob, so how's your feeling right now? Because you know your points is like nearly very dangerous, I would like to say. 那我首先要问一下楚大侠，就基于整个夏季赛，就其实可以说是下决的一个表现，包括这次的这个我们的这个选拔赛，目前自己心情感觉怎么样？因为现在这个分数好像还是比较危险的。
目前感觉有点危险，但是我后面就换一下打法吧，就打猛一点。
To be honest, I also think like it's really dangerous of my point. But for me, I think rest of the game I will change my like strategy in the game and change my style. Maybe they will have more points and have a good performance in the rest of the game. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so the question for this turn, which is how many kills did JDG 楚真 get in Game 9？ 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛楚真到底拿下了多少击败积分？说到单排比赛 ，Okay, so talk about the solo game. I would like to know. So for in the past of the time, a lot of like solo game players, they will like say the solo game is more like on one-on-one fighting, but like for the match patch, it's more like on the strategy and how to choose the character for you in the solo game. So how you think about that？ 那我首先这边问一下，其实对于目前的版本啊，我们一些选手认为呢，以前可能更偏重于我们大家的一个博弈，一个1对1的一个博弈，现在更多其实在一个战略和选择上面。楚真这点怎么看？怎么去平衡在单排比赛当中这个英雄的选择和自己的一个刀硬的程度呢？
我觉得现在这个版本就那个巴掌会影响平衡，平时打天人那个突然之间就传2巴掌，然后抓个僵直。太影响平衡了，连刀都不敢平现在。对。
Okay, so for me, like in my opinion, I think like slam is really like dangerous, and I fear about that because now like in the ranking, sometimes when I practice, I'm really afraid that someone will slam on my face in the game. So that's why I think it's not really a little bit like don't have the balance now in the solo game. That's really what I fear now in the solo game.Okay, I think all players prepare and let's start counting. 楚真应该也已经准备就绪了，我们接下来准备用英文进行一个3、2、1的倒计时，好吗 ？OK。
3、2、1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也问一下，楚真自己知道这道题的答案吗
？3把。
对。
2个。
对。Yes, the correct answer is A. The correct answer is A. 2. Okay, at last we know that 楚真 you are a famous star in the solo game, and we know you're here for really long time, almost 3 years. And you know, a lot of like audience, they are talking about like some our solo game players, they are high age, like for you and for Wang Liang and also for Risi from DRG. And for these players, sometimes they think, oh, maybe you are upper than other people, and that's why you don't have really good performance. So how do you think about that? 这边要问一下，其实作为就包括我们去纵观我们整个赛季末夏季赛的一个表现，包括到我们这次的杰杯预选赛嘛，也会有很多我们的观众提出说，哎，感觉我们的老牌的这些选手们，像年纪比较大的，像王良啊，像楚正自己啊，包括也像我们 DRG 瑞希啊，这样可能会感觉打到现在会有些力不从心。楚正自己怎么看自己这个年纪跟自己的这个职业生涯呢？
我觉得不是跟不上了，而是打得越久，想的东西就越多，然后越想周全呢，就对担心的越来越多，就会打不好，就不自信了。
Okay, I think it's not due to the age. I think because we are here for too long time, and we enjoy the matches, and already during the matches for really long time, last too long time, and have a lot of experience. And because of the too much experience, sometimes will give us fear in the game, and that's why it makes sometimes we are fear about the matches and afraid of something will happen in matches. That's what really affect us. 感谢楚真今天一个非常真诚的分享，虽然自己也提到了，可能现在在比赛当中自己也会有一些类似心魔吧，但是只能说接下来的比赛祝你好运，好不好？我们非常非常期待你可以进入到杰杯，我们的这个楚大校可以再重回赛场，发出你自己的光和热，好吗？加油，谢谢。Thank you for today's interview, and we really wish Chu Zhen will have really good points in the rest of the game, and wish you that can enter and qualify for the J Cup. Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
We're 3 games deep in today's 6 games. We have 3 more games until we figure out who is going to be qualifying for this year's J Cup here in the CN Mainland qualifiers. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my main man, my right-hand man, Dobby Air, as we get ready to head into game number 4.
Gonna be a good, decent amount of games here. We're headed right back to Midoriya here, obviously. Midoriya is one of the really a super fun map here that we've seen thus far. And obviously, no Fireflies this time. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're able to take it together, but also make sure to keep watching as we're going to get ready for the World Championships and the Grand Finals. Is going to be on the 14th and the 15th of December. So that's next month. Just to keep you guys updated, we're going to be in Changsha.
It is going to be a really good year. You're not going to want to miss all of that action and the lovely casters who are going to be bringing it to you over there. So make sure you set your calendars, you set your clocks, you set your alarms so you can get all of that sweet J-Cup action. Because, man, I'll tell you what, last year it was crazy. You are not going to want to miss those shows at all. But before we can get there, we've got to figure out who's going. And that means we still have 3 more games to bring you guys today. And it is a dogfight between those players sitting in the middle of the group right now. You've got, 2 or 3 players at the top, very comfortably positioned. And then those 6 players from like 4th to 9th, man, they are all within 1 or 2 points of each other. And they're just constantly swapping places. It is anybody's game to figure out who is going to head over and qualify and who is not.
Even with the, amount of towards this with the qualifying too, there's still a lot going on where they still have to be able to work towards different things. And I think that's where, with this few games that we have left, this is do or die. This is all in or nothing. It's time to put in all that work, all that effort, all of that time and training all leads up to these next 3 games here. One of which for each map. Midoriya, you get one at Holleroth, and you get one at Morris. Question is, are you going to take advantage of it? So far, some of these players have had the opportunity to, especially for some players like Wufong, who's really dived in and has really played in such a prime time level. Same thing with Shaw, who's trying to dive in as much as he can and really try to get himself out of that bottom 6. He's trying so hard. He's really he's diving in so tough. He's just trying to stay out of that. See if he has the opportunity to keep it alive.
Yeah, and again, it's really tight between those players in that 6th to 9th place position. Again, just a couple of points separate them all from constantly jumping ranks around. And that's the thing, is like, it's a rough position to be in. We talked about Wolves Wang Liang today, who started himself in 6th place. 6th place realistically is the roughest position to be in, because you've got 6 players below you who are gunning to take your spot, and it's hard to climb above the 5 players who are already above you. So every single game is a battle for you, whether you want it to be or not. We're taking a look at EWG's Arano, currently down in 11th place. Got a lot of work to do if he wants to continue to climb up that leaderboard. And it's not impossible, but with 3 games left, it's going to be rough. You take a look at GG Shaw today, who was by far in the bottom. He's been able to make that comeback, right? He's been able to put those points on the board. He had to spend 2 games, though, just to tie it up with 11th place, so he could finally start climbing that leaderboard. And climbing that leaderboard, he has been. So hopefully he will continue that performance today and not burn out.
See if they can keep this one going as well. See if they can figure this out towards this, as we're going to be able to lock this in here. Wufong off of a very satisfying MVP. His first MVP. First good dub as well. T225. 2.6 average kills, 13,000 still. First in terms of average damage still. Now he's got to get himself a little bit more up there. He's good though. He's very good. He doesn't really have to worry about anything. If anything, he could chill back and he could just hide. He could play hide and seek the whole rest of the game. As long as he gets some points on the board, he's still most likely going to be top spot. which that's the interesting part about this entire game here, is we're going to look at Star in action on the chopping block for the first round selection. Shazing and Frostivus is going to be next. And rounding out our final round is going to be Wolves, WL, and Fang. Let's see the amount of choices they're going to have towards the end of this game. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get into hero pick here, see what's coming through. T225 in still a strong position. Maybe it's time to start playing some more serious picks, though. Make sure you can maintain that position. We take a look. It's going to be double hotties there in the first place with our first ban out for the game. Frostivus trying to make his decision. He's going to lock in the Valda over the Liam pick here. Wants to take it to late game as we head on over. Wolves Wang Liang sees the open Liam, is not going to waste a single second locking it in as we head over to DRG's Fong. Going to bring the Tessa pick in. I don't like this pick. I'm going to be honest. This is the first pick I've seen all day. I'm not happy with.
Really?
Fong has tried this pick all throughout the summer season. Tessa has not been meta for a minute. And I'm going to be honest, every single game he's picked up the Tessa, he has burnt out very, very quickly into the match and put no points up on the board. It's not the time to be rocking that pick, in my opinion, when everything is on the line in terms of qualifying for Worlds. Let's take a look. Arano going to be locking in the Justina. We're going to see a Matari pick come through and double Temi picks. This pick I always love. I think Temi is just such a solid pick. I don't think there will ever be a meta where Tamulk just isn't a good solid pick. I don't think he's ever going to be the top of the meta, but I don't think there's ever going to be a meta where he's not meta.
Oh yeah, I mean that's fair. That's a very, very fair assessment. I think even with that, there, you know, even with the amount of timing, it still is a part of the meta and how powerful it is. But honestly, things can change too, to be fair. That's the reason why I say, you know, earlier Valda was somebody that was obsolete in the rank placement, and now look at him, you know, absolutely diving in, crushing it in the space that feels almost like they never left in some way, shape, or form. Now look at them. They're absolutely diving forward, absolutely gunning it. They're not slowing down anytime soon. And I feel like that's the thing that we're currently kind of witnessing in these games here. So let's see how this runs in terms of, you know, how we expect it to go for this, you know, halfway mark into this game.
It's going to be interesting. We do take a look. We're going to see Paste, Frostivus, and Wang Liang going to be on their double hero picks, which means after this, they can only play heroes that they have not played yet throughout the day. You know, I think game 4 is a good place to be on your double hero pick, to be realistic. You know, you want to establish yourself in that top 6 range. So you want to have as many good games as you can early on, and then just leave yourself in a position where it's okay to kind of have a bad game in your last 2 games, and you'll still be okay. You'll still be in that top 6 position. Again, this is not there's money on the line or there's a title on the line. This is all about qualifying. So the strategy changes up a little bit, Dobby.
The strategy changes up. The question is, does the map landing change at all? Absolutely, yes. The answer is yes. As we see some people heading towards Arcadia, all the way top middle section. Looks like we're going to see a few people heading towards the inn on that section as well here. You'll love to see it. Meanwhile, Imperium camp, same space, same opportunity, same entity. Same way straight towards middle. Ascension's form has an opportunity, but not a single person heading towards Imperium. Not a single person in Az's Peak, and not a single person in Twilight's Pass. But Verdan's Chasm, though. Actually, Heaven's Watch, my bad. Heaven's Watch. That's got a slot. As GG and Alliance is going to be duking it down inside of there as well here. As we're about to lock in for Perdoria, the nighttime sky is, never mind. Daytime sky. It's very pretty. The sun is out. The guns are out. Let's see if those movements is just as quick. As we look in, we're going to see both staffs maybe able to hold strong here between Wolves and AS. See if they can rotate towards this. Nice little bit of movement here with the strike. Gonna be able to time it just right. Nice little moment here to try to see if maybe he can run toward it. Oh, nice little bit of a gold strike right towards it here. Trying to see if they can rotate towards it a little bit. Oh no, ends up turning around. Just absolutely strikes it and sends Wolves packing. Says, see you later, buddy. You thought you had the opportunity here. Because we're going to look back at Xgen trying to fight this out. Beautiful timing towards this one. Oh, blue strike on both sides, both waiting for the opportunity here. Oh, and he waits for it with it. He's going to be able to take the time strike. Does exactly what he needs to. Connects it and says, see you later. Why don't you go over there where WL is and y'all have a conversation in the ghost realm.
Over to two alliances, Frostivus and GG Shaw. Frostivus was in a good position until a huge parry comes in from Shaw. Unfortunately, the bubbles had already gone out. Frostivus, nothing he can do about that. As we head back on over to where we were before, DRG's Fong, X1's Wu Fong, and a bunch of other players, even SS1's Paste, Wolves, Wang Yang, all trading blows here. Fong on the run right now, though. Trying to get away. Unfortunately for X1's Wufong, no grapples in the back pocket here. And if you've ever been without grapples in NARAKA, you know how difficult of a situation that could be, especially if you're trying to hunt down an elimination here. DRG's Fong just trying to keep it moving here with the scale rush. Pace trying to come in, goes in for the grapple, but gets LMB'd there off of the dagger into the uppercut. Pace gonna back off to take a reset here. Fong gonna do a little of the same, but now wants to pressure in on to Pace. Pace got to play this very careful here, trying to find some grapples for himself so he can keep in the game. Goes into the slap here. As this one Pace with a little unsuspected timing there off of the slap. We're gonna see Tessa invest the F there after getting parried. Does not have time to re-secure the weapon. Trying to come topside. Huge fan LMB coming in from Pace as Pace cleans up an easy elimination onto DRG's Fong. Fong, with no safety net, is going to have to find a soul altar to respawn at.
Meanwhile, with this one, Wolves going to be able to find it towards the next stretch here. As Pace is going to try to see if he can get some nice strikes. Oh, both of them ends up getting shredded by all the way around and drowning it out inside of the water. Meanwhile, looks like K2225 is going to be able to capture that first elimination. The question is, can he capture the second? Pace has been playing really well here, and he's been doing really well, but sadly, he was not able to read it or at least be able to at least react and reset himself for the next sets of the facts here. And sadly, he does end up getting deleted and finished off of that game. Absolute tough here. But a really great advantage for him, though, and towards that as well.
As we cut over to JDG's Chu Zhang and EWG's Arano. All these players over here are clearly looking to get their hands on that Volpine essence if they can, to have that big advantage heading into the realm of Yang. Sha gonna get parried out here by TE's Star, and oh my goodness, Chu Zhang shows up and double blue focus attacks into GG. Sha is gonna send him back to the soul altar. Jisha not happy about that whatsoever. As we cut back to TE Star, JDG's Chu Zhang trading blows here. Fan versus Dagger. Chu Zhang with a clean parry into the charge LMB uppercut with the follow-up there off of the Dagger. Not the cleanest to follow up, but still plenty of damage, though the weapon, or sorry, armor swap in there for TE Star. Gonna leave him in a decent position. That purple Hong sword in the back pocket, but using those dual halberds for the movement here. We're gonna see as EWG's Arano shows up for the third party. Star forced to go ahead and burn the ultimate just to keep it alive. Arano up to the rooftop here, trying to find somebody. There it is, Arano, the player with the Volpine essence as well. So Arano able to clutch it together for himself here. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to clutch together an elimination. So he's going to have to head into the realm of Yang to look for his first elimination. Realistically, as the rest of these players here are going to make it very difficult for him. And you don't want to burn that Volpine essence before you head into the realm of Yang. It's such a huge advantage to have in the back pocket. It would be kind of crazy to see Arano overcommit to a fight and lose it early.
Overcommitting is kind of like, there's an essence to it where it kind of like is all over the place, but also in these types of situations here, you do have to be somewhat careful. And if you're not, that's where things really do start to get a little bit, you know, hectic and a little hasty. And then we'd be able to work it from there. But let's see where that opportunity rises and goes. Let's see if they can work towards it with the next section, as T225 is already in the lead with 3 eliminations so far here. I mean, he's doing so well. He finally hit the 50 mark.
We are
Let's see if he
Realm
can
of
rotate
Yang.
towards this, though.
Yeah, it looks like Battle's Action able to get the ticket here, holding on to those purple fist blades. Those fist blades really strong in the early game before we see those soul jades start to come through. And Action just gonna scare everyone off here. Nobody wanting to commit to trying to rip this ticket away from Action. They're gonna let him have that Realm of Yang as we head on over to EWG's Arano. And again, you know Arano's not going to miss this. He's got that Vulpine Essence in the back pocket. Such a huge advantage in the Realm of Yang here. There's no world where he lets somebody else take it. GG Shaw wants to come take it from him, but Arano in such a good position. He's got 20 seconds here just to wait it out. GG Shaw, though, with some really good damage on the side. That's a massive parry. This is actually, oh, I thought for a second Arano didn't have a weapon in the back pocket there. I was like, Arano just can't take it now, but still in the game here. Arano just needs to get inside the Realm of Yang. Going to use that F to bait it out. Going to go ahead and ult across, use the dash because he gets the full reset on everything here. Now, that said, Arano in a bit of a pickle. He does have a single weapon here. If he gets parried at all inside this Realm of Yang, it is a disaster for him. If he manages to not get parried and play it safe here, though, that Vulpine Essence is going to be a massive boon for him.
See if they can conjure it up and work towards the next one here. They can figure it out here. I mean, even with this, though, the switch up is very good. And it's very unexpected for some of them. But let's see where it really is important, especially once we get into this Realm of Yang here. I think this Realm of Yang will really tell how these players really are able to duke this out and rock towards it. As we see Wufong and Arano are going to be able to fight this out. This is where things get real good. And it looks like they're both going to go airborne. Trying to see if they can conjure up the next sections here. Ooh, Arano taking the time. Beautiful turnaround. That was almost a 360 into the parry. But the reset coming in from Wufong was able to read that super well. Does a really good job of it. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum. Oh, it pops open the ulti here, and just like that, the movement does get slowed down towards Arano. And Arano, oh no, ends up getting juggled, but nice little reset though, coming in from the freeze. Ends up catching him right back onto the arch from it. And here comes the Arctic Wraith. He's gonna be able to pop open for Justina. Catches the freeze. And it looks like he's able to capture him at least inside of this combo. Does he complete the combo? No, he doesn't. Oh, almost catches him inside of another freeze here. He still has another opportunity for the potential strike. Both waiting it out with the blue focus, waiting for the timing. Oh, but he ends up striking, and it cost him a parry as Arano does go airborne here. Wufong takes a little bit too long to access that strike here. Beautiful dives coming through here, and he dodges every chance he gets. Stops the push from Arano with the grapple. Is able to read him a little bit better than what we were seeing from earlier here. Oh, dives back just enough to be able to read it. And just like that, Arano was able to take the elimination away from Wufong. Wufong played a absolute valiant effort, valiant fight, but sadly, Arano would just read him just a little bit better.
Arano here going to pick himself up quite a setup here. Those legendary fist blades going to be really big for him heading into the next stage of the game as we take a look here. DRG's Fong on the run here. All of his armor stripped away. Jails, AIS, and GG Shaw on the hunt. We've got X1's Wufong and KLA's T225 here with Yang depletion. T225, though, off to a good tear this game with 3 eliminations, currently leading the pack for number of kills on the board. DRG's Fong, yet again, just holding on for dear life. Now, this is what I'm talking about with this Tessa pick. I just don't like this Tessa pick at all into solos right now. You are so vulnerable. Look, you get that ult out. It's so avoidable. Arano, point blank in the face, is just able to avoid that ultimate. There's no place to go. Your F's out. You still don't have time. Look, you're going to find the armor swap. Gets caught out on the edge of the ultimate, and it gets frozen out. That's just it, man. I really just did not like this Tessa pick, and to no surprise, DRG's Fong flames out with no eliminations. We head over to Valda's Action versus TE Star. Action here looking for their second elimination of the game. Star just trying to keep their game alive. 0 eliminations, forced to burn the ultimate. JDG's Chu Zhang on the self-throwing ballista here, looking for an opportunity to get in on this fight. Musket shots also coming in left and right here on Star. Bada's Action gonna stop to do a little bit of shopping. He said, hold up, boys. Let me pull over and get a soda before we get back on the chase. JDG's Chu Zhang coming in from the top rope. KLA's 225 also looking to come in and clutch something out here. Knows he needs a Soul Bloom to cleanse this Yang depletion, keep his game alive. And TE Star gonna get caught out in the uppercut there off of those nunchucks, trying to keep it going. Bada's Action gonna invest the ultimate for himself here. Action looking to find yet another elimination here. T225 doesn't really need the elimination so much as he just needs to pick himself up that Soul Bloom. So he's slow playing this. He does still have 2 minutes left on this Yang depletion. Plenty of players here taking fights in front of him. He doesn't want to give it away how bad he needs it. He's going to come in here on the Action, get some clean blows. Action, they're going nunchucks for nunchucks here. Action with a huge advantage in terms of weaponry, though, because he's got those legendary nunchucks. T225, though, keeping a clean control of the neutral, forcing Action to keep it moving here. Action heading on inside. T225, again, not overly pressuring here. He knows there's other players around. He's got to find somebody who's low. Does not have too long, though. 1:37. We're going to see those Realm of Yang starting to come through. Bada's Action going to head on over right past it. Just trying to keep himself alive here, though. T225 going to have to start applying a little more pressure here. He's got 1:21. Next one's Wufong. Gonna buy him a little bit of a respite here to take a pot reset and come back in, looking to make something happen. The ult here gonna slow T225 down, though. He's got to find his way into this elimination or Soul Bloom. Bada's Action all the way in the backside, completely separated from this fight now. Gonna find the armor swap into the white armor. X1's Wufong, KLA's T225 staying in hot pursuit here, looking to make something happen. T225 stopped out yet again by the Temi. This Temi picking on poor old T225 here, trying to keep him from closing out this elimination. JDG Zhang on that tumult, being one of those players making it happen here. And now T225 desperate, 37 seconds left remaining on the Yang depletion. Heal up here, probably needs to look for the ultimate. There it is. Now needs to make the most of this ultimate. He's got a full meter to burn here. If he can find a good hit off of one of these spears into a meter dump there with those nunchucks, there's still a world where he comes back in. X1's Wufong in a very similar situation is going to head that way. There it is. Go for the meter dump. T225 actually doesn't go for the meter dump. The F going to be invested on the side of Wufong. He needs to find another spear here, a bubble, anything. He's going to go for it. No, doesn't quite go for the overhold of the Reese. 2 seconds, no place to go. Him and Wufong are going to be eliminated.
Absolutely insane. The finish towards that is so unfortunate here, as he was trying so hard. He definitely did not want to give that too much of a free read here, but obviously still trying to give it somewhat of something just to keep the game alive, but obviously not going to be able to do enough with that. But still, my goodness, having a chance here. And still, sadly, just being dove on by all of the rest of the people, trying to see if that momentum can be any better. Meanwhile, the beautiful parry coming in from X-Jin as he is able to get the parry, the kick, the finish, and the dub. Frostivus is looking like, really, brother? Really? Really? This is what we doing? Which, you know, honestly, hey, listen. Unfortunate. Gotta lock in, my brother. Gotta take in that time, understand the essence, and really close it out when it really matters. Right now was that moment where it really mattered.
Yeah, Bada's Action here looking in really good form. You know, earlier he was the one running from T225, was extremely low. Now locked in here with the legendary set of armor, the legendary cluck chucks, if you will. 2 eliminations, 8 players left alive in the lobby. He's got that White Tiger's prowess as well. Looking to lock in and make the most of this game. As you see, what he's actually doing here is he's going to go ahead and rotate towards the circle. This forces players to come into him. He doesn't have to go out and chase. He can set himself up potentially for that next spirit well that's going to pop up. He can really take a strong position and set up for the potential Bane's Breath that's getting ready to come through at the start of Zone 4 as well. So we cut back over to Alliance's Frostivus. He's going to go ahead and respawn back in here on the backside of Immortal. Looking to get some extra loot for the back pocket here before he heads out. He's got 4 minutes left remaining on that Yang depletion. So he's got a little while here to find himself a Soul Bloom. Pretty good situation to be in. 8 players left alive means there's going to be a lot of opportunities with how small the circle is about to get as Zone 3 collapses onto Zone 4 for him to potentially pick up a Soul Bloom, find the elimination, and take the Soul Bloom himself. He's in a stronger position than some of these previous games where we were down to like 6 or 5 players at this point. So Frostivus not out of it just yet. But it has a couple of outs available to him as we head forward. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining on the Yang depletion. And it looks like he does have a bounty. Unfortunately, that bounty is on to Powda's X-Gen. And right now, that is the last player Alliance's Frostivus wants to be going head-to-head with.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be either in that situation, knowing, you know, how good these players are. Mind you, he's already at least past the qualifying line, but now he needs to stay there. And that's really the ripple effect when it comes to, you know, trying to work and dive into this. That's where things get really hasty. And this is also where you really have to kind of pay attention, especially as a player, really trying to capitalize on moments here. And it looks like, oh, wait, where'd that go? You just watch that shield stay there, and then it just disappeared. Huh? Meanwhile, everybody else, nice and spread out here. Tie game between Shaw and AIS. AIS still dangerously low at the very bottom here. 19.5, tying it up with Arano. The same amount of points here. Still has to keep that same momentum running smoothly. We're really going to see him absolutely shut this game down here. Oh, Frostivus. Looks like he almost got struck by that. I can't tell in terms of where, but he was up top here. Had to close it out in terms of the gap just to make it a little bit harder for him to try to see if he can capture anything. But, whew, he didn't make that easy. Frosty's going to go up top. He's going to start to, he's going to meet them. He's going to say, how you doing? I'd like to introduce myself. I hope you're having a good one.
Look, can we just talk about how sick that Scythe skin is, by the way?
It's nuts. It's actually really cool.
Frostivus here with 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the Yang depletion. He doesn't really have a choice here. He's kind of got to play his hand here and reveal that he is the one with Yang depletion and look to lock down an elimination. He can't afford to slow down anymore. He kind of baited it out there for 2 minutes looking for a clean opportunity and nothing presented itself. So he's got to make it happen now or make it happen never. There he is, TE Star on the backside there. Frostivus is going to get caught up just a little bit, giving Star more time to break away. Luckily right now, the lobby seems to be following Frostivus's lead on trying to lock down Star. Star, though, does have that ult in the back pocket. So Frostivus has got his work cut out for him. 1 minute and 5 seconds here. He's going to have to wait for that perfect opportunity. He's going to have to pop that ult right as he sees Stars pop his. Catch him out with a spear to keep Star from breaking away there on the hottie. Frostivus with tough decisions to make. 50 seconds left remaining. Does he head into the zone to keep other players from picking up the elimination, getting potential points to surpass him? Or does he stay on the hunt? Frostivus, not typically one of those players to go out with a whimper, will usually hunt to the very last second, giving himself every shot to stay in the game. Unfortunately, there's just no targets that he can get locked onto here. 25 seconds left remaining. A decision's got to be made, and I think Frostivus has made it. He's going to turn towards the zone here. Break away.
Frostivus!
Frostivus gave it his all here. Unfortunately, he just was not able to lock it down onto anybody.
Go back! Go fight! Go fight!
I mean, look, every player in the lobby except Paste is a player below him right now. It makes so much sense for him to make this play and not give them more, you know, wood to put on his own funeral pyre here. Every kill he gives one of those players, they are closer to putting him into the bottom 6. He needs to maintain that position. And here we go, Bowdow's action. This is what I talked about with his repositioning earlier, repositioning to come in here and set up for that Spirit Well. Unfortunately, he immediately gets shoved off of it.
He was so young. He was so frosty. He was so sweet. Meanwhile, as he's able to at least see if he can get something decent in terms of the loot here. See if they can keep that same momentum going for another patch. As Pace trying to rotate towards this, seeing if maybe there's an opportunity for something here. Pace in second place. He's moved up so far and so well throughout today so far here. Love to see it here as Pace is trying to see if maybe he can find something that's going to be the advantage. The best thing for him. AIS able to run and rummage through it. Keeping the game alive. He's 3 eliminations deep into this game here, but he's dangerously low at the bottom. He's going to need to put in a lot of work if he's going to see himself in that top slot. And meanwhile, he's getting chased by Pace. Pace with that gold. Able to duke it out as best he can here. Nice bits of strikes all the way towards it. Let's see if they can keep that same energy all the way through and through. AIS struggling to find it here. Oh no, and he ends up getting absolutely bullied by the dual blades here. AIS just trying to see if he can duke this away, but it looks like it's not going to be enough here. He's just going to keep rummaging around this, but obviously he's most likely... He's getting tried by everybody here. The cannon shots from all over the place, and obviously the ricochet from that is going to do exactly what it needs to and gets the finish. Absolutely unfortunate for AIS here as he was trying to hold on for as long as humanly possible, but obviously it wasn't enough.
Yeah, no, unfortunately for him, he actually walks into Pace in that Cav Bloom, and Cav Bloom just puts in so much work, man. It is so hard when you get caught out on that, especially when you get pushed into the zone to take zone tick as well. As we take a look here, SS1's Pace still in the lobby here in a strong position, but only with 1 elimination. Baoda's Exjin with 3 eliminations, GG Sha also with 3. JDG's Chujang with 1, and EWG's Arano with 1 as the last Bane's Breath of the game comes through. And take a look at this, EWG's Arano still with an active Volpine Essence in the back pocket here. Very rarely do we see that Volpine make it all the way to the end game here. This could be huge for Arano if he takes it to heal off, but right now he's only got 1 elimination. If he wants to make the most of it, he's got to find himself in a strong position to pick up some kills here heading into those final moments. DE Star gonna get caught out here by the Tamiwist. Double shots from both sides and a huge scale rush from Arano. Talk about making the most of it and setting himself up to find those eliminations. Speak and you shall receive.
Absolutely insane to be able to rock that towards it all the way, just to make it a little bit easier for him, or at least a little harder. Try to see if maybe they can duke it out towards the end of that circle here. And let's see if they can keep that same circle tick towards it. As Pace is the only one alive from this roster here who has the opportunity to keep the game all the way and struggle. Make everyone else struggle towards it here. It's Exjin, GG Sha, Arano, and Shozang. All they're doing is fighting now. It's nothing but chasing after this. Because now every single one of them has a shot of really being able to put themselves at least past the red line. And the red line is exactly where you need to be if you want to be having the opportunity to head towards land and mainline. And Exjin just holding strong for as long as humanly possible, making it harder for everyone else here. And it looks like he's going to be right towards it, just trying to duke it out little by little here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum all the way through. Nice musket shots trying to connect, and it looks like some of them are definitely connecting towards this. Definitely struggling. Oh, nice hits to be able to shutter that all the way towards the end here. You got to be a little bit more careful here. They're just going to duke it out little by little here. Oh, beautiful parry. He gets the double inside of the water. He's still really low. No shield on him at all here. This is looking really, really hasty for him here. Oh, no, I'm getting scared. I'm getting scared. Oh.
Baoda with the advanced heal in the back pocket, and then come in with those nunchucks there. Going to use the trigger. Such a strong feature of the nunchucks. I think an underrated feature, if
Very
you will.
underrated.
We talked about this with Frostivus last year and how strong trigger actually is on the nunchucks. Now, we saw him use it to good effect last year, so no surprise to see Exjin doing the same here. Unfortunately, Exjin, you know, once these players lock onto you in the lobby, the sharks smell blood in the water, and a huge activation of the no ult zone sends him plummeting to the ground, and SS1 Pace is waiting in the wings with a massive uppercut, catches him outright, and GG Sha from downrange with the musket shot cleans up the elimination. What a way for him to go.
That was rude. That was rude. The shutdown there. That was a Steph Curry range right there. Show me what the chef is cooking. Chef Curry able to do exactly what he needs to here with the musket and gets that shutdown finish exactly the way that he wants to. That was just rude. No reason for him to do that.
I mean, that was the perfect storm. There's no communication between these players, but somebody pops the no ult zone as Paste sets up an uppercut off of the nunchucks to catch the falling hottie, while GG Shaw, already looking to take the headshot, waits for the uppercut to catch him and then just takes a nasty clean headshot to eliminate him. Man, talk about a perfect storm coming through for the elimination on the Balda section.
You love to see it though when it all starts to become the best thing that you need to do in most of these situations, at least. But there could be a nice little bit of a conjure up here, but just like that though, we're able to rocket right back towards it. Here's Arano trying to take it back and maybe try to see if he can time it with a nice little bit of a strike here. He sees Shazang on the sideline, just trying to see if he can close in this gap. Not looking good for him here, as Shazang is forcing Arano to pop that ulti here. He's gonna go for the heals here. He goes outside of circle, knowing that he has the opportunity, but sadly only does just a little bit of some shield damage here. But now it's time for him to strike just a little bit while longer. Sadly, does not conjugate enough to get him something here, as he still has his ulti up. He goes for the first freeze. Does he have enough time? No, he doesn't. And he ends up getting pulled, though, by the blade coming through. And he ends up finding Shaw yet again for the third party, but it's not going to be enough as he ends up getting shredded from the outside from Shazang. Shazang really being the control freak inside of this section here as Arano puts a little bit of some bullying power onto him here. Shazang catches the elimination onto GG Shaw. And just like that, now it's down to a 1v1. Shazang is going to be able to hold strong. Waits for the dodge. Arano trying to see if he can read him, but not doing too well here as he's going to try to see if he can duke it both out. Oh, wow. He holds it so strongly. Nice hits from the blade, but it's not going to be able to do it enough. He pushes Shazang outside of the circle here, tries to see if he can dodge him just little by little. Their amount of movement is insane. The parry on both sides here. Arano dangerously low, but Shazang even lower. And just like that, Shazang turns it around and earns those 3 ranking points just to keep him from going out of it. But
that's Arano who comes out on top, buddy. Not Shazang.
No.
Oh,
he
but yeah.
gets those 3 ranking points. That's enough where he might, that's close. At least he's getting close to the qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, Arano here with the Volpine Essence in the back pocket, man. You're just watching the whole time. And you know, if you're JDG's Chu Zhang, you're like, yeah, I'm cooking. He's low. I got this. And then that Volpine pops. Talk about demoralizing. You're in the final zone. You're stuck out in the zone, taking zone tick. And that man goes from 0 to 100 HP in a flat second. You just got to be like, man, you're kidding me, right? In professional play,
in professional play, this man is gonna make it all the way to final circle. Really, with Volpine Essence, nobody took this man low enough to pop that. You're kidding me right now? This is how.
Hey, you gotta let him. You gotta let him take a guess. You gotta let him guess. So, hey, listen, it's like a game of chess. You gotta let him guess. You gotta be like, hey, what do I got? You never know. I guess you'll know to the final circle, because I'm not gonna tell you nothing, and then you just swoosh away.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely crazy. We've only seen it one other time in professional play that a player actually takes Volpine Essence all the way to final circle. And if I'm not mistaken, it was EWG's Arano who did the same thing before. So there's only been one professional player in the history of the game that has actually made it to final circle with Volpine Essence. So absolutely crazy that he does it again here and comes out on top and wins this one. And he needs it. Arano needs every single point that he can get on his hands here, because he's got 2 more games to qualify. Now, that said, unfortunately for Frostivus, he goes out this game with 0 points, and it is GG Shaw who surpasses him by half a point. So Frostivus, you know, out of the frying pan into the fire, if you will. You know, that 6th place position is a hard spot to be in, but now in the fire, baby, you got to cook. You got to get Shaw out the pan. You got to take his place.
Got to make it harder for him. You got to be able to dive. You got to be able to dive deep. Let him know, man. You got to get him. You got to get him to work for it. That's where the dive in comes through. It is. We're gonna see. Oh my good. Look at goodness. Look how close this was. Look how close this was. 6.6 and a 6.5 top 2. That is insane. A little ridiculous, not gonna lie. Xgen rounding it out with 4 points. 3 eliminations in total here. I mean, that's just how close this can get. Unbelievable. You love to see it though, even in these amount of moments here, in this amount of momentum here, but man, that could have been anyone's game in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, this was a crazy game. I gotta give it to Arano again, though. It is so hard to get to the very end of a game here on Praedoria and still have Volpine Essence without it being popped. Like, It is just big brain headed plays, like, and you've got to be so good as a player to not get put low enough to pop it heading in, into the end game, right? So Arano does it again with the Volpine Essence for the second time in competitive play that we've seen in the NBPL, and is able to make it happen. KLA's T225 though still at the top. I mean, this lead is just so insurmountable. He's still 15 points ahead, Dobby.
Man. Absolutely making it harder for everybody else here. He's like, nah, you got it. Nah, you got it. You ain't even got to worry about it. You're doing a fantastic job there, brother. Don't even worry about it. We're doing good over here. You doing all right? I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing phenom. I'm doing phenom.
Oh, I gotta see this here. I need to see in these replays brought to you by Thunderbolt, by the way. I need to see that play where somebody pops the no ult zone and it literally drops our boy out of the sky into those nunchucks, into the musket shot, because that is, whoo, what a play. I'd love to see it from Shaw's angle, because Shaw does get the elimination there with the musket. We got to, of course, see it from Extion's angle, but I would love to see it from Shaw's angle here. T225 here in the early game, just putting the works on SS1's pace here. T225 had a pretty good game here for himself yet again and again. He just needs to consistently put like 2-3 points on the board, and he's chilling.
He's chilling.
Dude, he's big chilling. The closest person is 15 points away from him. The most points we've seen in a single game is 12.6. There's no way he doesn't. He's qualled at this point. I'm saying it. Like, you can't knock him down off the top 6. You would have to get 6 players who get like 20, 30 points in the next 2 games, which is literally impossible. There it is. That's exactly what I got what I wanted. Thank you, production. Y'all are great.
He said, I appreciate y'all for the work, because that's exactly what we needed here in this moment with this amount of momentum here. Absolute gorgeous shutdown here. So we're going to look back on our game number 4. Arano, 15k damage here. Obviously is able to duke it out and does a fantastic job of it with that Hepta detached martial art will form hook. And then does it again with an advanced heal, Ripple Step and Phantom Stab, Rupture, Gale, Orb, and Berm, and a damage reduction. Exactly what you need from a player like Arano with that 15k damage here. What a shutdown, and what a thing that you need.
Keep in mind that the damage reduction up until the last seconds of the game was that Extreme Rarity Soul Jade. It was that Volpine Essence. Which, I mean, I get it. It popped. It turned into damage reduction. But I think on this screen,
love to that Hepta. You give some love. You put.
I love the Hepta, but I mean the Martial Hook Soul Jade was cooking for him, but the Volpine gets him the game. We do have another question for you guys, another shot, if you will, to win one of these Summer Split random gift boxes. How many players chose Hadi Ismail in game number 10? Is it A1, B2, C3, or D4? No hints on this one.
This one you got to pay attention a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, just a smidge.
Just a smidge. This one you got to actually like, okay, got to see what's really going on here. Who's cooking? You know what I'm saying? That's a tough one.
Yeah. I mean, this was a crazy game. I'll be honest, I really love this Volpine Essence Soul Jade. It's such a like do or die thing. Like everybody knows it's there. So like, what do we see? We see like 8 people drop on that spot. So like for you to get it in the early game is really hard. To maintain it all the way to late game here is absolutely insane. Like Arano just kills it with that, man. And again, to be the only player in pro competitive play that's done it, pretty wild. It's so cool. It just adds a nice little extra layer, if you will. I know some players don't enjoy the mechanic of it existing in the game, but the amount of work you've got to put into in the pro scene to be able to get your hands on it, you basically have to win every fight off rip in that area and then be able to go in and get it. That or just outpace everybody. Just be quick enough to get all those coins together before anybody can fight you, and then get the Volpine Essence, and then still get out without it getting popped by all the players in the area. Crazy. Absolutely goated levels of skill to be able to make that happen. Arano, his second game making it happen, at least that I've seen in the NBPL. So good job, EWG Zorano. Well-deserved victory. Still close though, because Shaw, man, he was putting in points up on the board, and Shaw, man, you know, he had a lot of work to do today. He's in that top 6 now, though. He came in, he put in work. Now the thing is he still got 2 games left. Shaw cannot afford to take his foot off the gas just because he's in the frying pan. And I will tell you, man, being in that 6th place position is the frying pan. If you're in the bottom 6, you're in the fire. You're getting cooked right now. But if you're in 6th place, you are in the pan. There's very little relief for you being in 6th place because you've got 6 players underneath of you who are all extremely hungry to qualify for Worlds, and they are all cooking for you.
Starving. If starving is the real word, they starving, they hungry.
Like, hey, Dobby, like I said, we hungry.
We hungry. Okay, we hungry. And so are some of these players. Clearly, they want to be able to get in on some action here, and they want a little bit of juice. Okay, and that juice is a little sweet. Okay, we call it Kool-Aid. That's why, specifically. So even with that, gunning it back to this game here, obviously, I mean, they've been able to duke it out and do such a fantastic job of it. The question is now, with that momentum and what we've done so far here, obviously, it really does become a little bit of a hectic situation. Where do we go after this? We still have 2 more games left, so obviously they're going to be gunning it a lot harder now than we have before. So now what's next?
I mean, realistically, we got to look at our 7th and 8th place participants, right?
Right.
Both of them are tied out right now at 28 points. GG Shaw is in 6th place. GG Shaw is sitting at 28.5. He doesn't even have an entire point advantage over those 2 players, right? I do believe it's Frostivus and one other player as well. Those 2 players are going to be hungry this game. We are going to see them go absolutely crazy. And here's the problem for GG Shaw right now. Shaw is reaching the point of burnout. He has 4 games today where he is just nothing but gas, right?
Don't burn out, Shaw.
Look, speaking from experience, it is very hard to maintain a momentum like that all day, non-stop. Now, GG Shaw luckily is one of those players we have seen do that before. He is very capable of making it happen, but there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of pressure right now. Shaw's got to get centered. He's got to keep his head in the game, and he's got to keep his foot on the gas. You can rest when this is all over, Shaw. You know, when you're qualified, leave. Go get some hot pot, chill out, get a nice meal going, take a long, deep breath, get a big old nap going. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Get some of that itis, take an itis nap. You know what I'm saying, Dobby? But you can't slow down right now. Right now is go time, baby.
Right. Now is not the time for the slowdown. Now is definitely the time to absolutely push in. It's time to dive in hard. It's time to see what type of advantages you can create inside of this tough situation here where, you know, things can really start to kind of end up involving and being in your favor if you are consistent enough and understanding how important this game is. And I think that's where we start to kind of divulge this type of entity of, you know, where do we go after a certain amount? And that's where we kind of have to go, hey, let's figure this out. Let's see where the rest of this can really go here, because that's when things can get super. That's when things can really become a favorite if you're really paying attention well. Let's see. Let's go back to it. But it looks like, speaking of Shaw and Wufeng is going to be up next for our voting in terms of who are they doing for the first round selection. Who they doing dirty?
Well, Shaw in a good position here. Again, he's got to keep his foot on the gas. He's in that first round selection, so sky's the limit for him right now in terms of selection. Realistically, if he has a good game here, keeps his foot on the gas like we've been talking about, and finds another MVP, it's going to almost certainly secure his position heading into Worlds, right? He would just have to have an abysmal game 6, and somebody else would have to just like two people would have to crazy pop off. I think realistically, he is going to be locking in that hottie pick. No surprises there. Liam also going to be banned out in our round 2 selection. Third round, Pei's going to be locking into Mulch. Again, I think this is a good pick at any stage of the game. We saw just how strong Temmie was in this last game, so no surprises here. T225 onto the Valda pick. Wang Liang, DRG Spong on that Akos pick. Again, Akos in that weird flux state, if you will, where he's meta, but he's not really meta at the same time. So I can't be mad at these Akos' picks either. Especially with the fact that, you know, you've got to play something for that 6 hero slot today. So seeing the Akos come through, nothing too crazy there. Frostivus on the Justina. This is a pick Frostivus really enjoys. He likes playing that Justina. Chu Zhang on that Temmie. And then we're going to see action on the Justina and T Star coming in on the zipping. And again, zipping in a very weird spot, if you will, in terms of solos. I think she has her place here. I think if you see two Liams come through, if you see that Liam ban, it's kind of safe to pick zipping, as we saw, you know, earlier during the summer split. Our boy OUG's Mike, the GOAT himself, able to use zipping to great effect to sort of counter Liam out. So if you can put yourself in a position to take those fights with Liam, especially inside Realm of Yang, you're doing pretty good on this hero pick. But time will tell if TE Star is as good as the GOAT, if you will, Dobby, and is able to make this zipping work for themselves.
Cause you know the vibes, and we're about to get ready to lock this in here for another set of phenomenal games here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum as we're about to lock in and see where it goes for phenomenal game number 11. This is game number 11 that we're closing in on right now. So close to the final end of this game here. I mean, so far we've been doing so well for some of these games. I think the stature and the expectation of some of these players has been so good, and I think now they really understand the complexity of how this can really go if they play well and if they dive into this as well and as decent as they've been playing so far here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum rocking into this game. I genuinely feel like we could really see a phenomenal finish here towards the very end.
I mean, it's always going to be big. There's just so much on the line. These players are going to have to bring out all the stops in these last two games if they want to make something happen here. T225 on his second hero pick of our girl Justina, or sorry, not Justina, of her girl Valda here. So this is a good spot. Again, I think the last three games is really where you want to pick up that double hero pick. And T225, again, man, he's cruising, big dog. He still has the 15-point lead going into game 5, Dobby.
That's a heck of a lead, not gonna lie. That's a heck of a lead. I mean, even with that, just like I said, he still could throw. If he really decides, he's like, man, I'm over it. I don't really, like, it's cool. I'm still gonna be top slot, and I'm still gonna have a chance shot regardless. It's definitely gonna be good to see where this goes all the way towards the very end. The shutdown like this can be very, very vital. As we're looking back at the map here for Holoroth here. Holoroth, it's a decent amount of stature here for certain areas here. Now, if we're looking in to the fortress of Cavani, very interesting location for at least 3 of these players to land. Meanwhile, nobody in Plum Castle, but they're on the outskirts of Plum Castle near the Altar of Tranquility. Not necessarily at the altar, but very close. Nobody in the Salvation Podium, nobody in City of Tang, nobody in Yushan Ruins, and nobody in Imperial Village. It's most likely a center circle, at least towards Matab and beyond, and so forth. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum and go through towards it after that as well.
Here we go, Bauda's action. Coming top side, gonna run into JDZ's Chu Zhang here. Clean entry into the fight here. Chu Zhang still not able to find anything here for himself. Goes for the pistol shot, does not connect. Action really doing a great job of controlling this neutral. Huge parry here, gonna go ahead and get the F out immediately. No hesitation into the ult with the follow-up freeze there. And man, Chu Zhang just gets absolutely cooked. Bauda's action in the kitchen right now said, don't worry, boy, I brought my own kitchen knives.
I got my own utensils. I got my own knives. I got my own spoons. Would you like a sip? Ooh. Meanwhile, right back at it inside of this play. Guys, do you know, y'all know we have Authority Roller coming out. Do you know that? Oh. I love that. Congratulations. That's so fantastic. Authority Roller gets another one. Hey, T225, don't you end up getting that. Don't get caught up by the Thorny Roller too. I'm just saying, I love it. I low-key have a mental panic whenever I see the Thorny Roller coming in and I see 2 players in the midst of fighting, and I'm just like, hey, guys, I have a little bit of a mental kerfuffle in my brain sometimes. It's really good to see sometimes, as we're going to be able to lock this in here. So far, they've been playing super, super well. Let's see how that momentum strings together here, which obviously still is able to run it through all the way to the very end here. And now Action, with that freeze, going to try to see if he can capture a little bit of some heals. It wasn't able to successfully do it, but still was able to dive strong and dive deep just a little bit more here towards this. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going towards this, just to try to see if maybe they can find it for a lot of different reasons here. All in all, that timing could be absolutely effortless here, but Action sadly is not able to do it. And the effortless is sadly not going to be in his name because he just got absolutely duped.
As we head on over to podium here, it looks like Kaylee's T225 able to secure an early elimination, as well as that legendary weapon, which is huge for a Volta player right now. Being able to have that, plus a purple fan in the back pocket as well. T225 really setting himself up for success here, and you can see really smart plays here as well. He could stick around and overcommit to that fight with the potential for the third party, or he can just break away here, go look to do some more looting, keep his game alive here, knowing that he's geared up really well. I think he makes the smart decision to just go ahead and move away. He wants to make sure he takes that advantage into Realm of Yang, doesn't want to get eliminated and lose that huge gear advantage he's bought for himself at the worst possible position. Keep talking about it. Getting eliminated with your resurrection just before Yang is the worst time you can go out. It sets you up for the worst possible pacing you can have for the rest of the game when it comes to competitive play.
Even with competitive play too, there's still really a massive opportunity for any of them to really absolutely strike when the striking is hot. Meanwhile, K2225 just trying to hold strong just a little bit longer here, just trying to see what that momentum is really for a lot of these different moments. Trying to see what he can do here as the Tiger's going to be able to come through here. Oh my goodness, the massive hit on both of them here. Really giving it a little bit of a struggle here for certain things here. Making it a little harder for everybody else to do exactly what they need to. Oh, beautiful parry, just to show him what's good, and says, hello, buddy, how you doing? Let's see if they can conjure it up towards the very end of the circle here. Really could be fantastic and phenomenal for a lot of different things here. And now, just like that, they're able to cut it strong. Just a little while longer here as Wolfong just trying to see if he can do it, but sadly he misses out on the strike just a little while longer. Nothing to his name now for his ulti here, and Wolfong says, my turn! As now he ends up going absolutely airborne and decides to fly away. And just like that, T225 ends up getting out of this game, unfortunately, with that elimination. Well, not out of the game, but goes for a quick reset, has to. Wolfong doing the exact same thing, pops open the ulti and says, I'll see you later.
Yeah, Wufong decides to go ahead and get out of here, gets his kill, and says, peace. I'll catch you guys later. SS1's paced here. Doing a little bit of shopping here. No eliminations just yet for himself, but on the Temi pick here, got the purple armor, multiple purple weapons, purple bow in the back pocket. Or sorry, not a purple bow, just a regular bow in the back pocket here for himself. But still, really good position. Paced just, he set himself up for success here. He's in second place right now. These two games, he doesn't really have to go crazy, right, Dom? He just realistically has to put a couple of points up on the board each game, and he qualifies no matter what. I don't think there's a world where Paced upsets and takes T225 away at this point, because T225, 15-point lead. The only thing Pace could do by trying to like pressure himself into picking up really big games is actually hurt himself, right? Because if he goes out early, he takes the risks. He does run the potential of maybe some of these other players catching up to him, because he's not like T225 who just has such a domineering lead right now. He is still in a place where if he has two bad games, like 2 0-point games back to back, things could go wrong for him depending on how the scoreboard pans out. But I think he's doing the smart thing. He's gonna play for the positioning. He's gonna play for the qualifications. We cut over to Wolves Wang Liang here on the Akka's pick with the ticket to head into the Realm of Yang. Two different players trying to contest him here, but he's in that ultimate. He's just gonna use those tiger leaps, those tiger pounces, to keep himself right here in the zone. Look at that, gonna use the ult, stay airborne as long as possible while he waits for this out. 25 seconds. Now he's just gonna burn the grapples, gonna hold that as long as he can. GG Shaw gonna come topside here. I mean, Wang Liang, playing this really well. Again, all of that resets as he heads back into the realm of Yang. Going to be in a really good position. Now, that said, the aerial, as high as he is, that could have knocked him out of the zone if he wasn't careful there. He could have lost his ticket, but now he's just going to keep playing smart here. Going to have that F back online here in a second. Does get parried out. Gets knocked out of the zone. He might actually lose his ticket. No, he gets it. But unfortunately, in a really bad position that Liam knocks him out yet again. He can't get to it, and he actually ends up going out of the lobby over it. Wolves Wang Liang eliminated by JL's AIS, who heads on into the realm of Yang to go head-to-head with X1's Wu Fang.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. The playstyle from Wong is definitely coincided a little bit here, and I'm really surprised to see. I mean, this was one of the top players who really did play so well here, and sadly, we're just not seeing him play to that moment that we've really noticed him to be so far here. I mean, he's absolutely been a phenomenal player overall here, but sadly just has not really seen him do what we've been wanting to see him do overall throughout these games here. As we see the dagger downs, I haven't seen that in a minute for some of these plays as well overall here. He has a nice little bit of a time moment for the strike, does exactly what he needs to here just to get the finish, just to be able to conjure up just a little bit more longer, but it's not going to be enough here as Wufang just trying to see if he can close this out. Pops open the ulti here just to be able to create a little bit of a diversion, decides to use it for his moment to go for the heals here. Interestingly enough, doesn't fully use it for the moment to strike here. Decides to continuously and quickly use it for a chance to be able to go for some more heals. Just to be able to go back for the reset here. 5% now. Now we're going to be able to rotate towards this dive. Let's see if they can figure it out. Nice strikes, though, from the blue focus. Trying to see if he can time it right. Is he going to be able to back off this as well? Doesn't want to get caught up. Sadly does get caught up and does end up getting caught with the parry as well here. Oh, the dagger still doing a decent amount of work here. Damage still not being absolutely extremity, but still enough to be able to realize, yo, this is still a contender. Now, just try to see if he can back off this. Oh, the staff able to put a little bit of decent damage here, but that stun is able to put in enough work to be able to go for the reset, but sadly it's not enough as Wufang is able to read it, contest it, understand it, and finish it.
Yeah, X1's Wufang really in good form today as he picks up his third elimination here in game number 5. Those legendary dual blades going to serve him well as we get ready to head into zone 3, as well as he's going to be able to bring the aggression out here with that Vermilion Bird's Might and immediately on the hunt. Wastes no time heading out looking for his next elimination. As we take a look, Baoda's Action, Jail's AIS, and SS1's Paste with Yang Depletion needing to find their way back into the game with an elimination and a Soul Bloom. As we get over KLA's T225, EWG's Arano trading blows here. T225 going to take a huge hit there off of those legendary dual blades coming in there off that charged LMB, but it's not going to be enough to keep T225 down. T225 breaking away here, trying really hard not to invest that ultimate here, especially into EWG's Arano. Jail's AIS going to show up though, and this is going to be a hard position for T225. Arano wants to put kills on the board while he's got the Vermilion Bird's Might, and AIS has got Yang Depletion. Not going to want to give this away whatsoever. There it is, the ult. T225 didn't want to invest it, but now going to find himself in a position where he has to. Arano going to stop, take some time to pop that 2-0. T225 going to head into the zone here. Gonna force these players to earn it if they want it. He understands the situation he's in. He also knows he's really far ahead right now in terms of points. If he can keep them from getting a kill, he will. Unfortunately, that's not likely to happen with both these players on it. AIS gets the kill. He gets the Soul Bloom. Jail's AIS will live to fight again here as he secures that Soul Bloom, secures that elimination. SS1's Paste will pick up one onto Alliance's Frostivus, and it looks like Paste also clearing his Yang Depletion here. Unfortunately, it might cost him the game here. CE Star, DRG's falling hot on his heels. No ultimate available, and only a little tick of HP left remaining, maybe about 150 to 175 HP here. The F going to come back online. Grapple's going to let him get away here, and this is going to be a huge boon for him. The fact that he's sitting here here inside Plumed Castle. Lots of places for him to go away. Unfortunately, no, he does get the pot off. No, he doesn't. It gets canceled in the very last second. He will find an armor swap here, forced to go ahead, pop the F, break away. Needs to keep the scale rushes moving, but these two players not going to let it happen with double grapples coming out. He's going to get stunted down. Still keeping it moving here, using the dagger movement, using every bit of terrain here in Plume Castle to his advantage. T-Star not willing to give it up. Pace just waiting it out here. If he can get that ultimate back online, he'll be in a good position to break away from all the madness here inside Plume Castle. Alliance's Frostivus coming back in as well, looking to keep the chase up here. It was Pace who killed Frostivus there, who had that Vermilion Birdsmite keeping his game alive, and now wants to return the favor here. Pace with another armor swap into the blue armor, going to be feeling forced to break away. We do see a Hottie pop that ultimate as well, and look to keep the chase going. And man, Pace giving these players the business here. He's not going to let anybody come in and clean up this elimination onto him. Going to pop the F yet again, still holding on for dear life. And they do believe he's got that ultimate back online just about. Got to be careful here, though. That fire tick might actually do him in. He's 1 HP in a dream. Still almost full blue armor, though. But if he lands another fire tick onto Pace, he will be eliminated 91% of the way into the ultimate. Has got to keep it moving. And man, Pace, against the odds, has kept his game alive here. And man, does he break away from the pack here. He's able to get a health pot back online. He's got advanced heal in the back pocket. Going to serve him really well right now while he keeps it moving. Now does Action, going to take a little bit of damage. And some of these players starting to think about turning their attention away. Alliance's Frostivus, the last one to get damage there onto Action. So as Action goes down to Yang depletion, Frostivus picks up his second elimination of the game. There we go. Pace gets the ult online, breaks away. He's just going to look to do a little bit of healing. The other Temmie, though, having none of it as JDG's Chu Zhang keeps the pressure up. SS1's Pace here continues to cut the ankles off of the entire lobby, Dobby.
Absolutely insane finish just to be able to cut it up a little bit more here. I mean, you know what they say? Cut it, cut it, cut it. Ooh, cut it, cut it, cut it. And just like that, that's exactly what's being happening right now. Is a lot of things are getting cut, much like my start of my football career. Anyway, as you're gonna be able to rotate towards this one, it's still doing a lot more. Pace trying to see if he can just dip out of here as best he can here. Trying to hold strong. Definitely does not want to get caught up too much here, but sadly, it looks like he is here. As he's being forced and pushed into a corner, he's still trying to dive strong here and plays as best he can, but sadly, it's not going to be enough here as another parry comes through as well towards this. Star is going to try to see if he can rotate this, especially after getting the elimination onto SS1. And now we're right back at it again with another one. Let's see if they can rotate towards this momentum, see if they can do exactly what they need to go towards this final section. You'll love to see it as Arano. Kind of see if he can capture him airborne all the way up top. Diving into this and playing the game that he needs to here. Catches him inside of the ball. Throws him all the way up top. Absolutely decimates him with the dual blade. Doesn't give him much of a chance or amount of momentum to go for the reset here. And says, see you later there, buddy bucko.
EWG's Arano, man. Comeback Cinderella story for Arano as well. He was all the way down in the bottom of the leaderboard after last game, finding his way climbing here. Look at this, 3 legendary weapons in the back pocket here. He wins off of that Vulpine Essence last game, and he finds himself getting closer and closer to that position. And look, this is what we talked about before. Again, Gigi Shaw made it into the top 6 at the end of last game, but like I said, he was in the frying pan, and sure enough, Fong and Frostivus have both surpassed him here, moving up into 5th and 6th place. So Shaw, yet again, more work to put in. And unfortunately, you know, we talked about burnout. Shaw at this point has typically had 3 to 4 eliminations under his belt already. He's currently sitting on 1 Dobby. So Shaw, he's been putting in the work, but it's hard to maintain that for 6 games straight. So hopefully Shaw can find a second win heading into the second half of this game and make something happen.
I mean, it's definitely not easy for sure, and it's completely understandable why it's such a tough understanding inside of these moments here when you really are trying to dive strong and dive deep. And obviously you're not necessarily getting the the amount of things that you want to get. You know, it's understandable why it might be a little bit of a struggle. Let's see if they can still keep that same momentum going, but obviously that's where it starts to, you know, rear its ugly head a little bit as we talk about it. All the way up on top of the mountains too. You see how high that is?
Yeah, they're all the way up there on the very tippy top of Plumed Castle. This circle going to be very, very interesting. You know, we talk about the level of aggression going up in these games, but because of where this circle is pinned down, it's actually it's gonna be a little while before we see more major fights break out, because there's just so much space for these players to kind of hang and chill out and keep it moving. And look, you can see it's pushing deeper in to Plumed Castle as well, where this circle is going to fall. This is going to be a Plumed Castle final circle. We haven't seen one of these in a very long time. There's just so much movement options and places to go. It'll be very interesting to see where that actual final circle pushes out. It looks like it may be a little towards that northwestern side of Plumed. So maybe it will move out just a little bit, but right now it looks like Plumed is just going to be dead in the circle no matter where it moves to. You do see you've got that little bit of the western side over here, more towards the northern end of Plumed, where there's not so many buildings there, not quite like deep into Plumed. So the circle could move that direction, but it could also shift straight into the middle of Plumed here, which will make for a very, very interesting late game with all of the different little nooks and crannies these players will be able to get in and out of Dobby.
See if they can figure it out as well towards this. See if they can work towards the next bit with that amount of with that rotation as well towards it. Able to do exactly what he needs to. Let's see if he can rotate and sheds it. Ooh, Wufeng just trying to see if he can dodge him out a little bit here as Arano's going to try to see if he can feed towards it. Knows exactly what he's doing towards this. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum. Ooh. Ooh, Wufeng. Trying to rotate this in just like a little bit more here. Able to play it well for a lot of different reasons. Wufeng decides to back off this. He's playing a great game. I feel like I think he knows confidently that he doesn't have to worry about certain things. I think he can sit there and also have a little bit more confidence in it and be able to go, you know what, that's fair. I think I've qualified. I think I'm okay to kind of chill out. But you know what I'm saying? Never say never. That's where things get a little scary.
Taking a look here, we are going to see one of those late game Bane's Breath coming in. And I'll be darned, this circle, this final circle is going to be smack dab in the middle of Plumed Castle. This is going to be a wild one. Alliance's Frostivus here popping the FX once Wufeng trying to make something happen here. Frostivus, though, still in a really good position. Wufeng actually behind here, and Frostivus still with the ultimate available. Wufeng might find himself being the target that gets turned on to here. Sure enough, we're going to see a lot of range shots coming out. Wufeng, though, really wanting to make something happen here to Alliance's Frostivus, but Frosty just keeping it moving here. Wufeng not able to turn the attention onto him, and the lobby actually starting to look at Wufeng. Again, Frost just playing this out so well, and now Wufeng. This is a huge mistake on X1's Wufeng, in my opinion. I'm not sure why he hard blocks onto Frostivus, why he's trying to push him out of the lobby for whatever reason, but he burns his ult to aggressively go in even though he's behind in armor, and Frostivus has just been able to dip and weave there and it makes something happen. Like the worst target he could have locked onto being that Justina with this Yang depletion. He heads into the zone there it is, the Yang depletion gonna cut him down. Like, I get it, you're desperate, but like really hard target to just lock onto a Justina like that and try to force something, and surely the rest of the lobby just turns on you once you get low there, man. Like, it's hard though. This is what makes Plumed Castle an interesting final circle, right? There's so much terrain for players to just go around. I mean, if you're in that position, you've got Yang depletion, this is the worst possible final circle for you to come into. So I get it. Like, there's not, I criticized him, but there's not really a good option, if I'm being honest. When you're in that situation. Like, I think that Justina's the worst option, but there's not really a great option either. As we cut over, the
best option.
Yeah. But we're gonna cut over to Arano here onto DRG's Fong. Fong using the F ability there, trying to get himself a little bit of escapability, wants to break away, doesn't want to burn the ultimate. Arano wanting to make something happen here, will catch some big damage on Fong. And this is why this final circle is interesting. Look at all these different layers. You've got some of the buildings up top to clip into. You've got this lower section. You've got the floor up above. Then you've got the lower section that's still on where that floor is. You've got the rooftops. Now we've got the Bane coming into play as well here. The final Bane of the game. DRG's Fong not in a good space. No ultimate available to him either. And man, Arano just cuts through him with that cavalry bloom, dude. And it comes in. GG Shaw off the back of that, though. The placement going to be enough to move him up, so he's back into 6th place. Him and Frostivus fighting for dear life right now. Arano just having a go of it, man. And he's still got a lot of work to do. He's now 1 point behind GG Shaw. So if Arano can find another elimination, this could be bad for Shaw. Again, Shaw has been gassed all day long. He's had to be, but you can see it's taking his toll on him. He has slowed down significantly heading into this game, Davi.
Even with it, though, still able to really kind of find out what type of momentum he can. I mean, there still is an opportunity. He might be slowing down in terms of his momentum, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's completely out of it. Oh, whoa! Oh, I couldn't tell if GG Shaw got hit by that. Didn't look like it, though. If so, or if not, he must have really recovered like super quickly. He was able to play that off really, really well. Now, obviously, with that, though, Shazang, also another player that's kind of sadly struggling towards this one as well, with 0 eliminations to his name as well here. At least with AIS, you know, AIS, I mean, they're still down there, 23.5. He still could potentially have an opportunity here, but I feel like with Arano, he definitely is going to get close to qualifying here, and that's if Frosty or Shaw gets out now, within this next few eliminations. So I think that's kind of the tough part here inside of this area, is who is next inside of this probable arena, as Shaw ends up getting pushed, though, by Arano. Arano wanting to try to see if he can capture another elimination here. I think if he gets another elimination here, this is massive for him. Just in terms of getting 5 eliminations, he can kind of chill out and focus on getting that top place point. That would be huge for him as he ends up getting pushed all the way down towards the bottom. Beautiful timing to connect it where he was going to go here, being able to predict it well. Arano able to absolutely juggle Shaw off the outskirts, pulls him into a ball. Unbelievable! Arano playing the game so well into the favor of Shaw, giving him such of a tough area here. Arano just trying to push him out here. He's playing it so well, but sadly isn't able to capture that momentum that he needs, though, towards this. Sadly just misses out on getting into that window here. Not looking good, as the amount of people are going to start to pile on to GG Shaw here, making it harder for Shaw to really be able to have a moment of healing. Oh no, he ends up getting absolutely shuttered off the outskirts. The question is, who's going to capture the elimination? Is it for AIS? No! Star! Top actually steals the elimination away. And just like that, he's got 2 eliminations deep, and he moves up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, this no position does GG Shaw recover from that, unfortunately. You love to see it, by the way. EWG's Arano hits him with the Pokeball. Frostivus topside here, 2 eliminations, and this is good for Frostivus. Frostivus actually wants to see Shaw fall further down the leaderboard so that he can't overtake him into that 5th place position. Every player that's below him, really good for Frostivus right now. So super happy to see that happening. Arano, again, 1 elimination away from overtaking DRG's Fong and GG Shaw, and he's in a good, strong position to make it happen too. So hopefully we'll see EWG's Arano hard work, and I do mean hard work, pay off after these 6 games, and he will qualify. Frostivus on the top side, again, very interesting final circle. What's nice, this final circle is actually collapsing onto an area that basically doesn't have any levels to it. When it comes down to it in the end, it's just going to be this 1 level, and all of these players are going to be forced together. We haven't seen, I do believe since 2 or 3 years ago, a final circle where all the players are just like separated by multiple levels, and they just go to final circle, and we have like a 5-way tie or something crazy like that. So kind of blessed.
Insane.
Yeah, we've been kind of blessed about that. That actually happened on Morris Isle. Again, 2 or 3 years ago in one of the big EU qualifier games. You had 3 teams and trios completely separated at eventide tempo, where they couldn't even get out into the zone to get down to the other players above or below them. So it just went to like a heal off in the end. It was kind of crazy. But here, Alliance's Frosted is going to pop that F. as he starts to get targeted out here. That a huge fire tick damage going to come through, though. Put Frostivus in an interesting situation. The pistol shot's coming through. He makes the right call. He goes for the health pot before the shield pot. Does get the full reset, though, as we see Zone 7 collapsing now. We're going to lose all of those layers there on the building, and this is going to come down to the very end. JDG's Chu Zhang going to pop that 2-0 while he's got the opportunity topside there. This is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Chu Zhang's ult going to be a big player in how this final circle is defined. He tries to get it down in the middle. Unfortunately, it's not quite in the middle. It's over towards the edge of the zone, so he is going to lose it here fairly shortly, but gets a decent enough position on it where he might be able to hold this out, pick up an elimination, move up a position yet again. Frostivus just way topside here. EWG's Arano down here in the middle into that ult, goes for the Pokeball, doesn't quite land onto anything yet. He will go in. He's holding on for dear life here. T-Star gonna pick up elimination after elimination, but EWG's Arano is gonna tie it up 30.1 with the DRG's Fong. Frostivus breathing a sigh of relief as he moves back up into the top 6 with this game. We've got one game to go, ladies and gentlemen, before we figure out which 6 players will qualify and head on over to Jacob.
This is going to be really interesting in this final game here. You know, going back to the old map, the old faithful. But as we see, AIS catches the dub? I'm sorry, what? He must have got at least 3 or 4 eliminations towards that very end of the circle here. I feel like that's kind of hard to believe knowing where Arano was, at least in terms of the gameplay. AIS did have 3 eliminations in total. Arano did have 4. He could have potentially taken the top spot. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's going to be interesting to see how that final circle tick does start to come through here. As we see for the leaderboard, I'm excited. I feel like he either got 5 eliminations or might have tied it up and got the extra ranking points. I think the ranking points might have been the deciding factor. We'll see what happens here when we look back at the standings here. I'm actually really surprised to see that, though. But he definitely had it, though. He was duking it out very, very close at hand during that final circle tick. I'm curious to see what's really the difference maker here for this final circle. As I'm looking at it currently here, it definitely was a very hectic moment here where there was kind of this kind of deep back-to-back formula that they were both trying to find here inside of this final structure. And I just lost the stream feed. Awesome. Great. I actually had the full replay. As I'm watching it, letting me know, okay, this is kind of what I was seeing from my angle in terms of what was present. And then I literally just threw it away. Speaking of throwing it away, make sure not to throw away this answer. Make sure you get it right so that way you can get yourself an opportunity for a summer split drop. And the question of the day is, which player was leading the total scoreboard in game 11? Is it KLA's T225, X1's Wufong, SS1's Pace, or TE's Star?
Chat.
This one's kind of a trippy one.
What? No. Leading the scoreboard in game 11.
Total.
Total scoreboard. Yeah, this is a throwaway, chat. If you don't get this one, I don't. Where have you been? Did you fall asleep at your desk, chat? Are you okay? Do you need a wake up call?
He might have. Just might have. In that moment here, in that situation here. Still was able to figure that out towards it as well. But I mean, absolutely. Really being able to figure that out towards many different avenues. You'd love to see how they were able to put that exact same stream together. Still very surprised here. I'm excited to see what the leaderboard is, because AIS definitely had to at least tied it up with 4 eliminations or ended up with 5. I take it back, 6 eliminations. He ended up catching 2 more eliminations into that final circle with the 1.5 ranking points to keep the game alive. So Frostivus ends up getting those 3 ranking points to put him in top 3. So he's the one that snags those extra points. And Arano ends up doing 4 eliminations and 2 ranking points that puts him in 6 points into this final scoreboard, into the scoreboard standing for game number 11. Really good, though.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. Things are tight. GG Shah in 7th. No, EWG's Arano does move up into 6th. When I looked last, he was tied up with DRG's Fong at a 30.1, but the placement points must have come through and bumped him up into 6th place. GG Shah at a 30.5. This is still a very, very tight game between our 5th through 8th position. There it is. Alliance's Frostivus 33.1 30.4. EWG's Arano at a 30.6, literally beating out GG Shot by 0.1 points, Dobby.
Damn. That's just how insane this shit is. Absolutely insane in terms of how he was able to put that one together here. The shutdown couldn't have been any better. But T225 is still in the lead. Like I said, he don't got to worry about nothing. He could drop game after game after game after game. This last game, he could drop it and still be like, I'll still be in the lead. Talk about having so much of a lead that you don't have to worry about anything for at least 6 to 7 games, and it's 12 games in general. You know how good you have to be in order to be able to keep that lead like that consistently? Meanwhile, let's go back to the replay sponsored by Thunder Robot. Let's see. This is what you missed, Rude. Check this out. Both fighting it out inside the authority. I'm sitting there going, hey, like, you do realize we have a Thorn coming in. Hello?
Love to see EWG's Arano here with the clean kill on the Valda section. And I mean, Arano putting in work too. This is just sad, by the way. Wolves here, literally a single second, and he could go in now, but he just gets bullied here out of the circle time and time again until he goes down, loses the ticket, not only loses the chance to go to the Realm of Gang, but just ends up out of the game altogether. To cut back here, Balda's action going down here. Frostive is picking up that kill. Look at him, he's just like, ah! Struggles. EWG's Arano winning the Realm of Yang yet again, coming out here, locking down onto DRG's Fong. Super clean eliminations there. Jill's AIS here in the end, just cooking, baby. Throwing those cannon shots because I got to get the damage best I can. As we come on back here. And there's going to be your MVP for the game. Jails AIS coming in on the Liam pick. Be his first MVP here, and it's going to be 17,000 damage, 8,000 of it coming through from the melee weapons. He's got Meteor, Assault, Alchemy, Velocity Untold, Rupture Gale, and Burn, and Varja's Grip.
Absolutely insane finish towards that, though. You love to see it. Even with it, though, I mean, they did such a phenomenal job, honestly, just in general. I'm very happy with it. I think they did a fantastic job. So we'd love to see how they were able to put it together here. AIS holding it strong, and also his first MVP too. We're just giving out first MVPs like their birthday present. Happy MVP. Good MVP to you. You get MVP. You get MVP. Everybody gets an MVP. You know, absolutely. It's able to duke that out here. But now it's time to get serious real quick. Final game of the night. This is where things get good. Somebody is qualifying. Somebody's going to make it all the way to the end. And just like that, just like the end here, we're also going to end. I'm kidding. We're going to go to commercial break, and we're going to get ready for our game number 6. 6 people are going home, and 6 people headed to Mainland. Let's find out. as I said before when I left, and I'm gonna say it again when I come back, 6 people is going home today. 6 people is headed to mainland China for LAN's World Tournament. 4 worlds here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the summer split, our final solos game of at least the tournament until we get to, you know, LAN, until everybody gets a chance to touch each other and be like, hi, we're physically here now. I'm your host, Dabier, alongside RuneKeeper TV, as we're about to get ready to lock this in for our 12th and final game of the night. So far, it has been phenomenal to see some of the pop-off games from Shaw to Arano, and really being able to see T225 have such a phenomenal lead. He don't need to worry about anybody. He's good, literally.
Look, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna be disappointed in T225 if he just doesn't play something off the wall this game. I want to see Karumi. All right, I'm gonna be honest. I need my solos Rumi to come out. Let me see some Wu Chen.
All right,
I mean,
that's a stretch.
I mean, there's no world, nobody can stop him from qualifying for worlds right now. I don't even think anybody can stop him from being in first place right now. He's still like a 20-point lead, basically. Like somebody would have to have like the highest scoring. The person in second place would have to have the highest scoring game we've seen in solos in like 2 years to keep him from being in first place right now. And none of these points go over anyway. You're that far ahead, play some Karumi, play some Wu Chen, bring something off the wall. Let me see it. Let me see Yodo. Let me see some Yodo Hime, baby.
Hey, yo. That's pretty crazy. Not gonna lie. Yodo Hime would be really interesting. I think there's a lot to it. I think it'd be interesting to see, you know, if there's an opportunity for that. If we, you know, weren't necessarily in that momentum to kind of talk about it. But obviously, I know you want to, but also it's like, let's see.
I mean, if there's ever been an opportunity, this is the opportunity. He literally cannot go home at this point. Literally cannot happen. The worst thing that can happen to T225, instead of being first place, he can be second place. That's it. That's the worst thing that could happen. He qualifies no matter what at this point.
I mean, nobody wants to be that, you know? It's like if you're not first, you're last.
So, you know I mean, if I'm T225, I'm playing something fun this game. Like, it's just happening. Here we go. Taking a look here. Shaw. DRG's Fong, man. It's tight. Shaw right now, 0.1 point away from being in that 6th place position. EWG's Arano and Frostivus gotta really put some heat to it right now. They gotta play. They gotta put up a good game. Realistically, like a 5-point game is where they want to be. They don't even need to have a crazy game right now. They're in that frying pan seat. They can't let their pants get too hot, but they can't cool off too much either. You know what I'm saying? They gotta keep it right down middle of the road. But KLA's T225, man, 51.6. Mans is cooking. Okay, TE Star needs like a 14, almost 15-point game to take first place, and that's if T225 goes out with 0 points. No, he's chilling. He's big chilling right now. He's gonna come in. I want to see something crazy. T225, show me while out. It's game 12 of 12. You're already going to Worlds. Can't nobody stop it. Let me see the crazy pick. Dale's AIS here though, man. You can see it on his face. He is not happy. He knows that there's almost no world where he qualifies. And that's a rough place to be in, man. Especially considering he just had a real good game. He came out on top.
That's very true.
Like it sucks to be in the position he's in, but man, sometimes that's just the way it is. This is why this is so different than our other format, right? In our other format, there's always a world, right? You get to this game 6, you're down in like 11th or 12th place right now. You know you're not going to Worlds. There's literally not enough points for you to take in this last game. Like, so it's a rough spot to be in. Now, Arano, And Arano, he's in that frying pan seat, baby. Him and Frostivus. Can't be too hot. Can't be too tepid right now. Gotta keep it in the good momentum. 3-4 points on the board. Have a middle of the road game. Stay qualified, baby. DRG's Fong, on the other hand, he's got to come in swinging. I will say there is a world where Fong qualifies. So Fong right now, he's got to be out of his head. He's got to come in. He's got to play DRG's Fong game. You know what I'm saying? None of this grief and stuff that we're used to seeing out of Fong in the earlier seasons. He's got to get out of his head. He's got to come in. He's got to play Fong's game. He's got to find that MVP. Got to pop off, make it happen again. Here we are talking about Frostivus again. In that frying pan seat, baby. Keep it coming. He got to put a little bit of spice on it, but he can't go too spicy. You know what I'm saying? He's got to be
spicy. Go spicy.
Like he's got to maintain like an appropriate level of spice.
No, go spicy. Go the amount of spicy that you wanted me to have in terms of spice last year when we were in Shanghai. You wanted me to suffer with some spice.
Look, I love me some spice, all right? But
I know you do.
Realistically, from Frostivus right now, we need to see like a medium tier like buffalo wing coming out of him. We don't need to see no ghost pepper sauce, nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? Now, DRG's Fong on the opposite end of the table. DRG Fong, he need to come out. He need to douse that wing, all right? He needs to do the whole bottle, baby. None of this last dab stuff, just the whole wing, baby. It's more sauce than it is wing. You know what I'm saying? He's got to bring that energy if he wants to qualify. He can do it.
More sauce than there is wing is crazy. There's more sauce than there is wing. All right, WL.
That's the world where Fong's at. You know what I'm saying?
What you gonna do? Here we come. Here we go.
Let's see what you cooking with, baby. Show me that sauce, that boss sauce.
Let's see if we can make it work. Bounce Wednesday.
I'm excited. I'll tell you right now, T225, this is the most excited I've been for a pick in a long time. He can play anything, and he's Gucci. Liam Hottie coming in at Fong. Really? Nothing. What? Okay, I love you, T225. I'm disappointed. I'm real disappointed right now. Yeah, 15-point lead. You're qualified no matter what you're doing, and you're gonna play Liam. You can't even give me like some it's almost meta pick. I'm sad. I can't, Davi. I'm sad.
I mean, I was hoping for some spice too, to be fair. So, I mean, you're not alone. I wanted to see a little bit of some spice being happen as well. And sadly, we wasn't able to get that. And that's really unfortunate. Time to secure it. Time to lock it in, lock it down. Because honestly, you just never know.
All right, everything the usual suspects coming in here for the hero picks. I'm sorry. I let myself down there. I got all hype. T225 is a great position. I mean, come on. He played Tarka today. Our boy played Tarka. He played Takeda.
Mid-game too.
Yeah, like he played Takeda game 1. You're sitting here with no world where anything can happen to you. It is 100% on lock guarantee. There's literally not enough points in the game, and you give me Liam. You give me Liam T225.
Faster.
So sad.
I mean, hey, listen. Hey, it is. It's crazy as it is. It happens sometimes, and that's really the unfortunate part. But you know what? It's time to get back to it. It's time to get active. It's time to put it together. Let's go with it. Let's rock it all the way to the very end. You love to see it. Let's put some momentum on the board. Let's go, baby. Final game of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Here we go. Nothing too crazy across the board here. I'm gonna look at the Liam, see if somebody rocks the Pokeball. No, it doesn't look like anybody gave you bringing in the Pokeball this time around like Arano did last game.
Being fair. You still mad about T225 not picking it?
I'm upset. I'm gonna be honest. He gives us
sad.
Takeda in game 1, Tarka in game 3. Man's got a 15-point lead. Literally no way he can't qualify for Worlds. And then you're gonna pick Liam? Liam?
He said, are you serious?
Literally anything else.
He said, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. This is what we doing. Anyway, back at it again for the top slot here, just to be able to tell you and show you what's going on here. I mean, he was able to put the shut in the way that we wanted it to anyway, but still, I know for you, even you like, I don't care. That's got nothing to do with me. So you know what? It's time for us to prove. It's time for us to get right back into it. Let's find out. Even with all of this momentum, even with all of the work, even with all of the hecticness, Morris Isle is looking really good for a lot of different things. We got at least 5 different people headed towards a lot of the popular locations. We got Zest Winery, we got Artesian Grove, Pool of Cleansing, we have Victims Haven, Isolate Crater, Daylilies Meadow. Those are one of the main spaces that mostly everybody kind of lands at for these final circles here. Let's see if they can really keep it all the way together to the very end of this game. I'm excited. I thoroughly believe.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 6th and final game of the day. This is going to determine who heads to J-Cup and who stays home. Baoda's action trading blows with our boy Wu Fang already. Action with the bubble, not able to catch out. Does catch the Dragon's Rush. Unfortunately, will not be able to go into the edges as we see Wu Fang pop the F. Waiting for it here, but Action taking the lead in this fight. Just needs to find one more good opportunity into that neutral. Decides better of it, is going to back away. Does not want to overcommit. He's only got 1 grapple in the back pocket, 1 shield powder. Making the smart decision to keep his game alive. Going to find the armor swap into his fresh white so he doesn't have to spend those resources. Alliance's Frostivus on the outskirts here, doing some looting up. We're going to see Wolves Wang Liang in the background here. Frostivus right now with a 3-point lead over 6th and 7th place. So again, just needs to maintain a good, consistent game to qualify here. I'm gonna pop the F. First time we've seen Frostivus on Temi in a while. Frostivus already gonna lose that armor wiped off of him here. Wolves, Wang Liang with the weapon swap combo there from the Hong Sword in the fan. Frostivus into the armor swap there for the white yet again. Into the Hong Sword, tries to go for the weapon swap, but Frostivus at the top of the uppercut, gonna pop the F there. Gets the opportunity to get a shield pot off here to reset that white armor. But again, the Hong Sword just locking him down. Alliance's Frostivus gonna be heading back to the Soul Altars. Now X1's Wu Fang trading blows with Wolves Wang Liang.
Wolves needs to find something here. He's been struggling here. I know obviously it's done for him. Oh, Wu Fang with a decent little strike here, sending him back and says, where do you think you're going? Absolutely dynamite here just to be able to clutch this one together here. See if we can rotate towards this shutter section. Just for it to be found to be able to do exactly what he needs to. His action ends up going airborne here. Almost gets clipped. Doesn't though. Great amount of momentum. Oh, DRG's Fong ends up finding Action. Action hits him with the dagger and he'd be able to get the finish off towards the end. You love to see it though, all the way towards the very end of it. What an absolute find towards this. Shaw and T225 inside of the hut, trying to see if they can conjure up a nice little bit of some damage here. Shaw pops open, T225 ready for the strike though from the ulti. Oh, nice right around towards that with a nice little bit of shield just to be able to go for the stun. Sadly wasn't able to lock him for at least a little bit too long here. Goes for the nice little run around here. Waiting for the strike on both sides, ends up missing the kick, unfortunately. It looks like Wu Fang is going to catch Wolves. And gets another elimination, actually. As I was speaking into the feed.
Kaylee's T225 here. Just underneath GG shot. T225 cooking already. 2 eliminations under his belt here on that Liam pick. Very, very strong pick for him here. Not that he needs a bigger lead than he already had coming in here onto GG Shaw. Shaw gonna have most of his armor stripped away here. T225 though gonna walk into that Hong Sword charge to LMB. Takes a lot of damage. T225 gonna step away. Waits for him to come back. What a turnaround there. Shaw doesn't expect him to go for the 3 off of that there. It takes quite a bit of damage. T225 now in the strong position. Huge parry from Shaw. The F invested on the side of T225 though. Going to keep the game alive. Bubbles coming through. Shaw going to use that opportunity to get a pot off, but it's going to allow for Kayle's T225 to do the same. T225 getting a huge advantage in armor yet again over GG Shaw. Pulls out the repeating crossbow, takes a couple of shots. T225 not missing a single moment to put damage down onto GG Shaw, and Shaw now completely on the back foot. Bubbles back off the cooldown. He will get the opportunity to throw him out here, but unfortunately not going to get the opportunity to heal. Harry comes in from T225 and shuts down GG Shaw.
Nice little takedown here for that as well here. This is the game I love right here. This is the game I love right here. The reason why is because it's tied between both parties. Arana with a 30.6 and GG Shaw with a 30.5, both of them dangerously low. Technically, we can also put X-Section into that momentum here with that 29-point margin. 1.5 to 2 points difference between making sure that he ends up taking it all the way, or there's a shot where Fang has the potential to lose this. If he loses this, I think he still has one more life, I think, towards this. He does have one more soul bloom. So just in case, oh my goodness, beautiful parry onto this for T225 here. Both of them end up catching it off the nice stretch here. Trying to wait for the blue focus just to try to see if he can strike it. Third party comes in from Frostivus here. This could be huge for Frostivus here to really continue to keep that lead ahead of the pack here. Fong trying to hold it together. Beautiful parry on a T225. Ends up catching him all the way down, but it goes for the nice little reset. Meanwhile, for Fong, still trying to see if maybe he can conjure up into this one. Oh, he ends up popping the ulti here, trying to slow down the momentum. And Fong gets the elimination onto T225, just like that. And now the opportunity arises for a few different things here. But like I said, now it's down to the very bottom. I want Chad to be able to focus on Arano, Shaw, and X-Section. The only players that really have a massive shot here in the qualifying. But now they have to go through Frostivus and Fong for their chance to qualify this. So this is where things get real good. It's going to be a fight to see who's going to be able to clutch this up in the final moments of this match.
Look, you know, it's really good that these players can't actually see who's picking up these kills in the kill feed. Because right now, seeing DRG Fong's name or Frostivus' name pop up in the kill feed is just nightmare fuel for you if you're Arano, GG Shaw, or Baoda's Action. They just continue to widen that gap as you sit on 0 eliminations and have to hope you can come up with enough to close a gap that's constantly growing in your face. SS1's face here. Drain blows on the JLZS. Really clean parry coming in with the weapon swap into the fist blades for the follow-up too. Big damage. There we go. The ult gonna be popped here. No place for AIS to go. SS1's pace gonna pick up another elimination for himself here. That 1 point gonna shift him all the way into second place as we head to the realm of Yang. It's gonna be Wolves Wang Liang versus GG's Shaw. Wang Liang here, man, he's got to pick some momentum up. There is a world where he could qualify. He has to have a banger of a game. He's got to have like a 16-point game here to make it happen. GG Shaw gonna come in with a parry onto Wolves Wang Liang though. Wang Liang just trying to clutch it back here. Shaw with the trigger, takes back control of neutral, goes for the bubbles. Wang Liang though pushes forward. Crucial plays there from Wang Liang. If he inches even a centimeter backwards, he ends up into the bubble. He's going to use the ult to tank through there. Now, Shaw trying to find another spear onto him. Can he get the burn tick onto Shaw yet again? There's the spear again. Wolves Wang Liang really baiting this out strong. Shaw, no spears left. Ult going to come to an end. And man, this is nightmare fuel if you're GG Shaw. Wolves Wang Liang still with the ult up. Will clean it up to find his first elimination of the game. EWG's Arano now versus X1's Wu Fang in the realm of Yang.
This one is a huge one, though, between Arano and Wu Fang here. This is really about bragging rights at this point for this one, as Wu Fang's going to try to see if he can hit this one. Nice little bit of strikes, though, for both sides here. Noticing that Wu Fang still has that pistol, so he can't be too far back, knowing that those pistol strikes are going to be very vital for him. Nice hits towards that, as Arano's going to be able to go for a decent little reset here. Goes someone airborne with the F key. Trying to see if he can time when he comes down here. Oh, and it looks like Wu Fang is going to be able to catch it first. Beautiful damage onto him, and just like that, gets the finish as Arano gets eliminated inside of the realm of Yang, and it looks like X-Section ends up getting eliminated too by Shazing. Wait a minute. This game just got really interesting. I think X6 is out.
Yeah, it's
He
going to
didn't
be
qualify.
quite the game. GG Shaw here with the Yang depletion. Coming out looking for a Soul Bloom to keep his game alive, to keep his chances of qualifying alive. Realistically, he hasn't found a single elimination yet this game. And this is what I was worried about, Dobby. You know, we talked about him having to keep his foot on the gas pedal all day, but we also talked about the burnout, right? It is very hard to keep that pace up for 6 games running. We saw him slow down. We saw him start to burn out last game. He needed to find a second win this game, and he currently has not. Things have not gone his way, and you can see it. Even his playstyle a little sluggish here. Still one of the best players here, but man, he's just not been able to keep it going, and I can't blame him. Again, 6 games, very, very hard to keep that same level of aggression and momentum going. And here's JDG Dang cutting him down. GG Shaw, though, looking for the carousel. There it is. Gonna go into it. Knows he can't get the grapple bump on that train. Will find it yet again. Will find the grapple bump this time into the re-uppercut with the follow-up, but TE Star gonna show up and make things very difficult. He goes for that charged R&B. He looks for it, and he's gonna be forced to pop the ultimate here. He cannot let this get away. He's got to get the Soul Bloom. There it is. The fall gonna come down. He needs to get that. He does. He doesn't need the kill here. What he needs is the Soul Bloom, but he is denied that Soul Bloom. And GG Shaw with no ultimate looks to find his way out here. 1 minute and 57 seconds. There is a world where he could still find it, but it is going to be a rough world to make that happen. GG Shaw denied the kill, denied the Soul Bloom, denied the opportunity to potentially qualify, as we see SS1's pace picking up an elimination on Wu Fang in the kill feed. We're going to head on over to EWG's Arano, also looking to cleanse that Yang depletion, so his hopes of qualifying remain.
Has a shot here. Like I said, they're still so low. But with AIS out of this as well here, and with Frostbus and DRG's Fang still alive here, each point they receive when someone else gets eliminated is only making it harder for players like Arano and Shaw and Action to clutch up an opportunity to really close out this game. This is where things start to get really tight for a lot of different areas here. As GG Shaw is going to try to see if he can close this in. Beautiful parry on a star here. The question is, can he complete that kill? He ends up getting swiped by another flame tick coming in from another player here. It looks like Shaw cannot complete it here, as now Star is on the run. Star, at least in 3rd place. He doesn't have to worry about too much here, but somebody's going to get fed that elimination here. Dangerously low. GG Shaw trying to do what he can, and sadly, it's not going to be enough. And that's a wrap for the man himself, GG Shaw. 30.5, so close in 8th place, but sadly, is going to be one of the players that's going to be headed home alongside JL's AIS.
Look, crucially, though, for EWG's Arano, it's Arano who picks up the kill and the Soul Bloom. This puts him back into contention to qualify. You know, unfortunately, GG Shaw kind of, he blew the ultimate. He blew his F. Didn't really have a place to go. He wasn't able to get that elimination earlier on there, and because of that, you know, he was kind of bound to go out here, whether it was to Yang depletion or some of the players. So at least it's Arano who picks that up and still has a chance to qualify. Now, DRG's Fong needs to not let himself go out here, because if Arano picks up that elimination, he immediately surpasses DRG's Fong, and Fong loses his opportunity to qualify. He's right there. He's in the hot seat, baby. Speaking of being in the hot seat, Alliance's Frostivus hasn't picked up an elimination this game, but still sitting pretty. He is still ahead of DRG's Fong by a single point. He's holding on. He just needs to look to find 1-2 eliminations, and he should be in the safe. So DRG's Fong, everybody heading over as we head into our second set of Yangs here. We're going to see who heads on in. Those Yang portals up. It's going to be KLA's 2225 versus Wolves, Wang Liang, X1's Paste. Gonna be coming in, or sorry, X1's Wu Fang, sorry, not SS1. Too many ones, Dobby. And About Us Action,
So
gonna
many.
go head to head.
Trust, there's so many. I understand. I get tongue-tied too. So many numbers. Meanwhile, oh, Action able to feed off of that and sees the parry to come through too. Nice little bit of an opportunity strike here. Here's goes Action though with those nunchucks, trying to see maybe they can close it in. Wufong, nice little bit of a blue focus, but sadly not able to do enough. Wow, nice bow strike. Just to be able to connect that onto one of those, just connect it onto Wufong here. Now he's gonna push onwards towards him there. Tries to go for the R&B. Sadly, was not able to connect towards it. Here comes the blue focus, trying to time it, but obviously he's not gonna feed into that one here. That's a little bit too easy of a read. Fong taking his time little by little. I forgot he had that chicken. I forgot about that. The chicken nunchucks is crazy. Meanwhile, the ulti gets popped. The Arctic Wraith, they're gonna do exactly what he needs to here. Now he pops open the ulti as well for Valda. Let's see if which one's gonna strike first though. Or should I say which one's gonna connect? Somebody's either gonna be drowning or somebody's gonna be freezing. Either or, both of them involve water. Oh, sadly not able to do enough here. Ooh, just barely misses out on it. Just a little bit while longer. Just to try to see if they can connect it. Oh, beautiful parry. Oh, understands it and reads it so well on the Action here. Tries to go for the roll. Nice ultimate strike here towards that dual blade. It's not going to be able to do enough. He's still dangerously low. He has to retreat off this, but this is the realm of Yang where there's no running and there's no hiding. It's just nothing but duking it out. That's exactly what Wufong did to put pause on XXX.
Taking a look here, Wolves Wang Liang also going to come out on top of their realm of Yang. There's two realms of Yang back to back, but this performance just might be too little too late for Wolves. Again, he needs an insane game. He needs something like 7 or 8 eliminations and a first place finish to even be in consideration for coming out on top to qualify here. He also needs a Rano or Fong to just go ahead and get eliminated outright. You know what I'm saying? He just needs to see, he just needs to go kill them. That's what needs to happen, and then he just needs to play out of his mind. It's not out of the question for Wang Liang. We've seen him do it before, but he's got a lot of work cut out for him here with only 11 minutes and 34 seconds left remaining in our final game here for the Mainland China qualifiers. Bada's Action coming in. Ooh, huge scale rush coming in from Wang Liang. Again, talking about putting in the work. Wang Liang's here. He's on the front line, trying to make it happen. Bada's Action trying to make it happen too here because he's got that Yang depletion. He does not want to go out whatsoever. Wolves, Wang Liang gonna pop the ultimate here. Again, Wolves looking for it, man. He is hunting for these eliminations. Action gonna come in. Oh, but it's Arano who gets the kill. Huge for Arano, as this is actually going to move him up into 6th place over DRG's Bong. Arano going to take a little bit of damage here, but holding it steady. Now, Arano is the target right now. He did burn his ultimate to pick up that elimination, and the rest of the lobby looking to turn on to him. DRG's Fong, he's just got to play this out safely here. If he can actually pick up the elimination here onto Arano.
That'd be dirty. That'd be dirty.
It puts him in such a safe position because that would put 4 players below him that are eliminated. Xu Zhang and again Wolves would just have to have the most mind-blowing game they've ever had. Excellence Wu Fang picks up an elimination there onto SS1's Paste. Wu Fang moving up into that 2nd place position right now. Kaylee's T225 still 3 eliminations to his name. Big chillin' right now. Still a 15-point lead over everybody else. He does have Yang depletion right now, but even if he goes out right now, yeah, I don't think Wu Fang can take 1st place away from him. So T225 just playing for funsies right now, Dobby.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what I expected it as well, but that's why you were very disappointed in the fact that he didn't choose like a different character. You know, you would have hoped he would have done something just a little bit different, just to, you know, a little bit of some crowd fun, you know? But now, see if we can get back towards the top of the order. Arano just ahead of him by 1.5 points difference. That really is either 1 placement or 1 elimination. And just like that, that could be the turn of the tides here. As Shozeng is currently getting chased right now. Definitely tough for him to try to see if he can close in this gap. And it looks like T225 was able to. Absolutely gets juggled. Disrespected with all of the bow shots connecting towards him as well here. It's not looking good as Fong ends up getting cornered as well towards this. But it looks like he wants this elimination here. If Fong gets it, he's going to put himself right back up into the spot where Arano just was a second ago here. And he wants to try to close this out just little by little here. He's going to take his time, trying to see if he can get it up top. Oh no, all the way up. Almost had the opportunity but it looks like somebody else is trying to steal it away from him. That's going to be T225 here. Oh, and it is T225 steals that elimination away from Fung. Fung was working so hard just to try to get that elimination. That would have been exactly what he needed to put himself right back above Arano here. But sadly, T225 says, nope, I'm going to let you work hard for your next kill. But this kill, this one's mine right here.
You see the two hotties here. Little gentleman's agreement, if you will. Rano gonna come in and pick up that legendary set of armor. Wolves gonna get on out of here. Is our first late game's Bane's Breath. It comes through. Taking a look at our face cams for EWG's Arano and DRG's Fong. These two players trading back and forth. Who's in that final qualifying position? And Alliance's Frostivus just chilling right now. Still a good point ahead of Arano, 2 points ahead of Fong. So in a really good position, needs maybe one more elimination and to just play this game out. Make it to final circle is the name of the game for Alliance's Frostivus right now. EWG's Arano on the edge of the Bane here. That triple Bane coming down. Could have been disastrous if he was in the middle of it. Wang Liang here up the treetop here. He's got that legendary armor, looking to take a reset. Some grapples coming through. Unfortunately, forced to go ahead and pop the F here. Wang Liang, yet again, no ultimate available for himself. There we go, Wang Liang. Super clean. Come up top, go ahead and get yourself a pot. EWG's Arano trying to go ahead and secure this spirit well for himself. And it doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to keep that from happening. Wolves, Wang Liang caught out here. No place for him to go, forced to go super airborne, and he's really high up, which means that rage is going to tick down so fast for him. EWG's Arano looking to make something happen here. Play onto KLA's T225. Gonna go ahead and D-mech here. Save a little bit of that rage, maintain 15% as he just keeps his game alive. Arano just playing his game here, ladies and gentlemen. Huge damage onto DRG's Fong. Ooh, massive pair by KLA's T225. Arano unfortunately loses his legendary weapon here, and that is not a good position he wants to be in. He does not know right now. They do not get to see the scoreboard. He has no idea that he is currently qualified. So him losing that weapon, he's just got to maintain. He's got to keep the game going for himself here at T225 on the back foot. DRG's Fong breaking away Arano, just trying it to play keep away here, using that dagger for the movement. It's all he's got left there in the back pocket. KLA's T225 coming in there. Legendary Hong Sword trying to make something happen, and Arano gonna burn the F. He's more than happy to just keep it moving here. But now going low here. KLA's T225 not gonna give him much opportunity. It's really hard to avoid Bane's Breath if they come down in that building. Arano will get hit out by a Bane here. This could be disastrous. T225, Wolves, Wang Liang both trying to close in here. Forced to burn the F again, going across the Bane's Breath, hoping it's going to buy him a little bit of protection. He's into the armor swap, ladies and gentlemen. EWG's Arano is going to be okay.
Absolutely into this one here. As it looks like T225 is just trying to hold on just a little while longer here. He's cornered by two people and also a Bane's Breath in between here. As Fung is going to try to see if he can take the opportunity maybe for the momentum and getting something here, but sadly not enough. Because Arano is now back up in the lead and away. Oh no, Fung ends up getting hit by the Bane's Breath here. And it looks like no one actually saw that happen. Wait, actually Wolves might have. I think Wolves actually did. And he jukes the heck out of him. Oh my goodness. That was a little crazy. He actually juked him so hard. Fong dangerously up high here. He's getting cornered. He's getting pushed. He feels the pressure all over. He has the opportunity to potentially recover this, as he does. It's crazy to see the final four and where this is. Frostivus, Arano, Fong. Fong has a chance. Somebody in this top three, in this three-place position has a chance and is probably going to lose out. Is it going to be Fong? Is it Arano? Is it Frosty? They're both fighting for it. Fong is on the wrong side of this history happening right now. He's on fire. Ends up getting flown all the way from the top. He goes all the way down towards bottom, trying to see if he can move this away. Fong, one of the most versatile players in the game today. on the wrong side of the chopping block here during this final game that's going to lead to the grand finals. He's been here before. The crazy part is he's made it to grand finals before. Is this the first time that Fung might not actually qualify? Is there a chance Fung doesn't make it? He's absolutely diving, juking, dodging. He's moving as much as he can. He's trying to make sure everybody else moves so much that circle tick damage is actually destroying him. He's gonna need to move a little bit. Oh no, it's not looking good for Fung. Fung dangerously low. The fire tick is gonna absolutely decimate him. Oh my God, he found a great shield swap somehow. Throughout all of the madness, he finds just a little bit of shield swap to keep the game alive for himself. Fung, the movement master. The question is, does he have enough time potentially to heal? Unbelievable, he does, but he loses out on all of his shield. He's right back to where he started. Absolutely has to move as much as he can. He gets all the way from the outside, almost gets caught inside the NATO yet again, throws himself off the outskirts, and just like that, Fung is out of the game. Arano and Frostivus is safe, and Fung loses out by just 2 points to qualify for Worlds. Unbelievable, what a shock. He tried so hard, he held on for as long as he humanly can and just sadly could not produce the final one as Arano catches his 5th elimination. He gets the dub here, ladies and gentlemen. Arano is safe, 5 eliminations, 37.6. He, out of the rest of the 5 other players in this roster that have made it past the red line, is headed to Worlds. What an unbelievable finish. Oh, Fung tried so hard. He fought all the way to the very end. What a valiant effort. Definitely something I would love to check out and review. I hope that ends up on replay. Do you know how many things he dodged during that? He was moving like a Dodge Durango. Just dodge, move, duck, do.
EWG's Arano here. Trade blows here with Wolves Wang Liang, but ladies and gentlemen, that is your top 6 players. Your 6 players qualified to head to Worlds, heading to J-Cup. Gonna be KLA's T225, X1's Wufang, SS1's Pace, TE's Star, EWG's Arano, and Alliance's Frostivus. Wolves Wang Liang on the ult here, cleaning up some big damage onto Arano. Arano trying to hold out this space here into Wolves. You're going to see some cannon shots coming in from Arano. Huge damage coming in from that legendary pole sword. The Cloud Weaver coming in from Arano. Not quite able to catch Wolves as he uses the F there. Wolves coming in, gets a little bit of a tick there. The Cloud Weaver not going yet again. We're going to see the bow shots trying to come in. The F again from Arano. Wolves trying to make it happen. The Cloud Weaver finally lands onto Wolves, but it's not enough. EWG's Arano will go down, but unfortunately, Wolves Wang Liang, he wakes up way too late, ladies and gentlemen. He gets an MVP, and it means nothing because he does not qualify for the World Championship. Wolves Wang Liang doesn't qualify, but at least he goes out on a high note.
Absolutely insane finish all the way to the very end. The shutdown was phenomenal. Exactly what you need in a moment like this. You love to see it. The way that it gets made, the way that they were able to put it together here. I mean, you couldn't have made it any better, honestly.
Love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to end the day here. I mean, it really does come down to the wire for these players in the end. There were so many players so close, so hungry. And I mean, to talk about the Cinderella story of the players who were just able to climb back up all the way from the bottom. I feel bad for Gigi Shaw, man. He came in, he put the gas on for those first 4 games, but he just couldn't keep the pace. He stalled out in the end. His car came to a stop, but Alliance's Frostivus, EWG's Arano, coming through, making sure they qualify. And, you know, Arano was all the way down in 11th at the end of, like, game 3. So for him to make the bounce back, to climb all the way to the top to qualify here, well-deserved, well played by everybody here. And even though it's a sad set for Wolves Wang Liang, at least he goes out on a high note. He will take the MVP for the final game of our 12 qualifier games. But what a proper note to end it on, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely. What a proper note, but what an insane note, especially for some of these players who, I mean, some of them were down at the very bottom, and then they ended up like really putting in that work to really get themselves at least in qualifying, at least to qualify. That's all you need to do in some of these areas here. Very surprising to see some of them. Very surprised for Wolves. You know, I think Wolves has had definitely one of those really tough seasons where he's just really had a tough time trying to figure it out, and this was definitely one of those where he just could not find it. Just couldn't. Throughout all these 6 games, throughout 12 games, he just struggled to find it. And that was really tough to watch here. Seeing, I mean, like I said, this was somebody who qualified for Worlds last time. This is somebody who's been a regular at Worlds. So to see him not actually make it is still a very shocking and a surprising finish to the end of it. But to see Fong, I mean, I hope that some of that dodging that we've seen from Fong was in replay. It's got to be in replay. We got this new slow motion thing, chat. I hope we get a chance to see it, because the way Fong was moving, if he wasn't that low, he probably still would have been ducking and dodging. He probably still would have been moving in group.
Look, I mean, DRG's Fong always been one of those players. He has the schmovement. You know what I'm saying? You put a dagger in that man's hand, he is gonna fight until the very last. He is gonna make the most of every single tick of HP that he's got. I mean, man spawned an armor out of nowhere. All right, man was just like shoot, whoop, whoop. Oh, hey, there's an armor. Whoop, bye, K, woo. Like DRG's Fong, absolutely crazy. Hate to see that he's not gonna go to Worlds this year, but man, this has been a crazy year. It's been a crazy season across the board. These players have played their hearts out, and I mean, what a way for T225 as well coming into today. T225 could have just not played today and still been in first place. Like, that's crazy. That's absolutely wild, bro. Like, he could have just sat 6 games out and be like, all right, cool, whatever, man. But here you go, Wolves Wang 8 game score, EWG's Arano with a game score of 7, X1's Wu Fang with 6, Alias T225 with 5. And again, he didn't need him. I tell you what, I'm still a little mad at T225. I love me some T225, but come on, man, you could have hit me with anything except a Liam in this game. man had a lead by a country mile, Dobby.
I mean, just like that though, was able to make it work. Able to put it together, able to do it with so many different things here and be able to work it all the way to the end. Very shocking. Also really good though to see overall though. Like I said, I love to see it though. Let's see where we go there towards this 33.6 for Fong though. Oh man, he put in so much work, so much effort. The timing was phenomenal, and just sadly was not able to close it in. Was sadly not able to do it. Then like where we're at, right back out of here. Able to do exactly what he needs to. Look at that, 56.6. He's still in the lead. He ain't never had to do nothing. He ain't never had to do nothing. He was just chilling.
Yeah, this was crazy. The day 1 for T225 was so insane. I mean, you saw it. We came into the day, he had like a 20-point lead over second place. Here you go, Dobby. You're gonna get those replays brought to you by Thunderbolt, made for gaming, baby.
Oh, we get something good out of it though. Come on, baby. Let's figure this out as we are able to see how it was able to work the first time here. It was able to find different types of averages and momentum, but still. Oh, nice little bit of work though towards that with the parry. Gets the finish of the cutout. DRG's Fang, look at that. With that, he pulls him. Was able to put the shutdown here. His pace is able to get the beautiful parry on AIS here. AIS trying so hard here towards this game, but sadly wasn't able to close it out the way that he wanted to, really. Inside of this momentum, his pace is able to get the shutdown here. Goes inside of the realm of Yang. Arano, his first attempt, sadly was unfortunate, as Wolfong just was absolutely dishing him out inside of the realm of Yang. He was putting the paws on people. He was making them work for it. He really was. That'd be interesting to see this though, as we see Arano all the way up top, mid airborne, beautiful side step kick from T225 here. Wolves able to switch it up just a little bit here as Fong. Oh, sadly Fong does get eliminated towards this. Arano and Wolves trying to hold strong, and as he does end up catching elimination just to get the dub here, but sadly not enough. But even though he doesn't qual, it is nice to see him go out on a high note, at least with an MVP. His first one as well. Mortal Defiance, Phoenix Black, Cyan Fan, Ripple Step, and Phantom Alchemy, and an advanced heal with 32,000 damage and 21,000 healing. He needed it. He finally got one.
Yeah, love to see it. You take the win. You know what I'm saying? Wang Lang. It's sad, man. You know, we talk about a dynasty. 2 players that didn't qualify today: Wolves Wang Lang and GG Shot. When we cut all the way back to the very first season of NBPL, the very first year, when you talk about players who were the GOATs, were the big time names. Like, you had OUG's Mike was still around for that season, but at the time, whenever you cut to solos, man, it was Wang Liang and it was GG Shah tearing it up. It was the era of nunchucks. It was the era of Takeda dominance, man. And these 2 guys, it was like Shah wins a game, Wang Liang wins a game. Shah wins a game, Wang Liang wins a game. And it was just back and forth for that first season. You know, you get into season 2 of that year, you really start the dynasty of OUG's Mike, if you will. And then unfortunately, you know, going into the next year, he has to take some time away from the NBPL, but he does come back and bring it in. But before we go anywhere, we've got a quick interview for you guys before we come back in for our closing statements.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Yeager, and now I'm standing here with Pace and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, Pace， 先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 ACS1 的 Pace。
欢迎 Pace 来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜也是成功晋级到了捷杯。Okay, so first we would like to say congratulations, you are qualified for the J Cup, and I would like to know, so because today is the Chinese Mainland qualifier for the J Cup, so how many like player really surprise you like in these 2 days matches? 我这边想问一下，其实目前为止，谁能代表中国大陆赛区出征，也是最终定下了名单。老P Pace， 对于这个名单，有没有哪些选手给到你一些惊喜？
我觉得就是都挺惊喜的，都打得挺好的嘛。然后这次捷杯预选赛就是强度真的非常的大，所以说大家压力都很大。我觉得大家都打得挺好的，
有点端水大师的意思啊。有没有哪个选手特别让你这次很欣赏？
特别让我欣赏的吗？
有没有？
就吴哲杰嘛，跳舞1天40分，我的梦想。
是的。To be honest, I think the like Chinese Mainland qualify for the J-Cup is really hard for everyone, and every player. You guys really did great job these 2 days, and I would like to say thank you. You are my opponent, but also you are my friend. But to me, the specific one is T225. You are really strong. That you're like my idol because one day you got 40 scores in the matches. You're really strong. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so the question for this turn, which is how many kills did SS1 Pace get in Game 12? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中啊，老 P 到底拿下了多少击败积分？好的，在公布答案之前，我们先来讲讲刚才这把比赛。其实我感觉刚才 Pace 的这把应该是可以拿更多的击败积分的，当时到底出了什么问题，就这么快的就结束了自己最后一把的旅程呢？
就是因为见人就打嘛，因为已经其实等于稳进了，因为拿了2个击败分嘛，然后谁要打我就打谁嘛。
所以其实最后一把是完全没有压力的状态下，其实不是很在乎最终的分数，就是开心为主了，是不是 ？Okay, so before the answer, we are talking about the latest game because we know that Pace, you are really strong and have ability that can like enter to the final score, but final circle. So I would like to know, so why like finish the game 12 really quickly? And he told me because it's the last game for him, and he is sure can qualify for the J Cup and just have fun in the game. 我觉得这心态也是真的很棒啊，就是其实在游戏当中也是可以拿出一个平常心，然后比较欢乐的心态，因为也是最后一把了，其实可以完全放松自己，对不对？
对。
OK， 那我觉得老 P 应该准备就绪了。OK, I think our players prepare and let's start counting。我们接下来就准备进入倒计时。
好 ，3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, lucky guy will be whispered and please pay attention. 那我们这边呢，我们的幸运观众也会被我们私信到，所以大家一定要去关注一下。Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请 Pace 给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个？
是 B。
Yeah, the correct answer is B. And congratulations. Okay, so we know that after today, for all the solo game player, you all have the ticket to go to the Changsha, another city of China. So I would like to know anything can introduce to our audience or anything you really expect in Changsha. 那我这边要问一下，因为其实今天比完了之后，其实 Paste 是拿到了我们这张进入节杯的门票，也预示着即将到来的整个节杯啊是非常有概率可以去到长沙的，应该是没有问题吧？
没有问题，
自己有信心的。那去到长沙之前，对长沙有没有怎么样的期待，或者有没有什么美食啊，或者好玩的地方，也可以给我们海外的观众介绍一下呢？
美食的话呢，就只有臭豆腐嘛，然后其他东西都有那种比较辣的，不知道他们吃不吃的习惯。但长沙这边就是属于是夜生活比较多、比较丰富嘛，好吃的东西真的有很多。就在我印象里，我真的就是我操，太多了。
非常多的好吃的，也值得大家一起期待一下。Okay, so for Changsha, I think it's a great city that have a lot of delicious food and welcome everyone, whatever which country you come from. You can come to Shanghai, you can come to China, and we go to the Changsha together to enjoy our delicious food. And for food, I think the most delicious, especially is this spicy food. And I don't know if you can like adapt it, but really have a try. And the delicious food I really want to introduce is 臭豆腐. Actually, I don't know 臭豆腐 how to 翻译 but it's a really great food that you can have a try. OK? 感谢这个老 P 的一个这个采访和分享啊，实在是这个臭豆腐我也是不知道怎么翻译，有点为难到我了。但也希望来自世界各地的观众朋友们到了长沙之后，不仅可以享受到我们的 NBPL 精彩的比赛，享受到节杯精彩的比赛，也可以一起享受美食。好的，再次感谢佩斯来到我们赛后采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Thank you so much for the lovely interview. And what a way to end things today. Crazy games from start to finish. Really a shifting of the old guard out as new players come in and take those top spots, heading to Worlds. I mean, all of these older players who've been here for so long not qualifying is absolutely crazy to me, Dobby. I mean, we have seen these guys come in and perform time and time again, and I don't know what it was this year, but it very much is the shifting of a new era for many of these players. But big congratulations to all the players who did qualify, who are going to be going to World, who are going to be representing their teams in J Cup. We wish you boys the best of luck. Man,
and
what a
casters.
year it's been. Yeah, our wonderful casters are going to be heading over as well and commentating J Cup. As we take a look here, there we are, your final scores for the day. Again, man, look at this. It is just what an end to an era, man.
Not only an end to an era, an end to a set of games for who is fully going to really duke it out with the rest of the players that's already made it. T225 is back again. Let's hope we don't see the same thing we saw last year in the grand finals, you know, with T225. You know, he's been cut before. Let's hope we don't see it again. You know what I'm saying? I would like to, I'm cheering on T225 this time. Frostivus, our boy, makes it in. Star, Arano, Haste, Wufong, Spider, Mike, and Verse.
Gonna be your CN players from NBPL heading to the J Cup, representing their region in the World Championship. Man,
it's a lot of teams fighting.
Trying not to cry over here, Dobby. It's crazy, man. Here we go. Here are your list of qualified players across the board and across the regions. And you're going to be your pools as well. Your pool 1, pool 2, and a pool 3.
Tryhard back and Light Hyper.
Yeah. Of course, Tryhard and Light Hyper are going to be coming on in. SYN Mind Synergy. This is a team I've been watching from SEA. Really excited to see what these boys are going to be doing here this year in Worlds. Because, I mean, Synergy has been killing it in SEA. And Mind's popped off last year. I mean, you can't even imagine the amount of training these boys have been doing. I've had the good fortune to make friends with Mines and been getting the updates. He's been sending me the crazy plays that these guys have been popping off in SEA with, because unfortunately I don't get to cast that region. But I'm super excited to see it. Polaris, another player from SEA who popped off last year in Worlds as well. So excited to see all of these guys coming back. And here you go. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for your final day of Trios Mainland qualifiers. 6 more games to determine which teams from the NBPL are to be heading on over to J-Cup for Worlds this year. And I'm excited to see who's gonna make the cut. Dobby, I'm a little sad, brother. It's our last cast of the year, but I'm here with you. Wouldn't be nobody else I want to close the year out with but you, brother.
And close out the final solo game. It was weird because I remember when we didn't start solos together, and that's usually our thing. They usually, put us in that first, at least that first solo game back. That's usually us. That's our thing. So when he didn't, it was like, oh my God, this is gonna be weird. This is something's happening. I don't know what's going on here, but I don't like this feeling right now. So the fact that we're back to at least be able to end it and send it off to all of our amazing casters is gonna absolutely kill it. We've got 2 that's recurring, and then we have 2 new. So a little bit of heads up to the new guys. Don't drink the orange juice at the hotel lobby. Okay, that's the first thing. Don't do that. Okay, me and Duncan learned our lesson. Don't do that. Okay, if you see orange juice, don't drink it. Leave it alone. Next thing, try to explore. Have some fun while you're out there. Definitely get a chance to explore when you got some free time. You're gonna have to drag Duncan a little bit for sure. At least yank him out the hotel room a few times, but he'll get out there. He'll get out there. He gonna get hungry. And I think the last thing I would definitely say is make sure to enjoy it with everyone. Enjoy the time that you're there. Make sure to eat. Tell everybody, especially the production team, show the production team love. The production team way over there, and everybody that is watching, thank you guys for the love throughout all of the rest of 2024. And we're excited to see what happens during our grand finals and our world's finals. I am Dabier, and this is your boy Runekeeper. We're signing off for the finals. We'll see you tomorrow for trios, for who's going to be going as well.
And me and Dobby will see you guys next year.